04. The Dream Collector. The town of Halewood was quiet, the kind of quiet that pressed against your skin and seeped into your thoughts. The streets were empty under the moon's pale gaze, and the only sound was the faint rustling of leaves in the night breeze. Emma, a school teacher in her late 20s, had moved to Halewood only a few months ago. Life here was peaceful, predictable, a stark contrast to the chaos she had left behind in the city. But that night, as she sat by her bedroom window sipping tea, she noticed something strange. Across the street, in the shadows of an old, abandoned bookstore, stood a figure. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden by a hood that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Emma froze, her hand gripping the teacup tightly. The figure stood motionless for a moment, then slowly raised its head as if sensing her gaze. Though its face remained hidden, Emma felt a chill run down her spine, as though unseen eyes were piercing through her. The figure turned and walked into the bookstore, the door creaking open with an ominous groan. Emma leaned closer to the window, curiosity battling with fear. Who would go in there at this hour? She whispered to herself. The bookstore had been closed for years, its windows boarded up, its walls cracked and crumbling. That night, Emma couldn't sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of the figure. In her dream, it stood at the foot of her bed, holding a small glowing jar. Inside the jar, shadows swirled, whispering in a language she couldn't understand. The figure tilted its head, as if studying her, before disappearing into the dark. Emma woke up drenched in sweat, her heart pounding. She sat upright, trying to shake off the lingering dread. But as she glanced at the clock on her nightstand, her breath caught. The jar from her dream sat there, glowing faintly, its shadows whispering. Emma hesitated, her trembling hand reaching for the jar. She didn't know what scared her more, the object itself or the question racing through her mind. Was this just a dream? Or had the dream collector been real? Emma's fingers hovered just inches above the jar, its faint glow pulsing like a quiet heartbeat. She pulled her hand back, her mind racing. This can't be real. I must still be dreaming. But the whispers from the jar grew louder, words slipping into her thoughts in fragments. Open. See. Remember. She pushed the jar off the nightstand with a gasp. It tumbled to the floor, landing with a muffled thud, yet didn't shatter. Instead, the light flickered, and the whispers ceased abruptly. Emma's breath slowed, but the room felt heavier, as though she wasn't alone. Suddenly, a faint scratching sound came from the window. She turned, her pulse quickening. The curtains fluttered as if disturbed by a breeze, though the window was closed. She hesitated, then walked over, parting the curtains slightly. Her heart nearly stopped. The figure stood there, outside her window, unmoving. Its hood concealed its face, but its presence was undeniable. Emma stumbled back, her mind screaming at her to run, but her legs refused to move. The figure slowly raised a hand, placing it against the glass. Frost spread beneath its palm, delicate patterns blooming like frozen flowers. Then, without warning, it vanished, leaving only the frosty imprint behind. Emma's phone buzzed on the nightstand, breaking her paralysis. She snatched it up, grateful for the distraction, but froze when she saw the screen. An unknown number had sent a message. Do not break the jar. The dream must stay locked. Her hand trembled as she looked toward the jar still lying on the floor. Its glow had dimmed to almost nothing, but the shadows inside swirled faster, as if agitated. Emma's instinct screamed at her to leave the room, the house, the town, anything to get away. Yet, she couldn't ignore the magnetic pull of the jar or the cryptic message. With shaky breaths, she picked it up, cradling it carefully. The whispers resumed, quieter this time, almost soothing. She felt compelled to place it back on the nightstand, her movements almost involuntary. As she set it down, The light inside flared brightly for a moment before settling. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, though Emma couldn't bring herself to sleep. When morning came, she hesitantly checked her window. The frost was gone, but the memory of the figure remained vivid in her mind. Her phone buzzed again. This time, the message was simpler, but no less chilling. "Come to the bookstore." Emma stared at the screen, her stomach twisting. Her first instinct was to delete the message and pretend none of it had happened. But deep down, she knew she wouldn't. Something about the jar, the figure, and the dreams wouldn't let her. They clung to her thoughts, drawing her in like a moth to a flame. By noon, she found herself standing outside the old bookstore. The wooden sign, weathered and cracked, creaked faintly in the breeze. The door stood slightly ajar, the darkness inside seeming to spill out like ink. Emma hesitated, her heart pounding in her ears. A part of her screamed to turn back, but her feet moved forward as if guided by an unseen force. The air inside was thick and cool, carrying the faint scent of old books and damp wood. Dust motes floated in the weak light that filtered through the boarded windows. As Emma stepped further in, the door creaked shut behind her. The sound echoed through the space, making her jump. "Hello?" Her voice sounded small, swallowed by the vast silence. There was no reply. She walked deeper into the shop, her footsteps muffled on the worn carpet. The shelves were lined with books, their titles faded and illegible. Some seemed to hum faintly, as though alive with stories trapped inside. At the far end of the shop, a desk stood, and behind it, the figure waited. It was taller than she remembered, its hood now glowing faintly, as if concealing a burning light. Emma's throat tightened, but she forced herself to speak. "What do you want from me?" The figure didn't move. Instead, it raised one hand and pointed to a book on the desk. The book's cover was plain, but its edges shimmered faintly, as if dipped in starlight. Emma stepped closer, her hands trembling as she reached for it. The moment her fingers touched the cover, the room around her seemed to dissolve. She was no longer in the bookstore. Instead, she stood in a vast, dreamlike field under a starless sky. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like moss, but it pulsed faintly, as if alive. In the distance, she saw other figures, shadowy forms moving slowly, each carrying a glowing jar like the one on her nightstand. As Emma watched, one of the figures turned toward her, its jar flickering erratically. A chilling voice echoed in her mind, not hers but planted there. "Your jar is incomplete. Find the missing pieces, or it will shatter." Before she could respond, the field blurred, and she was back in the bookstore. The book she had touched now lay open, its pages blank except for a single line scrawled in ink. "Return before the next dream." Emma staggered back, her heart pounding. The figure was gone, and the room was silent once more. She clutched the book to her chest, its weight grounding her in the moment. She didn't know what awaited her next, but one thing was certain: this was only the beginning. Emma left the bookstore with the book clutched tightly in her hands, her thoughts a chaotic swirl of questions and fears. The world outside seemed unchanged, indifferent to the strange journey she'd just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobbled street. But Emma felt as though the warmth of the day barely touched her skin. The whispers from the jar, the figure's presence, and now the cryptic message in the book. They all pulled at her like threads of an invisible web she couldn't escape. Back at home, she set the book on her kitchen table, staring at the single line written inside: "Return before the next dream." The words seemed to pulse faintly, almost as if they were alive. She ran her fingers over the blank pages, hoping to find some hidden text, but they remained stubbornly empty. Her eyes flicked to the jar, still faintly glowing on her nightstand. The shadows inside it now moved more slowly, as though watching and waiting. As night fell, Emma found herself pacing the room, unable to focus on anything else. She debated leaving the house, tossing the jar into the river, or even burning the book. Yet deep down, she knew none of those actions would change anything. Whatever had started wasn't something she could escape. It was something she had to face. The clock struck midnight, and a familiar heaviness settled over her. Her eyelids grew impossibly heavy, and before she could resist, she was pulled into sleep. This time the dream was more vivid, more lucid. She stood in the same field she'd seen before, but now the figures were closer. Their glowing jars cast long, flickering shadows across the pulsing ground. One by one, they turned to face her, their movements unnaturally slow and deliberate. "Who are you?" Emma called out, her voice echoing unnaturally in the vast empty space. The figures didn't respond, but their jars began to hum, the sound low and resonant. The hum grew louder, vibrating through the air until it felt like it was inside her skull. Suddenly, the ground beneath her cracked and she was falling. The field above vanished, replaced by endless darkness. She landed with a jolt in a cavern illuminated by a faint, otherworldly light. The walls were lined with shelves, each holding dozens of jars, their contents swirling with shadows and faint glimmers of light. It was a library of dreams, or perhaps nightmares. At the far end of the cavern, the figure awaited her. This time it spoke, its voice a deep, resonant whisper that echoed in her mind. "You've begun the journey, but the path is fractured. Each jar holds a fragment of what was taken. To understand, you must gather them all." Emma stared at the figure, her breath shallow. "Taken? What do you mean? Who are you?" The figure didn't answer directly. Instead, it gestured to a nearby shelf. Emma hesitated, then approached it, her eyes scanning the jars. Each one seemed to call to her, their whispers, blending into an eerie symphony. She reached for the nearest jar, her fingers tingling as they made contact. The moment she lifted it from the shelf, a vision overtook her. She was no longer in the cavern, but standing in the middle of a room she didn't recognize. The air was thick with tension, and a child's cry echoed from somewhere nearby. A woman sat on the floor, clutching an empty jar, tears streaming down her face. The jar's glow had faded completely, leaving only cold glass behind. "Please," the woman whispered, her voice breaking. "Don't take him. I'll do anything." A shadow moved in the corner of the room, its form barely distinguishable from the darkness. "The deal is sealed," it said, its voice eerily similar to the figures but colder, crueler. "The dream belongs to us now." The vision dissolved, leaving Emma gasping for breath in the cavern. Her heart pounded as she clutched the jar, its contents now flickering faintly. She turned to the figure, her voice trembling. "What was that? Whose dream was it?" The figure's hood shifted slightly, as though observing her. "A fragment of a debt unpaid. Each jar contains a story, a choice, and a consequence. To understand your role, you must piece them together." Emma's grip on the jar tightened. "And what happens if I don't?" The figure stepped closer, its presence towering over her. "Then the jar on your nightstand will shatter, and what remains will no longer belong to you." The words sent a chill down Emma's spine. Before she could respond, the cavern began to blur, and she felt herself being pulled back. She woke with a start, the jar on her nightstand glowing brighter than before. The book on her table was no longer blank, its pages now filled with lines of text in a language she couldn't understand. The figure's words echoed in her mind as she stared at the jar. She didn't know what awaited her in the dreams to come, but she knew one thing for certain: she couldn't stop now. Emma sat motionless, her eyes locked on the glowing jar as the weight of the figure's words pressed down on her. The book lay open on the table, its pages filled with strange, twisting symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when she looked too long. She could feel the jar's pull, an invisible thread connecting her to the dark, swirling shadows within. The night stretched on, and though her body begged for rest, Emma knew that sleep would only bring her closer to the next fragment, the next revelation. She flipped through the pages of the book, hoping to make sense of the cryptic text. Some words began to take shape, faint translations forming in the corners of her mind, as if the book itself wanted her to understand. The collector does not steal, it takes only what is given. Dreams are fragments of the self, and some parts are too valuable to remain untethered. The words sent a chill through her. What had she unknowingly given to this collector? Her memories, her fears, something deeper? The glow of the jar pulsed in sync with her heartbeat, a constant reminder of the clock ticking down. As dawn approached, the jar flickered, and the shadows inside began to shift again, more restless than before. Emma leaned closer, watching as the dark shapes pressed against the glass as if trying to escape. Then, without warning, the whispers began again, louder and more insistent. This time they spoke directly to her. Open the book. Read aloud. Her hands trembled as she lifted the book again. The symbols blurred into shapes, then into words she could barely understand. Her voice shook as she began to read, the language foreign yet disturbingly familiar. With each word, the jar's glow intensified, and the whispers grew into a crescendo, filling her ears with a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, the jar cracked, a thin line running down its surface. Emma gasped, dropping the book as a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing every light. The jar's glow exploded outward, and the shadows within it erupted, swirling wildly around her. She stumbled back, her breath caught in her throat as the darkness coalesced into a figure. It wasn't the dream collector. This figure was smaller, its edges less defined, and its movements jittery, like a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. Its head tilted unnaturally as it leaned closer, its hollow eyes fixed on her. "You shouldn't have read the words," it hissed, its voice layered with overlapping tones, each more menacing than the last. Now, the balance is broken. Emma pressed herself against the wall, her heart hammering. What balance? What do you want from me? The figure's form wavered, the shadows around it flickering like a dying flame. You woke what should have stayed asleep. Now you must pay the cost. Before Emma could respond, the figure lunged forward, its shadowy hand reaching for her. She screamed, but as it touched her, she felt no pain, only an overwhelming cold that seeped into her very soul. The room dissolved around her, and she was plunged into a swirling void. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in her home. She stood in a dark corridor lined with mirrors, each one reflecting not her, but scenes from other lives. In one, she saw herself as a child, standing alone in a dark forest. In another, she was older, sitting at a desk in a room she didn't recognize, writing furiously as tears streamed down her face. The corridor seemed endless, the mirrors stretching into infinity. As Emma walked, the reflections grew stranger. In one, she saw herself holding the jar, her face pale and gaunt as shadows crawled around her. In another, she was in the cavern, surrounded by the glowing jars, her hands covered in blood. A voice echoed through the corridor, low and resonant. Every choice leaves a mark. Every dream takes a toll. Will you continue, knowing the price? Emma stopped, her chest heaving. I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for any of it. The voice laughed, cold and mocking. Didn't you? Every step you've taken, every question you've asked, every truth you've sought, you've chosen the path. The mirrors shattered simultaneously, shards falling around her like rain. The corridor melted away, replaced by the familiar cavern lined with shelves of glowing jars. The dream collector stood at the far end, its hood casting shadows that seemed alive. Emma felt the icy chill of its presence as it turned toward her, its silhouette towering and inscrutable. "You've seen glimpses," it said, its voice both a whisper and a roar that echoed through the cavern. "The corridor of mirrors reflects the fragments of your life, choices made, paths taken, and those yet to come." Emma clenched her fists, trying to steady her trembling voice. "Why me? Why show me this? What am I supposed to do?" The dream collector tilted its head slightly, the faint glow within its hood intensifying. "Because you hold the broken piece. Without it, the balance collapses. The dreamscape will unravel, and all who dwell within it, past, present, and future, will be lost." Emma's breath caught. The broken piece. What is it? How do I fix it? The collector extended a shadowy hand, gesturing toward a shelf nearby. Emma hesitated, then approached cautiously. A single jar sat there, its glow dim and flickering. Unlike the others, this one was cracked, its surface marred by jagged lines. The shadows inside churned violently, as if trying to escape. "This jar," the collector said, "contains the fragment you gave up long ago. You don't remember, but it was taken to protect you, to shield you from a truth you couldn't face. Now you must reclaim it." Emma stared at the jar, her pulse racing. The thought of touching it filled her with dread, but the pull was undeniable. "What happens if I take it?" The collector's voice darkened. "You will see what was hidden. You will feel what was lost. But beware. Some truths can destroy." Emma's hand trembled as she reached for the jar. The moment her fingers brushed the cracked surface, a surge of cold energy shot through her, and the cavern vanished in an instant. She was no longer in the dreamscape, but standing in the middle of a stormy sea. Waves crashed around her, the water impossibly black, reflecting flashes of lightning from a sky torn by cracks of light. In the distance, she saw a small rowboat, its lone occupant a child, her younger self. The child was crying, clutching a glowing jar tightly to her chest. As Emma approached, the storm intensified, the winds howling with voices that were eerily familiar. They whispered words of fear, regret, and despair, all echoing from the deepest corners of her mind. "Why did you leave me?" the child cried, her voice breaking. "Why did you let them take it?" Emma's heart ached as she knelt before the child. "I didn't know. I didn't understand." The child's tear-streaked face twisted into something darker, her eyes glowing with the same eerie light as the jar. "But you chose to forget. You let them take the dream, the memory, the truth. Now you must face what you've hidden." The jar in the child's hands cracked, and the storm surged violently. Emma's surroundings blurred, and she was pulled into another memory, not hers, but someone else's. She stood in a quiet room, where a woman sat in front of a mirror, brushing her hair. The woman's face was familiar, almost like Emma's, but older and worn with grief. In the reflection, Emma saw the shadow of the dream collector standing behind the woman. It raised a hand, and the woman froze, her face twisting in terror as the shadow reached into her chest and pulled out a glowing jar. Emma gasped, stumbling back. The vision shattered like glass, leaving her back in the cavern, the cracked jar now in her hands. It glowed faintly, the shadows inside calmer but still restless. "You've begun to remember," the collector said, stepping closer. "The dream you lost, the truth you gave up. You must reclaim it fully to restore the balance." Emma stared at the jar, her mind spinning with fragments of memories and emotions that didn't feel entirely her own. "What if I don't want to remember?" she whispered. The collector's presence loomed larger, its voice colder. "Then the dreamscape will collapse, and with it, the fragile barriers between your world and ours. Choose wisely, Emma. The cost of forgetting is far greater than the pain of remembering." The jar in her hands grew warmer, its glow intensifying as the shadows inside stilled. Emma knew the decision was no longer hers alone. Whatever lay within the jar was calling to her, demanding to be uncovered. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and prepared to open it. Emma's fingers trembled as they brushed the lid of the jar. The faint warmth emanating from it grew more intense, and the shadows within seemed to pause, as if anticipating her next move. The cavern was silent, the dream collector watching her with an unwavering stillness that only amplified the weight of her decision. She took a deep breath and twisted the lid. A flash of blinding light burst forth, enveloping her entirely. The jar slipped from her grasp, but she couldn't feel it hit the ground. The light was all-consuming, pulling her into a vortex of fragmented images, sounds, and emotions. It wasn't just a memory, it was a cascade of memories, all rushing back to her at once. She stood in a lush meadow, the air warm and fragrant with wildflowers. A child's laughter echoed nearby, and Emma turned to see a young girl, herself, no older than 6, chasing a butterfly with unbridled joy. Beside her was a man, tall and gentle-eyed, his laughter blending with the child's. Her father. The scene shifted abruptly, the meadow replaced by a darkened room lit only by a single flickering candle. Emma, now slightly older, sat on the floor clutching a jar identical to the one she had just opened. Her father's voice filled the room, calm but firm. "You must guard this dream, Emma. It is more precious than you know." Another shift. This time the air was heavy with fear. Her father stood in front of her, shielding her from something in the shadows. The figure, the dream collector, emerged, its presence colder and more malevolent than she'd ever felt before. "The dream is too powerful," the collector had said, its voice devoid of warmth. "It does not belong in the hands of a child." Her father argued, his voice shaking but resolute. "It is hers by right. You cannot take it." The collector's shadow extended, encircling them both. Emma felt her younger self clutch the jar tighter, her small hands trembling. The scene fractured, replaced by the overwhelming sensation of falling. The jar was pulled from her grasp, and her father's voice faded into the void. Emma gasped as the memories snapped back into place, leaving her kneeling on the cavern floor, the empty jar in her hands. The dream collector stood over her, its hooded form radiating an intensity that made her skin crawl. "You remember now," it said, its tone neither cruel nor kind. "The dream was taken to protect you, but protection comes at a cost." Tears streamed down her face as Emma looked at the empty jar. "You took it from me, and him. You left me with nothing." The collector's form shifted slightly, the shadows around it quivering. "He chose to give it up. He gave himself so that you could forget, so that the dream would not consume you." The weight of the revelation crushed her. Her father's sacrifice had erased the dream from her mind, but the cost had been far greater than she'd ever known. She felt an ache deep within her chest, a wound that had never truly healed. "Why now?" she demanded, her voice cracking. "Why bring it back after all this time?" "Because it is no longer safe," the collector replied. "The dream has grown unstable, its power threatening to tear the barriers apart. It must be reclaimed, controlled, and restored to its rightful owner." Emma looked at the empty jar, its faint glow now gone entirely. "And if I fail?" The collector's shadows expanded, darkening the cavern. "Then the dream will devour not just you, but all who dwell within its reach." A low rumble echoed through the space, and Emma felt the ground beneath her shift. The jars lining the shelves began to flicker, their light dimming one by one. The collector turned toward the shelves, its voice sharp. "The unraveling has begun. You must act now." Emma scrambled to her feet, her heart racing. "How do I stop it? What do I need to do?" The collector extended its shadowy hand, and the jar she had opened began to repair itself, the cracks sealing with an eerie, shimmering light. Take the jar. Enter the final dream. Face what lies within. Before Emma could ask another question, the cavern around her dissolved into darkness. She was standing in her bedroom again, the jar glowing brighter than ever on her nightstand. The whispers were gone, replaced by a low, rhythmic hum that resonated in her chest. Her phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up, expecting another cryptic message, but the screen displayed a simple command: sleep. Emma climbed into bed, clutching the jar tightly. She closed her eyes, and the hum grew louder, pulling her into a dream unlike any she'd experienced before. This time, she wasn't a passive observer. She was in control. The final dream awaited, and with it, the answers she had been chasing, and the truth she had feared to face. The moment Emma drifted into sleep, she found herself standing in a vast, empty void. The ground beneath her feet was smooth, reflective, and stretched endlessly in all directions, like a dark mirror. Above her, an inky sky churned with faint glimmers of light, swirling and twisting like distant galaxies being devoured by shadows. The jar in her hands pulsed with a steady rhythm, its glow brighter than ever, illuminating the void around her. She could feel its weight more acutely now, not just physical but emotional, like it carried every fragment of her fears, her regrets, and the choices she couldn't take back. Ahead of her, the darkness began to shift. Slowly, a doorway materialized, carved from the same reflective surface as the ground. Its frame shimmered faintly, etched with symbols that seemed to ripple as though alive. The jar's glow intensified, and Emma knew this was the threshold to the final dream. Steeling herself, she stepped through. The scene on the other side was nothing like she expected. She was back in her childhood home, the cozy living room bathed in the warm glow of a crackling fireplace. The air smelled of her father's favorite tea, and the faint scent of pine from the freshly cut tree they decorated every winter. For a moment, it felt comforting, almost safe. But then she noticed the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind. It was oppressive, heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. The jar in her hands grew colder, and the shadows inside began to swirl violently, reacting to something unseen. A faint noise broke the stillness, a soft rhythmic tapping coming from the far end of the room. Emma turned, her breath catching in her throat. Sitting in her father's armchair was the shadowy figure she had seen so many times before, the dream collector. But this time, it wasn't cloaked in darkness. It wore her father's face. "Emma," it said, its voice gentle, yet tinged with something unearthly. "You've come back." She took a step closer, her voice shaking. "You're not him. You can't be." The figure tilted its head, the faint glow in its eyes flickering. "I am what remains, a fragment of what you lost, the dream you gave up, the truth you refused to see." The jar in her hands began to hum, resonating with the figure's presence. The shadows inside pressed harder against the glass, as if desperate to escape. Emma's grip tightened, her pulse quickening. "What truth?" she demanded. "What did I forget?" The figure stood, its movements slow and deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. "Do you remember why he gave up the dream? Why he chose to let you forget?" Emma's chest tightened as flashes of the meadow, the shadow, and her father shielding her came rushing back. "To protect me," she whispered. "He wanted to keep me safe." The figure nodded. "But safety comes at a cost. The dream didn't just hold a memory. It held your power. The piece of you that could stand against me, against what I am." Her heart raced as the realization hit her. You took it. You're the reason he had to make that choice." The figure's form began to shift, the edges of her father's face blurring into something darker, more grotesque. Its voice deepened, layered with malice. "He thought he could hide it from me. But dreams cannot be buried forever. They always find their way back. The jar's hum became a roar, vibrating so violently that Emma feared it might shatter in her hands. She could feel its energy surging, a primal force that demanded to be unleashed. The figure loomed closer, its shadow stretching across the room, swallowing the warm light of the fireplace. "You can open it," it hissed. "Release what's inside, but know this, once it's free, there's no going back." Emma's hands trembled as she stared at the jar. The weight of the decision bore down on her. If she opened it, she would face the full force of what had been hidden from her, the power and the truth her father had sacrificed himself to protect. If she didn't, the dreamscape, and possibly her very existence, would crumble under the figure's growing influence. The ground beneath her began to quake, cracks spreading across the floor as the walls of the house dissolved into darkness. The figure's laughter echoed around her, cold and unrelenting. "Choose, Emma," it said, its voice booming. "Open the jar and face the truth, or let the shadows consume everything." With a deep breath, Emma tightened her grip on the jar. The shadows inside swirled faster, the light growing so intense that it burned her palms. Her heart pounded as she whispered, "I won't let you win." She twisted the lid. The jar exploded with light, a blinding wave that swept through the void. The figure screamed, its form splintering as the light tore through it. Emma felt the force of the explosion knock her back, but instead of fear, she felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted from her mind. The light faded, and Emma found herself standing in the meadow again. But this time, it wasn't a memory. It was real. The air was warm, the grass soft beneath her feet. In the distance, she saw a figure waiting for her. It was her father. Tears filled her eyes as she ran toward him, the weight of the jar now gone. When she reached him, he smiled, his presence radiating a calm she hadn't felt in years. "You did it," he said, his voice full of pride. "You found the dream. You brought it back." Emma wiped her tears, her heart aching with both joy and sorrow. "I couldn't have done it without you." He placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch warm and grounding. "The dream is yours now. Use it wisely." Before she could say anything else, the meadow began to fade, and her father's form dissolved into light. Emma woke with a start, back in her bedroom. The jar was gone, but the warmth in her chest remained. She sat up, her heart steady, and her mind clear. The dream collector was gone, and the dreamscape was safe, for now. But Emma knew this was only the beginning of her journey. The power she had reclaimed was hers to protect, and the truth she had uncovered was one she would carry forever. Emma sat on the edge of her bed, her breathing steady, but her thoughts a torrent of emotions and unanswered questions. The jar was gone, but its absence left an imprint on her soul, as though it had never truly left. She glanced around her room, half expecting shadows to flicker or whispers to creep back into the corners, but the silence was absolute. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the air was still. She stood and moved to the window, her fingers brushing the frost-marked glass where the figure had first appeared. Outside, the streets of Halewood were quiet, the dawn sky painting the horizon in shades of soft pink and gold. It felt surreal, as though the entire ordeal had been nothing but a vivid dream. But the weight in her chest, the warmth left behind from the meadow, told her otherwise. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, breaking the fragile peace. Emma hesitated before picking it up, half expecting another cryptic message. Instead, it was a text from an unknown number, but this one was different. The words were simple, devoid of the eerie weight she had grown accustomed to. "You are the keeper now." She stared at the screen, her mind racing. The keeper. The words felt heavy, laden with responsibility she wasn't sure she understood yet. What did it mean? Was it over? Or had something far greater just begun? The house creaked faintly, the familiar sound grounding her in the present. She slipped on her coat and shoes, unable to stay in the confined space any longer. The fresh morning air hit her like a cleansing wave as she stepped outside, the chill biting at her skin. She walked aimlessly at first, her feet carrying her through the winding streets of Halewood until she found herself at the edge of the forest. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The forest had always held an air of mystery, but now it felt alive in a way Emma couldn't explain. It called to her, not with whispers or shadows, but with a quiet promise. The keeper, the dreamscape, the jar. It all felt connected to this place, as though the answers she sought lay within the depths of those trees. She hesitated, a mix of fear and curiosity bubbling in her chest. But as she took a step forward, she noticed something glimmering faintly at the forest's edge. She crouched down and brushed away the fallen leaves, revealing a shard of glass. It was from the jar, its surface etched with the same strange symbols from the book. Emma picked it up, the shard warm against her palm. A faint hum resonated from it, familiar and almost comforting. It wasn't over. Not yet. The dreamscape wasn't just a realm of nightmares and shadows. It was a world of untapped potential, of power waiting to be understood. She straightened, the shard still in her hand, and looked into the forest. Somewhere, deep within the heart of those trees, the next chapter of her story awaited. The keeper's journey was only beginning, and Emma, with her reclaimed dream and fractured memories, would have to face whatever came next. The forest whispered softly as she stepped inside, the light of the rising sun fading behind her. The moment Emma crossed into the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The air was dense, laden with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the canopy above seemed to fold in, dimming the daylight until it was no brighter than twilight. The shard of the jar hummed faintly in her hand, guiding her steps like a compass toward an unseen destination. As she ventured deeper, the world around her began to shift subtly. The forest seemed alive, its shadows bending and twisting as if watching her. The trees whispered, not in words but in sensations, curiosity, anticipation, and something deeper, older. Emma gripped the shard tighter, her resolve firm despite the unease prickling at her skin. She came to a clearing where the trees opened up to reveal a massive, ancient oak. Its trunk was wide enough to rival a small house, its roots sprawling outward like veins feeding the forest itself. Hanging from the lowest branch was a lantern, faintly glowing with the same light she had seen in the jars. Emma stepped closer, her breath catching as she saw symbols carved into the bark, symbols that matched those from the book and the jar. The lantern flickered, as if responding to her presence, and the shard in her hand began to resonate more intensely. "You've come," a voice said, low and resonant, reverberating through the clearing. Emma spun around, her heart pounding. A figure emerged from the shadows between the trees. It wasn't the dream collector, it was someone else, cloaked in robes that shimmered like the night sky. Their face was obscured, but their voice carried a weight of authority. "Who are you?" Emma asked, her voice steady despite the chill that crept down her spine. The figure tilted its head, the lantern's glow reflecting faintly off the edge of its hood. "A guide, of sorts. You've been chosen, Emma, but you already know that. The keeper is not just a title. It is a bond, a responsibility to protect what others cannot." Emma glanced at the shard in her hand, its glow pulsing in sync with the lantern. What does that mean? Protect what? The dreamscape? The figure's form seemed to ripple, as though it were part of the forest itself. The dreamscape is a realm of infinite possibilities, but also of great danger. It connects not just to your world, but to countless others. Without a keeper, its balance falters. and the nightmares that dwell within grow stronger. Emma's thoughts raced, her grip on the shard tightening. Why me? I didn't ask for this. I didn't even know it existed until the dream called you, the figure interrupted. The jar you carried as a child was not just a fragment of the dreamscape. It was a key, a link to this realm. Your father understood its significance, even if you did not. He chose to shield you, but the dream always finds its keeper. Emma swallowed hard, the weight of their words sinking in. She thought of the sacrifices her father had made, the shadowy figure, and the broken memories that had haunted her since the jar returned. She felt anger, grief, and an undeniable sense of purpose. "What happens if I fail?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, she saw their eyes, glowing faintly, reflecting endless galaxies. "If you fail, the dreamscape will collapse, and its nightmares will spill into your world and others. The balance will be lost, and the keeper will fall." The shard in her hand grew warmer, almost too hot to hold. The lantern above flared brightly, illuminating the clearing with an otherworldly glow. The figure gestured toward the oak tree. "The first step lies within. The path will test you, Emma. It will reveal the pieces of yourself you have tried to forget, the truths you fear to face. Only by confronting them can you claim your place as the keeper." Emma stared at the oak, its bark shimmering with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the lantern's light. The air around it pulsed with energy, and she could feel the pull drawing her closer. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. As her hand touched the tree, the world around her dissolved into light. She found herself standing in a vast expanse of stars, the ground beneath her a shimmering reflection of the sky above. Floating in the distance were jars, thousands of them, their light flickering like fireflies. Each one contained a fragment of a dream, a memory, a life. "You are the keeper now," the figure's voice echoed, though they were nowhere to be seen. "The dreamscape is yours to guard, but it will demand everything of you." The jars began to move, converging toward her, their light growing brighter. Emma felt the shard in her hand melt away, its energy merging with her very being. The dreams surrounded her, their whispers blending into a symphony of voices. For the first time, Emma understood their language. They spoke of hope and fear, of choices and sacrifices, of balance and chaos. They spoke of her. As the light enveloped her, Emma closed her eyes, letting the dreamscape's energy flow through her. She was no longer just Emma. She was the keeper, the guardian of the fragile balance between dreams and reality. And her journey was just beginning. The light around Emma began to fade, and the vast expanse of the dreamscape resolved into something more tangible. She stood now in a place that felt both infinite and intimate, a sprawling chamber made of glistening crystal and shadow. The air was charged with energy, humming softly like 1,000 whispered secrets. Jars floated around her in gentle orbits, each radiating its own unique light. They seemed to recognize her presence, their glow intensifying as they passed. Emma's chest tightened with the enormity of the task ahead. She was the keeper now, but what did that truly mean? She looked at the jars, at the lives and dreams they held. Each was a fragment of a story, some hopeful, others dark and burdened with sorrow. The weight of their collective existence pressed on her, a reminder of the balance she was sworn to protect. A voice broke the silence, low and familiar, echoing through the chamber. "You've taken the mantle, but the dreamscape is still fractured." Emma turned sharply, her heart racing. The figure who had guided her in the forest stood at the edge of the chamber, their forms shimmering as though they were part of the dreamscape itself. Their galaxy-filled eyes locked onto hers. "You've passed the first threshold," the guide continued, "but the balance is far from restored. The nightmares have already begun to spread, seeping into the fragile threads that bind the dreamscape to the waking world. Emma stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear bubbling beneath the surface. "Tell me what I need to do. How do I stop them?" The guide gestured toward the center of the chamber, where a large, fractured jar floated. It was unlike the others, its surface cracked and blackened, with shadows swirling violently inside. The sight of it made Emma's breath hitch. She could feel its energy from where she stood, dark and oppressive, radiating a cold that chilled her to the bone. "This is the source of the fractures," the guide said. "The nightmare core. It was once a vessel of pure dreams, but it was corrupted long ago. Its influence has grown, infecting the dreamscape and weakening its boundaries. To restore balance, you must repair it." Emma stared at the jar, her instincts screaming at her to stay away. "And how do I repair something like that?" The guide's voice softened. "By facing it. The core reflects the deepest fears, regrets, and doubts of those who come before it. You must enter it and confront what lies within. Only then can you cleanse it." Emma hesitated, the enormity of the task settling heavily on her shoulders. But she knew there was no turning back. She had come this far, and the dreamscape, and perhaps even the waking world, depended on her. She approached the nightmare core, its swirling shadows growing more agitated with each step. The air around it felt heavier, colder, and the whispers that emanated from it were sharp and dissonant, like nails scraping against her mind. Her hand trembled as she reached out, her fingers brushing the jar's surface. The moment she made contact, the world around her shattered like glass. Emma was plunged into darkness, but it wasn't the kind she had encountered before. This was a void filled with the echoes of screams and cries, a cacophony of anguish that clawed at her senses. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and she felt as though she were sinking into an endless abyss. Then, faintly, she saw it. A figure in the distance, small and alone, illuminated by a pale, flickering light. Emma moved toward it, her steps slow and labored as the shadows tried to pull her back. The closer she got, the clearer the figure became. It was her. Not the person she was now, but the version of herself from long ago. A child, sitting on the floor of her childhood home, clutching an empty jar to her chest. Her face was streaked with tears, her body trembling as she rocked back and forth. Emma knelt before her younger self, her heart aching at the sight. "It's okay," she said softly. "I'm here." The child looked up, her tear-filled eyes wide with fear. "They took it," she whispered. "They took the dream, and now it's gone. I'm all alone." Emma reached out, her hand gently brushing the child's shoulder. "You're not alone anymore. I remember now. I remember everything." The child's form flickered, and the shadows around them surged, taking shape. They coalesced into towering figures with hollow eyes, their presence suffocating and oppressive. They loomed over Emma and her younger self, their voices a twisted symphony of doubt and despair. "You are weak," they hissed. "You cannot fix what has been broken. You will fail, just as you always have." Emma's chest tightened, but she forced herself to stand. The warmth she had felt in the meadow returned, spreading through her like a beacon of light. She clenched her fists, her voice steady. "You're wrong. I'm not the scared child you tried to break. I'm the keeper now, and I won't let you win." The shadows lunged at her, but Emma stood firm. The warmth within her grew, radiating outward in a brilliant light that pushed the darkness back. The figures screamed as they dissolved into nothingness, their cries fading into silence. The void around her began to shift, the darkness peeling away to reveal the chamber once more. The nightmare core floated before her, its surface no longer cracked. The shadows inside had stilled, their violent chaos replaced by a soft, steady glow. Emma reached out, her hand steady as she touched the jar. It pulsed with light, and the warmth spread through her once more. The balance was restored. The guide's voice echoed through the chamber. You have done what few could. The dreamscape is whole again, but its future rests in your hands. The keeper's journey is never truly over. Emma nodded, her resolve solidified. She had faced her fears, reclaimed what was lost, and restored the dreamscape. But she knew this was only the beginning. As the keeper, her duty was to protect the fragile balance between dreams and reality, to guard the light against the encroaching darkness. With the nightmare core repaired, the jars around her glowed brighter, their collective light illuminating the chamber. Emma stood at the center, her heart steady and her purpose clear. The dreamscape was safe for now, but Emma was ready for whatever came next. As Emma stood in the glowing chamber, the pulsating hum of the jars reverberating through her very core, she felt a clarity she had never known before. The shards of her past, the weight of her father's sacrifice, and the power of the dreamscape all coalesced within her. The fractured nightmare had been mended, but the dreamscape remained vast and unpredictable. The guide materialized beside her once more, its form shimmering faintly as if caught between worlds. The nightmare core is stable, but the dreamscape is not without danger. Shadows linger in places you have yet to explore. Your role as keeper is to ensure balance, not just in this realm, but in the echoes that ripple into your world and others. Emma turned to face the guide, her voice steady. I understand the responsibility now, but tell me, what happens to the nightmares I've pushed back? Do they disappear, or are they waiting for another chance? The guide's galaxy-filled eyes flickered, as though contemplating the weight of her question. Nightmares do not vanish, Keeper. They are part of the balance, just as dreams are. But when controlled, they serve as reminders, as warnings to those who need them. They cannot be erased, but they can be contained. Emma's gaze drifted to the rows of jars floating around her, their light a delicate interplay of hope and shadow. And if the balance is disrupted again, the guide's tone grew somber, then the dreamscape will call you once more. The keeper is eternal, even if the keeper changes. The implication sent a shiver through Emma. She wasn't just guarding the dreamscape for herself, she was part of an endless lineage of keepers, each tasked with preserving this fragile realm. She nodded, accepting the truth. Then I'll be ready. The guide stepped back, its form beginning to fade. Your first trial is complete, but others will follow. The dreamscape is infinite, and its mysteries are boundless. You will face them, Keeper, because that is your purpose. The chamber began to dissolve around her, the light and energy folding into itself until Emma was once again standing in the forest. The ancient oak loomed before her, its roots glowing faintly, as though acknowledging her success. The forest was quieter now, its oppressive weight lifted, but Emma could still feel the hum of the dreamscape just beneath the surface of reality. She took a deep breath and turned to leave, her steps confident as she walked back toward the village. The dawn light broke through the trees, casting golden rays across the path. Halewood seemed untouched by the events that had transpired, the town quiet and serene as though nothing had changed. But Emma knew better. She could feel the dreamscape intertwined with the waking world, its presence subtle, yet undeniable. She passed by the old bookstore where the journey had begun, its boarded windows casting faint shadows across the cobblestones. For a moment, she stopped, staring at the door that had creaked open to reveal the dream collector. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, breaking her reverie. She pulled it out, expecting another cryptic message, but instead it was a simple text from an unknown number. It read, "The dreamscape remembers its keeper." Emma smiled faintly, slipping the phone back into her pocket. As she walked through the village, she noticed the subtle changes, the brightness in the eyes of the people she passed, the lightness in the air. They didn't know what had happened, but they felt its effects. The nightmares had receded, and peace had returned, however briefly. When she arrived home, she sat at her kitchen table, her gaze falling on the empty space where the jar had once rested. Her fingers brushed the tabletop, and for the first time in days, she felt a sense of calm. But deep within, she knew the dreamscape's call would come again. There were other fragments, other jars, and other nightmares waiting to test her resolve. The keeper's journey was never truly over. For now, though, Emma allowed herself to rest. The weight of the dreamscape no longer a burden, but a part of her. The keeper of dreams and nightmares had awakened, and she was ready for whatever lay ahead. As Emma settled into her newfound calm, the world outside her small home seemed unusually still. The air carried a quiet hum, a faint vibration that she now recognized as the pulse of the dreamscape. She had been irrevocably connected to it, and though the immediate danger had passed, she knew that her responsibilities had only begun. Days turned into weeks, and the village of Halewood returned to its serene rhythm. Yet, Emma could feel subtle shifts, moments where reality and the dreamscape seemed to brush against each other. It was in the way shadows lingered a little too long, in the flicker of light that felt like a whispered message, and in her dreams, which were no longer hers alone. One evening, as Emma sat by her window, staring at the fading light of the day, the hum in her chest grew stronger. She placed her hand over her heart, as if trying to steady it, but the sensation didn't fade. Instead, it intensified, and with it came a familiar pull, an invitation, or perhaps a warning. Her phone buzzed on the table. This time, the message was different. It read, "The keeper's path begins anew. Come to the forest." Emma's pulse quickened. She had known this moment would come, yet the anticipation was no less daunting. She grabbed her coat and stepped outside, the cool night air sharpening her senses. The village was quiet, the houses dark as their inhabitants rested. She walked through the cobblestone streets, her steps guided by an unseen force, until she reached the edge of the forest. The trees seemed taller, darker than before, their shadows weaving into one another like a tapestry of secrets. The hum in her chest became a steady rhythm, pulling her deeper into the woods. She followed without hesitation, her path illuminated by faint glimmers of light that danced like fireflies. As she ventured further, the forest opened into a clearing she hadn't seen before. At its center stood a monolithic structure, an ancient stone archway carved with the same symbols that had adorned the jars and the nightmare core. The air around it was heavy, vibrating with energy. Emma approached cautiously, her eyes scanning the intricate carvings. The symbols seemed to pulse in time with the hum in her chest, as if the archway recognized her. As she reached out to touch it, a voice echoed from the shadows. "You've returned, Keeper." Emma turned sharply, her eyes landing on a figure emerging from the darkness. It wasn't the guide, nor the dream collector, but something else entirely. The figure was shrouded in a cloak of shifting light, its form translucent yet solid, like a dream brought to life. "Who are you?" Emma asked, her voice firm. "I am a watcher," the figure replied, its voice neither male nor female, but resonant and melodic. "We are the guardians of the paths between realms, and you, Keeper, are at a crossroads." Emma felt the weight of its words. "What crossroads?" The watcher gestured toward the archway. "This gateway leads to the nexus of dreams, the heart of the dreamscape. It is where the most powerful fragments reside, but it is also where nightmares gather strength. As Keeper, it is your duty to ensure the balance within the nexus." Emma's stomach churned. "And if I don't?" "The nexus will collapse," the watcher said simply. "Its destruction would ripple across realms, tearing through the fabric of dreams and reality alike. The nightmare you faced was but a fragment of what resides within." Emma swallowed hard, her resolve hardening. Then I'll go. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the dreamscape. The watcher stepped aside, its form shifting with the light. The Nexus will test you, Keeper. It will show you truths you are not ready to face and offer you choices that carry heavy consequences. Proceed only if you are certain. Emma nodded, her hand brushing the archway's surface. The stone was warm beneath her fingers, and as she stepped through, the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. When the swirling chaos settled, Emma found herself standing in a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. The sky above was a tapestry of shifting colors, and the ground beneath her feet was a shimmering mosaic of glass and light. Towers of jars rose like crystalline spires, their contents glowing with dreams and memories. But in the distance, a storm brewed, dark clouds swirling with flashes of crimson lightning. The air crackled with tension, and Emma could feel the oppressive weight of the nightmares gathering. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. The Keeper's journey was far from over, and the dreamscape's greatest challenges awaited her in the Nexus. The air within the Nexus was alive, crackling with a chaotic energy that pressed against Emma's every sense. Each step she took felt heavier than the last, as though the realm itself was testing her resolve. The crystalline ground beneath her feet reflected fragments of dreams, images of faces, places, and moments frozen in time. She recognized some as her own, fleeting glimpses of her childhood and her father's voice, but others were foreign, haunting, and unfamiliar. In the distance, the dark storm loomed larger, the flashes of crimson lightning illuminating a jagged horizon. The jars stacked in towering spires trembled as the storm's energy rippled through the realm, their light flickering erratically. Emma instinctively reached out toward one of the jars, but the moment her fingers brushed its surface, a vision exploded in her mind. She was standing in a small, dimly lit room. A man sat at a table, his face buried in his hands, his shoulders trembling with silent sobs. On the table before him was a jar, its glow faint and faltering. A shadow loomed behind him, whispering inaudible words that filled the room with an oppressive weight. The man's despair was palpable, suffocating, and Emma could feel it as if it were her own. The vision ended abruptly, leaving Emma breathless and disoriented. She stumbled back, her heart pounding. The jar she had touched now glowed brighter, its light steady once more. The storm ahead seemed to react to her action, its crimson lightning intensifying, and a low, resonant hum filled the air. "You've awakened a fragment," a voice said from behind her. Emma spun around, finding the watcher standing at the edge of the spire of jars. Its form shimmered faintly, its galaxy-filled eyes fixed on her. Each jar holds a piece of the Nexus's balance. Some are dreams, others nightmares, and all are connected to those who dream them. "What did I just see?" Emma asked, her voice trembling. "A memory," the watcher replied, stepping closer. "A fragment of a life shaped by dreams and shadows. You have the power to restore these fragments, but doing so will draw the attention of the storm." Emma glanced toward the storm, its dark tendrils reaching ever closer. "What is the storm?" "The remnants of the nightmare core," the watcher said. "Though you repaired it, its influence lingers. The storm feeds on imbalance, on fragments left unresolved. It will not stop until the Nexus and the dreamscape are consumed." Emma clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. "Then I'll face it. I won't let the dreamscape fall." The watcher inclined its head. "To face the storm, you must first restore the fragments. Each one you awaken will strengthen the Nexus and weaken the storm's hold. But be warned, restoring them will challenge you. They will reveal truths that may shake your very foundation." Emma nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "Show me what I need to do." The watcher gestured to the spire of jars. begin here. Choose wisely, for each jar carries a burden, and the order in which you awaken them will shape your path. Emma stepped forward, her gaze scanning the jars as they pulsed faintly in the storm's rhythm. Her eyes settled on one near the center of the spire, a jar whose light flickered between gold and shadow. It seemed to call to her, its presence both alluring and foreboding. She reached out and lifted the jar, its weight heavier than she expected. The moment she cradled it in her hands, the nexus around her faded, and she was pulled into another vision. This time, she stood in a bustling marketplace. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and bartering, but beneath it all was an undercurrent of tension. A young woman darted through the crowd, clutching a jar similar to Emma's. She glanced over her shoulder, her face pale with fear. The shadows in the crowd moved unnaturally, converging on the woman as she weaved through the stalls. Emma followed instinctively, her heart pounding as the shadows grew darker and more aggressive. The woman tripped, falling to her knees, and the jar slipped from her grasp. It rolled across the cobblestones, its light dimming. The shadows pounced, swallowing the jar and the woman in an instant. The market dissolved into silence, and Emma was left standing alone, the vision collapsing around her. When she returned to the nexus, the jar in her hands glowed steadily, its light brighter than before. She placed it back in the spire, where it seemed to fuse with the others, sending a ripple of light outward. The storm roared in response, its crimson lightning striking the ground closer now. Emma turned to the watcher, her voice resolute. "I'll restore them all, whatever it takes." The watcher stepped back, its form blending into the shifting light of the nexus. "Your resolve will be tested, Keeper. The storm grows stronger with every fragment you awaken, but so too will the nexus." Emma faced the towering spires, the jars glowing faintly in the storm's ominous light. The path ahead was daunting, but she was no longer afraid. She had chosen to become the Keeper, and she would face whatever nightmares the dreamscape held. With a steady breath, she reached for the next jar. The next jar pulsed faintly in Emma's hands, its light flickering erratically as if resisting her touch. She braced herself, the memory of the last vision still vivid in her mind. The storm rumbled in the distance, the crimson lightning streaking closer with each moment. Emma steeled herself and focused on the jar, its weight heavier than it appeared. As her fingers tightened around its surface, the nexus dissolved again, and she was pulled into another vision. This time, she stood on the edge of a vast, wind-swept cliff. Below her, the ocean churned violently, its waves crashing against jagged rocks with a deafening roar. A man stood near the cliff's edge, his back to her, his posture rigid with tension. He held a jar, its glow muted and weak, as though it had been drained of its vitality. Emma approached cautiously, the wind tearing at her hair and clothes. The man didn't turn, but his voice carried clearly over the chaos. "I thought I could save her," he said, his tone heavy with regret. "I thought this would be enough." Emma stopped a few steps behind him. "Who are you talking about? What happened?" He turned slowly, and Emma's breath caught in her throat. His face was hollow, his eyes sunken and rimmed with shadow. The jar in his hands pulsed weakly, as if mirroring the faint light in his gaze. "She gave up everything for me, her dreams, her hopes, and I couldn't even protect her." The wind grew stronger, the ocean below surging higher, as though feeding off the man's anguish. Emma stepped closer, her voice firm. "You can't change the past, but you can let it go. The dreamscape isn't meant to carry this kind of pain forever." The man shook his head, his grip on the jar tightening. "This pain is all I have left of her. If I let it go, then she's truly gone." The ground beneath them trembled, and the cliff began to crumble. Emma reached out, her hand on the man's shoulder. "She's not gone. Her dream still exists, and you're keeping it alive by holding on. But if you don't let the dreamscape take it back, It will consume you. Tears welled in his hollow eyes, and for a moment, his grip loosened. The jar in his hands glowed faintly, its light growing steadier. The storm below seemed to retreat, the ocean calming slightly. He extended the jar to Emma, his voice barely above a whisper. Take it. If she's still out there, let her dream live on. Emma accepted the jar, its warmth spreading through her hands. The vision began to dissolve, the man and the cliff fading into light as she was pulled back into the nexus. The jar she held now glowed brightly, its light merging with the spire as she placed it alongside the others. The storm roared again, its energy growing more chaotic. The Watcher materialized nearby, its voice calm but urgent. The storm is responding to your actions, Keeper. Each fragment you restore weakens its grip on the Nexus, but it also fights harder to survive. Emma wiped the sweat from her brow, her resolve unshaken. Let it fight. I'm not stopping. The jars in the spire shimmered in unison, their light casting intricate patterns across the Nexus's crystalline surface. Emma turned her attention to the next jar, its glow faint and steady, as though waiting for her. She reached for it, her fingers brushing its surface, and the world shifted once more. This vision was darker, the air thick and heavy with despair. Emma stood in a room dimly lit by a single candle. A woman knelt in the center, her hands clutching a broken jar. The shards were scattered around her, and shadows writhed along the walls, whispering accusations and fears. Emma approached slowly, her voice gentle. What happened here? The woman looked up, her face streaked with tears. I couldn't hold it together. I tried, but it shattered. The dream, my dream, it's gone. Emma knelt beside her, her gaze falling to the shards. The shadows hissed louder, their voices weaving a tapestry of doubt and guilt. You haven't lost it, Emma said. The fragments are still here. They just need to be mended. The woman shook her head, her hands trembling. I don't know how. I'm too broken. Emma reached out, placing her hand over the woman's. You're not broken. You're stronger than you think. Let me help. The shadows recoiled as Emma gathered the shards, their sharp edges glowing faintly in her hands. The woman's breathing steadied, and together they pieced the jar back together. As the last fragment clicked into place, the jar began to glow brightly, its light banishing the shadows entirely. The woman's face softened, a flicker of hope returning to her eyes. Thank you, she whispered, her voice steady for the first time. The vision faded, and Emma was back in the Nexus. The jar in her hands glowed with renewed light as she placed it in the spire. The storm surged violently, but Emma stood firm, her determination unwavering. She turned to the Watcher, her voice resolute. How many more? The Watcher's form flickered, its voice calm but grave. Enough to tip the balance. The Nexus depends on you, Keeper. Each fragment restored strengthens the dreamscape, but the storm will not relent until it is defeated. Emma nodded, her gaze fixed on the towering spires. The storm's energy crackled around her, but she was no longer afraid. She had faced the shadows, mended the fragments, and reclaimed the dreamscape's light, and she would keep fighting until the balance was fully restored. With renewed purpose, she reached for the next jar, ready to face whatever truth it held. The next jar Emma lifted felt heavier than the rest, its surface cold to the touch. Unlike the others, its light flickered weakly, a pale, almost sickly glow that seemed to shrink from her. The hum of the storm intensified around her, and she braced herself for the pull of another vision. As her fingers tightened around the jar, the Nexus dissolved again, plunging her into darkness. When her surroundings solidified, Emma found herself in an abandoned theater. The air was thick with dust, and the faint scent of mildew clung to the velvet seats and crumbling walls. The stage at the far end was illuminated by a single eerie spotlight. In the center stood a lone figure, a young boy no older than 10, clutching a jar tightly to his chest. Emma stepped cautiously down the aisle, the creaking floorboards beneath her feet echoing in the cavernous space. The boy's shoulders were hunched, his head bowed as he murmured softly to the jar. The words were indistinct, but they carried a heavy weight of sorrow and fear. "Hey," Emma called out gently, not wanting to startle him. "What are you doing here?" The boy's head snapped up, and Emma froze. His eyes were hollow, his face pale and streaked with tears. "It's broken," he said, his voice trembling. "I can't fix it." Emma moved closer, her steps slow and deliberate. "Let me see it," she said softly. "Maybe I can help." The boy clutched the jar tighter, his knuckles white. "No. If I give it to you, they'll come back. They'll take everything again." The theater groaned around them, the shadows along the walls twisting unnaturally. Emma's heart quickened as the storm's energy seeped into the vision, its crimson light flashing through the cracks in the walls. She crouched to meet the boy's gaze. "Who's coming? What did they take?" He shook his head violently, tears streaming down his face. "Everything. My dreams. My family. They took it all. And now, this is all I have left." Emma reached out, her voice calm despite the rising tension. "I know it feels that way, but holding on to the jar won't bring them back. If you let me help, we can fix it. We can make it whole again." The boy hesitated, his grip loosening slightly. The jar in his hands flickered, its light dim but steady. "You promise?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Emma nodded. "I promise." The boy extended the jar, his small hands trembling as he passed it to her. The moment it left his grasp, the shadows in the theater surged forward, their forms twisting into grotesque shapes. They shrieked, their voices filled with rage and hunger as they lunged toward Emma and the boy. Emma gripped the jar tightly, its light growing brighter with her touch. She stepped in front of the boy, her body shielding him as she held the jar high. The light flared, pushing the shadows back, their screams dissolving into silence. When the chaos subsided, the theater was empty, the air still and quiet. The boy looked up at Emma, his hollow eyes now filled with warmth and relief. "Thank you," he said, his voice steady. The vision faded, and Emma was back in the nexus. The jar in her hands glowed brilliantly now, its warmth radiating through her. She placed it in the spire, its light merging with the others in a ripple of energy that spread outward. The storm howled in response, its tendrils lashing out wildly. Crimson lightning struck the spire, but the jars held firm, their combined light pushing back the storm's fury. Emma turned to the watcher, her voice unwavering. "How much longer can the storm hold on?" The watcher stepped forward, its galaxy-filled eyes narrowing. "The storm is weakening, Keeper. Each fragment you restore strengthens the nexus, but the storm's core remains intact. To end this, you must face it directly." Emma's gaze shifted to the heart of the storm, where its energy coiled and churned with relentless fury. The air around it shimmered with heat and power, the very fabric of the nexus bending under its force. "Then I'll face it," she said, determination etched into her voice. "I've come this far. I'm not stopping now." The watcher inclined its head. "Be warned, Keeper. The storm's core will show you your greatest fears, your deepest regrets. It will test the very foundation of who you are." Emma nodded, her fists clenched. "I'm ready." She took a step toward the storm, its crimson light bathing her in a fiery glow. The jars in the spires pulsed in unison, their light following her as if lending her strength. The storm roared louder, its tendrils lashing out, but Emma pressed forward, unyielding. As she reached the edge of the storm, the watcher's voice echoed behind her. "You carry the light of the dreamscape within you, Keeper. Trust it. Trust yourself." Emma stepped into the storm, the world around her dissolving into chaos. The wind tore at her, the crimson lightning crackling around her, but she held firm. Deep within the swirling tempest, she could see the storm's core, a massive, pulsating sphere of shadow and fire. It seemed alive, its surface writhing with faces and forms that screamed and writhed in agony. Emma's breath caught as she recognized one of the faces. It was her own. The storm's voice boomed around her, low and menacing. "You cannot defeat me, Keeper. I am every fear you've buried, every failure you've hidden. I am you." Emma took a deep breath, her heart pounding. She gripped the warmth of the dreamscape's light within her, refusing to let the storm's words shake her. "You're wrong," she said, her voice steady. "You're a part of me, but you don't define me." The storm howled in rage, its tendrils striking out, but Emma stood firm. She reached toward the core, her hand glowing with the light of the jars she had restored. As her fingers touched the surface, the storm's energy recoiled, the darkness splitting open. The faces within the core screamed, their voices blending into a cacophony of anguish and desperation. Emma closed her eyes, focusing on the light within her. "You are not my end. You are my beginning." With those words, the storm's core shattered, its energy exploding outward in a blinding wave of light. The darkness dissolved, the crimson lightning fading into nothingness. The nexus grew quiet, its crystalline surface glowing with renewed brilliance. Emma opened her eyes, her chest heaving. The storm was gone. The balance was restored. She stood at the center of the nexus, the jars glowing in harmony around her. The Watcher appeared beside her, its form steady and calm. "You have done what many could not, Keeper. The storm is vanquished, and the dreamscape is whole once more." Emma nodded, exhaustion and triumph washing over her. "What happens now?" The Watcher's galaxy-filled eyes met hers. "The dreamscape will call upon you when it is needed. For now, Keeper, rest. You have earned it." Emma smiled faintly, the weight of her journey finally lifting. As the nexus faded around her, she felt herself returning to the waking world, her heart steady and her purpose clear. She was the Keeper, and the dreamscape was safe, for now. Emma awoke in her bed, her body heavy but her mind alight with clarity. The hum of the dreamscape was quieter now, a faint and soothing rhythm instead of the oppressive pull she had felt for so long. The storm was gone, its chaos silenced, and the jars she had restored glowed faintly in the corner of her thoughts, a reminder that the balance was hers to guard. The morning sunlight filtered through her window, casting soft golden patterns across her room. For a moment, it all felt like a distant dream, one that could have been forgotten in the haze of waking. But the warmth in her chest, the connection she now carried with the dreamscape, made it clear that it had been real. Every moment, every trial had led her to this point. She sat up, stretching her arms and breathing deeply. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand and she reached for it instinctively. A single message waited for her from an unknown number. "The Nexus is whole. You are its keeper. But the dreamscape is endless, and shadows always linger." Emma stared at the words for a long moment before setting the phone down. She knew what the message meant. Though the immediate danger had passed, her work was far from over. The dreamscape was vast, its connections to the waking world fragile and intricate. She would always be its guardian, its balance always at risk of tipping. Outside her window, Halewood looked serene, its streets quiet under the soft light of dawn. The villagers went about their lives, blissfully unaware of the storm that had threatened not just their dreams, but their very reality. Emma felt a pang of gratitude for their ignorance. She carried the burden so they wouldn't have to. As she stepped outside, the crisp morning air filled her lungs, grounding her. She walked through the cobblestone streets, her gaze falling on familiar places: the bookstore, the forest's edge, the clearing where the ancient oak stood. These places held pieces of her journey, fragments of a story that would never leave her. Her footsteps carried her to the forest, without conscious thought. The trees seemed calmer now, their shadows no longer heavy with unseen eyes. As she reached the clearing, the ancient oak stood tall and proud, its roots pulsing faintly with the energy of the dreamscape. Emma placed a hand on its bark, feeling the connection between herself and the realm she now protected. "You'll call me again, won't you?" she murmured, a faint smile tugging at her lips. The forest answered with a soft breeze, rustling the leaves as though in agreement. Emma took a deep breath and turned away, walking back toward the village. She didn't know when the dreamscape would need her again, but she would be ready. The keeper's journey was never truly over. As she returned to her small home, the hum of the dreamscape faded into the background, allowing her a rare moment of peace. She brewed a cup of tea, savoring the quiet as she gazed out the window. The sun climbed higher, casting warmth over the village, and for the first time in weeks, Emma felt a sense of calm. The dreamscape might call her again, but for now, she could rest. She was the keeper, and she was ready for whatever came next. Emma's days returned to a semblance of normalcy, though her connection to the dreamscape remained ever present. The hum of its energy was now part of her, a constant reminder of her role as the keeper. She learned to live with it, to tune into its quiet rhythm without letting it overwhelm her. But the peace never lasted long. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village of Halewood settled into the quiet of night, Emma felt it, a subtle shift in the air, like the faintest ripple disturbing still water. It wasn't the oppressive pull of the storm, nor the chaotic hum of broken fragments. This was something different, something that called to her without urgency, but with purpose. She stepped out of her house, the cool night air wrapping around her like a familiar cloak. The forest loomed in the distance, its shadows stretching long under the pale light of the moon. The hum in her chest grew stronger as she walked toward it, her steps guided by instinct rather than thought. The trees seemed to part for her as she entered the woods, their branches swaying gently in a wind she couldn't feel. She followed the path until she reached the clearing where the ancient oak stood, its roots glowing faintly with the dreamscape's energy. But this time, she wasn't alone. A figure stood at the base of the tree, its silhouette illuminated by the faint glow of the oak. It wasn't the watcher or the dream collector, but someone unfamiliar, a tall figure cloaked in white, their form shimmering faintly as though made of light itself. "You've come," the figure said, their voice soft but resonant, carrying an otherworldly echo. Emma stopped a few paces away, her hand instinctively resting over her chest where the dreamscape's warmth pulsed. "Who are you?" The figure turned, and Emma gasped. Their face was indistinct, shifting and glowing like a reflection on water, but their presence radiated calm and strength. "I am a sentinel," they said, "a guardian of the boundaries between realms." Emma's brow furrowed. "The boundaries, are they in danger again?" The sentinel's form flickered slightly, their voice growing solemn. "Not yet, but there are fractures forming, small, subtle. They are not the work of the storm you defeated, but something older, something buried deep within the dreamscape." Emma felt a chill run through her. "Older than the nightmare core?" The sentinel nodded. "The core was a manifestation of imbalance, but these fractures come from the foundations of the dreamscape itself. There is a presence stirring, one that predates the nexus. If it awakens fully, the dreamscape will unravel, and the waking world will fall with it." Emma took a deep breath, the weight of the words settling heavily on her shoulders. "What do I need to do?" The sentinel gestured to the oak, its bark shimmering faintly. "The nexus is stable for now, but to strengthen it, you must descend further into the dreamscape, beyond the nexus, into the veil." Emma's heart quickened. She had thought the nexus was the heart of the dreamscape, the source of its balance and power. What's the veil? The sentinel's glowing form grew brighter, their voice carrying a note of reverence. The veil is the dreamscape's origin, the place where all dreams and nightmares are born. It is older than memory, older than the keeper's lineage. It is both the source of creation and the cradle of destruction. Emma's breath hitched. And you want me to go there? Alone. The sentinel's form flickered again. You are the keeper, and only the keeper can traverse the veil. But you will not be entirely alone. The dreamscape will guide you, as will those whose fragments you have restored. Their strength flows through you now. Emma's mind raced, the enormity of the task ahead almost overwhelming. But she had faced her fears before, confronted the storm, and restored the nexus. She would face this new challenge, no matter the cost. The sentinel stepped aside, revealing a hollow at the base of the oak's massive trunk. The air around it shimmered, and Emma could feel the pull of the dreamscape intensify. Step through the hollow, the sentinel said. It will lead you to the veil. But be warned. The veil holds truths that may challenge everything you believe about the dreamscape, the keeper, and yourself. Emma hesitated for only a moment before nodding. I'll do whatever it takes. She approached the hollow, her heart pounding as she placed her hand on the glowing bark. The warmth of the dreamscape surged through her, and the world around her dissolved into light. When the light faded, Emma found herself standing in a place unlike any she had seen before. The veil stretched out before her, an endless expanse of shifting colors and forms, like a living tapestry of dreams and nightmares. The air buzzed with energy, and the ground beneath her feet pulsed like a heartbeat. Far in the distance, she saw a dark shape rising, massive and ancient, its form radiating a power that made the storm seem like a fleeting shadow. Emma took a deep breath and stepped forward, the keeper's light within her guiding her into the unknown. Emma's steps echoed faintly in the endless expanse of the veil. The ground beneath her feet shifted with every stride, sometimes firm like stone, other times soft like moss. The air shimmered with prismatic light, bending and warping as though the veil itself were alive, watching her, testing her resolve. She felt the hum of the dreamscape stronger here, vibrating in her chest like an ancient song. In the distance, the dark shape loomed larger with every step she took. It was neither solid nor entirely formless, a mass of shadow and light that pulsed with a rhythm she couldn't quite understand. Around it, tendrils of darkness snaked out, twisting through the veil like roots seeking to consume its vibrancy. As Emma drew closer, the hum in her chest turned into a discordant thrum, jarring and unsettling. Whispers began to fill the air, soft at first, then growing louder. They came from every direction, overlapping and indistinct, but each word carried a weight that pressed against her thoughts. You are not enough. This is not your place. Turn back, keeper. Emma stopped, closing her eyes against the noise. The whispers clawed at her mind, but she forced herself to breathe deeply, focusing on the warmth of the dreamscape within her. Slowly, the whispers faded, retreating into the edges of her awareness. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer alone. Figures emerged from the shifting light of the veil, spectral shapes that flickered like candle flames. Their forms were familiar, and as they drew closer, Emma's heart clenched. They were the people whose fragments she had restored, the man from the cliff, the woman in the dim room, the boy from the theater. Each one carried a faint glow, their presence both comforting and haunting. You've come so far, the man said, his voice steady but tinged with sorrow. But the veil is not kind. The truths here will break you if you let them, the woman added, her hands clasped tightly as though holding herself together. The boy stepped forward, his hollow eyes now filled with a quiet strength. But you're not alone. We're here because you gave us back our dreams. Emma nodded, her resolve hardening. Then let's face this together. The figures faded into the light, their presence merging with the hum of the dreamscape. Emma felt their strength flowing into her, a warmth that steadied her as she approached the dark shape at the heart of the veil. As she neared, the tendrils of darkness began to lash out, striking the ground and leaving jagged scars in their wake. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, but Emma pressed on, her light pushing back the shadows. The shape pulsed with a sudden intensity, and for the first time, Emma saw it clearly. It was a massive, ancient jar, its surface cracked and blackened like the nightmare core, but far larger and more imposing. The tendrils of darkness seeped from its cracks, spreading through the veil like poison. The whispers emanated from within, growing into a deafening roar as Emma approached. "This is the origin," a voice echoed in her mind, the sentinel's calm presence reaching her even here. The first fragment, the veil's heart. It is older than dreams, older than nightmares. To restore the veil, you must confront it. Emma hesitated, the weight of the jar's presence pressing down on her like a physical force. She could feel the darkness within it, an ancient and unrelenting force that radiated fear, doubt, and despair. But she could also feel something else, a faint flicker of light, buried deep within the shadows. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer, her hand outstretched. The tendrils lashed out, but the light within her pushed them back, clearing a path to the jar. As her fingers brushed its surface, the world around her dissolved, and she was pulled into its depths. Emma found herself in a void filled with swirling fragments of light and shadow. They moved around her like living memories, each one radiating emotions so intense they made her stagger. She saw glimpses of faces, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure. They weren't just memories of the dreamscape, they were the foundation of it, the essence of every dream ever created. In the center of the void stood a figure cloaked in shadow, its presence overwhelming. Its form shifted constantly, flickering between shapes and sizes, as though it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. "You cannot fix what is broken," the figure said, its voice a cacophony of tones. "The veil is chaos, keeper. You are order. We cannot coexist." Emma stepped forward, her light growing brighter with each step. "Chaos and order aren't enemies. They're part of the same balance." The figure laughed, a sound that echoed painfully through the void. "You think balance can be restored? The veil existed long before you keepers. It will exist long after you are gone." Emma stood her ground, her light pushing back the shadows that writhed around the figure. "Maybe it will, but not like this. The veil isn't meant to destroy. It's meant to create." The figure recoiled, its form flickering violently. "You will fail. The weight of the veil will crush you." Emma raised her hands, her light flaring to its fullest intensity. "I've faced the storm, the nexus, and every shadow you've thrown at me. I am the keeper, and I won't let you consume this place." With a scream of rage, the figure lunged at her, its form dissolving into pure shadow as it struck. Emma braced herself, her light holding steady as the shadows collided with her. The void around her exploded with light, fragments of memories and emotions swirling faster and faster until they merged into a single blinding point. When the light faded, Emma found herself standing once more before the jar. Its surface was no longer blackened and cracked. It glowed softly, its tendrils of darkness gone. The veil around her shimmered with renewed vibrancy, its colors brighter, and its hum steady and harmonious. The sentinel's voice echoed softly in her mind. "The first fragment is restored. The veil is whole. You have done what no keeper before you could." Emma placed her hand on the jar, feeling its warmth resonate with the light within her. She closed her eyes, a wave of calm washing over her. The veil was safe. its balance restored. For now. As Emma stood before the glowing jar, the realization of her accomplishment settled over her. The veil, the source of all dreams and nightmares, was no longer fractured. Its harmony reverberated through her, a soothing hum that eased the tension she had carried since stepping into the nexus. The sentinel appeared beside her, its form solid yet shimmering, as though the light of the veil itself animated its presence. "The veil owes you its gratitude, Keeper," it said, its voice soft but resonant. "You have done what no one else could. The first fragment is mended, and the dreamscape will endure." Emma turned to the sentinel, her chest swelling with both pride and exhaustion. Is it truly over? Or will there always be something more waiting in the shadows? The sentinel's galaxy-filled eyes seemed to flicker with wisdom and sorrow. "The veil is eternal, Keeper, as are the forces within it. There will always be imbalances, moments when light and shadow falter. That is why the dreamscape needs a keeper, to ensure it remains whole, no matter the trials." Emma nodded, the weight of her role pressing down on her once more. "And what about the shadows I faced here? That figure in the first fragment?" The sentinel stepped closer to the jar, its glowing hands tracing the surface with reverence. "That was not a singular entity, but a manifestation of the chaos inherent in the veil. It is neither good nor evil, but a reflection of the dreamscape's raw power. You did not destroy it, Keeper. You restored its balance." Emma felt a faint relief at the words, though a seed of unease lingered. The chaos within the veil had been subdued, but it hadn't vanished. She suspected it never truly could. "So, what happens now?" she asked, her voice steady. The sentinel gestured to the veil around them, its vibrant colors swirling like a living aurora. "The veil will mend itself in time, strengthened by your actions. The nexus will remain stable, its connections to the waking world secure. For now, Keeper, you may return to your world. Rest, for the dreamscape will call upon you again." Emma hesitated, her gaze fixed on the jar. Its light pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, a reminder of the balance she had fought to restore. She placed her hand on its surface one last time, feeling its warmth seep into her. "Thank you," she whispered, unsure if she was speaking to the sentinel, the veil, or the dreamscape itself. The sentinel raised its hand, and the veil began to shift around her, the vibrant colors folding into one another until they became a soft, blinding light. Emma closed her eyes, the hum of the dreamscape fading, as she felt herself being pulled back to the waking world. When she opened her eyes, she was in her bedroom once more. The faint glow of dawn seeped through the curtains, casting golden light across the familiar walls. Emma sat up slowly, her body heavy with exhaustion, but her mind clear. The hum of the dreamscape was quieter now, a distant rhythm that no longer pressed urgently against her thoughts. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, and she reached for it instinctively. A single message awaited her from the same unknown number. "The Keeper endures. The dreamscape remembers." Emma set the phone down, a small smile tugging at her lips. The words felt less like a warning and more like an acknowledgement of her place in the dreamscape. She had earned her title, and the realm she guarded recognized her. Outside her window, Halewood stirred awake. The quiet village showed no signs of the monumental battles fought within the veil, but Emma knew the dreamscape's balance had rippled through it, touching every corner of its existence. She rose, her steps steady as she moved through her home. The air felt lighter, freer, as though the shadows that had loomed over her since the journey began had finally lifted. As she stepped outside, the morning breeze carried the faint scent of dew and earth. The forest in the distance seemed calmer, its ancient trees swaying gently in the light wind. Emma walked toward the village square, her presence unnoticed by those bustling about their daily routines. For them, Life continued uninterrupted, untainted by the veil's struggles. It was better that way. She carried the burden so they wouldn't have to. Reaching the edge of the forest, Emma stopped and placed a hand on the bark of a towering oak. The faint hum of the dreamscape pulsed beneath her palm, a reminder that her journey as keeper was far from over. But for now, the veil was whole. The nexus was stable, and the waking world was safe. She turned back toward the village, the golden light of dawn warming her face. The keeper's duty would never end, but Emma was ready. Whatever came next, shadows, chaos, or light, she would face it, knowing that she was no longer just a dreamer. She was the keeper of the dreamscape. Emma carried the calm of the dawn with her as she returned to her home, yet the weight of her title lingered. The dreamscape was safe, but her bond to it was now an unbreakable thread woven into her existence. She could sense its rhythm beneath the surface of the waking world, faint but ever present, a reminder of the balance she was sworn to protect. As days passed, she fell into a routine that balanced her ordinary life with her extraordinary duty. By day, she worked and lived among the villagers. Her connection to them deepened by the knowledge that their peace depended on her vigilance. By night, she felt the dreamscape stirring softly in her chest, a subtle hum that reassured her of its stability. But Emma knew the dreamscape's quiet was never permanent. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village bathed in twilight, she felt it, a familiar shift in the air, faint but undeniable. The hum in her chest grew louder, resonating with an urgency that hadn't been there before. It wasn't chaos like the storm or the veils fracturing. It was a ripple, like the first tremor before a great quake. Emma stood at her window, her gaze fixed on the distant forest. The trees swayed gently, their shadows stretching long in the fading light. She felt the dreamscape calling to her again, its rhythm insistent but calm, as though urging her to prepare. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath. "Not yet," she whispered, her voice firm. "Give me time." The hum receded slightly, as if acknowledging her words. Emma stepped away from the window and began to gather her thoughts. She knew her role as keeper meant being ready for the unexpected, but this call felt different. It wasn't a direct threat. It was a warning, a reminder that the balance she'd fought to restore could shift again at any moment. Her phone buzzed on the table, and she picked it up, expecting another cryptic message. Instead, it was a text from one of the villagers, a simple question about the upcoming market festival. Emma smiled faintly, the normalcy grounding her in the moment. The dreamscape could wait for now. The waking world still needed her too. Over the following weeks, the subtle hum of the dreamscape remained steady, but Emma noticed small changes. Dreams in the village became more vivid, their echoes stronger in the air. She overheard villagers recounting strange but beautiful visions, fields of light, endless forests, and whispers of forgotten songs. The dreamscape was reaching into the waking world, not in danger, but as if testing its connection. One night, as Emma prepared for bed, she felt the hum intensify again. This time, it wasn't a warning or a call, it was an invitation. She sat on the edge of her bed, closing her eyes and letting the dreamscape's energy wash over her. It wasn't pulling her into danger, it was welcoming her, offering a space to explore, to understand. She lay down, letting her mind drift as the hum grew louder. The veil between the waking world and the dreamscape thinned, and Emma found herself standing in a familiar place. The nexus. The crystalline spires shimmered with a calm radiance, their jars glowing softly in unison. The air was peaceful, but beneath it, she felt a faint, unspoken tension. The sentinel appeared before her, its form steady and bright. "You've returned, Keeper." Emma nodded. The dreamscape called to me. What's happening? The sentinel gestured toward the jars. The balance is intact, but there are ripples, small disturbances that hint at something deeper. They are not threats, but they are not entirely benign. Emma frowned, stepping closer to the spires. The jars pulsed faintly, their light steady but subdued. What do you mean by disturbances? The sentinel's galaxy-filled eyes flickered. The dreamscape is vast, Keeper, and not all dreams are known to us. There are paths within the veil that even we cannot see, realms that stretch beyond the nexus. The ripples come from these unknown places. Emma's heart quickened. Do I need to investigate them? The sentinel tilted its head. Not yet. These ripples are merely echoes for now, but they remind us that the dreamscape is ever-changing. As Keeper, your vigilance must remain unwavering. Emma looked at the jars, their soft glow reflecting in her eyes. She felt the hum of the dreamscape more acutely now, its complexity unfolding within her like a living map. She could sense the paths the sentinel spoke of, faint threads leading into the unknown. I'll be ready, she said, her voice steady. When the time comes, I'll face whatever the dreamscape needs me to. The sentinel nodded, its form fading slightly as the nexus began to dissolve around her. Rest well, Keeper. The dreamscape will guide you when the time is right. Emma opened her eyes to the soft light of dawn filtering through her window. The hum of the dreamscape was quiet again, a steady rhythm that assured her of its stability. She rose, her resolve firm. The dreamscape was safe for now, but she knew her journey as Keeper was far from over. There were still paths to walk, truths to uncover, and shadows to face, and Emma would be ready for them all. As the days passed, Emma settled into the rhythm of her dual existence. Halewood carried on with its serene pace, the villagers unaware of the Keeper among them. Emma kept her connection to the dreamscape private, finding moments of quiet to reflect on the hum she now felt as an intrinsic part of herself. Yet the echoes of the dreamscape persisted, subtle but growing. Villagers began sharing tales of peculiar dreams, not nightmares, but vivid, uncanny experiences that lingered like a shadow at the edge of their waking thoughts. Some described wandering through endless corridors of light. Others spoke of meeting figures cloaked in shadow, whispering words they couldn't recall upon waking. Emma listened carefully, her concern deepening. The dreamscape's balance was intact, but these dreams felt like ripples spreading from something distant, something stirring in the unseen depths of the veil. Each story seemed connected, as if the dreamscape was trying to communicate through the villagers. One afternoon, as she walked through the bustling marketplace, a child approached her. The boy tugged at her sleeve, his wide eyes filled with wonder. "Miss Emma," he said, his voice trembling with excitement. "I had a dream last night. There was a big tree with golden leaves and it whispered my name." Emma knelt to his level, her heart skipping a beat. "A tree with golden leaves? What did it say to you?" The boy furrowed his brow, as if struggling to remember. "It said I was special, that I had to take care of the leaves so they wouldn't fall. But then it got really quiet, and I woke up." Emma placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "That's a beautiful dream. Thank you for sharing it with me." The boy smiled and ran off, leaving Emma with a strange sense of unease. She had heard of the golden tree before, in fragments of dreams she had encountered in the Vale, whispers of an ancient presence tied to the dreamscape's origins. But why was it reaching into the waking world now? What message was it trying to send? That night, as Emma prepared for bed, she felt the hum of the dreamscape shift again. This time, it wasn't a ripple or an invitation. It was a summons, stronger and more urgent than before. She lay down, closing her eyes as the hum enveloped her. pulling her into the nexus. The crystalline spires of the nexus were brighter now, their jars glowing with an intensity that filled the air with a faint hum. The sentinel stood waiting, its form flickering slightly as though affected by the dreamscape's restless energy. "You felt it too," Emma said, stepping forward. "The dreams, the whispers, they're getting stronger." The sentinel inclined its head. "Yes, Keeper. The echoes are no longer faint. They are converging. Something ancient stirs in the depths of the veil." Emma's chest tightened. "The golden tree. It's appearing in dreams. What does it mean?" The sentinel's galaxy-filled eyes seemed to flicker with unease. "The golden tree is not a dream. It is a fragment of the veil itself, a manifestation of its earliest power. It is said to hold the roots of all dreams and nightmares, connecting the dreamscape to every realm it touches." Emma's pulse quickened. "And now it's reaching out?" The sentinel nodded. "The tree's presence is a warning, Keeper. It awakens only when the balance is threatened in ways we do not yet understand. To protect the dreamscape, you must find it." Emma glanced at the spires, their light casting intricate patterns across the nexus. The task ahead was clear, but the uncertainty of what awaited her sent a shiver through her. "How do I reach it?" The sentinel gestured to the jars, their glow intensifying. "The tree resides beyond the nexus, in a place few have dared to tread. The dreams it has sent to your world are threads. Follow them, and they will lead you to its roots." Emma stepped closer to the spires, her gaze settling on the jars. She could feel their energy, each one resonating with fragments of the golden tree's whispers. "And if I don't find it?" she asked. The sentinel's voice grew solemn. "If the tree's message is ignored, its roots may wither, and the connection between the dreamscape and the waking world will begin to fray. The balance will crumble, Keeper." Emma nodded, her resolve hardening. "Then I'll follow the threads. I'll find the tree." The sentinel stepped aside, its form blending into the shifting light of the nexus. "The dreamscape will guide you, Keeper. Trust its whispers, and trust yourself." As Emma reached for the nearest jar, the nexus began to dissolve around her. The hum of the dreamscape grew louder, its rhythm pulling her into the unknown. When the world solidified again, she found herself standing at the edge of a vast forest, its golden leaves shimmering under an endless sky. The golden tree awaited her, its roots stretching deep into the veil, and with it, the answers she sought, or the challenges she feared. The forest of golden leaves stretched endlessly before Emma, its shimmering canopy casting soft, dappled light across the ground. Each leaf glowed faintly, as though alive with the energy of the dreamscape. The hum in her chest resonated with the air around her, guiding her steps as she ventured deeper into the forest. The stillness was unnerving. The forest was silent, except for the faint rustling of leaves that seemed to whisper her name, an eerie yet comforting acknowledgement of her presence. The path ahead twisted and shifted as though the forest itself was alive, guiding her toward its heart. After what felt like hours, Emma came to a clearing where the golden tree stood. It was massive, its trunk wider than any she had ever seen, its roots sprawling like veins across the ground. The golden leaves glimmered softly, their light illuminating the clearing in a warm, ethereal glow. But as Emma approached, she noticed something unsettling. Several of the leaves were dim, their light fading. The hum in her chest quickened, and she stepped closer, placing a hand on the tree's bark. It was warm and pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat. The moment she made contact, a voice echoed in her mind. Not a single voice, but a chorus, ancient and layered. "Keeper, you have come." Emma stiffened, her hand still against the bark. "Yes," she said, her voice steady. "You've been sending dreams to the waking world. Why? What's happening?" The tree's light flickered, and the voices grew softer, almost mournful. The balance falters, not from within, but from beyond. Threads unravel, keeper. The veil is whole, but the realms it binds are fraying. Emma's heart sank. Beyond the dreamscape, what could threaten it from the outside? The leaves rustled, their light dimming further. The roots of the dreamscape connect to all realms, keeper. Waking, dreaming, forgotten. A force stirs in the forgotten realms, seeking to sever the roots and consume the veil. Emma stepped back, her breath catching. The forgotten realms. The term sent a chill through her. She had heard whispers of them in the Nexus, places where dreams faded and never returned, where shadows gathered and light could not reach. How do I stop it? She asked, her voice firm despite the fear creeping into her thoughts. The tree's golden leaves shimmered faintly, their flickering light casting long shadows. You must mend the fraying threads, follow the roots to the forgotten realms, restore what has been severed. But beware, keeper, what is forgotten resists remembrance. The clearing grew darker, the air heavy with the weight of the tree's warning. Emma clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. I'll do whatever it takes. Show me where to go. The ground beneath the tree shifted, its roots parting to reveal a swirling portal of golden light. The hum in her chest intensified, pulling her toward the opening. The path will test you, the tree said, its voice echoing softly. But you carry the light of the dreamscape within you. Trust it, and it will guide you. Emma took a deep breath, stepping toward the portal. The golden light enveloped her, and the clearing dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and shadows. When the world settled, she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had seen before. The forgotten realms were a stark contrast to the dreamscape's vibrancy. The air was cold, the sky a deep, endless gray. The ground beneath her feet was barren, cracked and dry, as though the life had been drained from it. In the distance, she saw faint flickers of light. Threads, she realized, dim and frayed, stretching toward the horizon. Emma stepped forward, her light pushing back the oppressive darkness. The hum of the dreamscape was quieter here, its rhythm distant but steady. She knew she wasn't alone. Shadows moved at the edges of her vision, silent and watchful. As she followed the threads, the air grew heavier, the darkness pressing closer. The threads led her to a massive fissure in the ground, where the light seemed to end. Peering into the chasm, Emma saw roots dangling precariously, their once golden glow now faint and flickering. A low growl echoed from the depths of the fissure, and Emma stepped back instinctively. From the shadows emerged a figure, its form shifting and fragmented, as though it were made of broken pieces of the veil. Its eyes glowed faintly, filled with malice and hunger. You should not be here, it hissed, its voice sharp and grating. The forgotten realms are not for keepers. Emma stood her ground, the light within her flaring. I'm here to restore the threads. I won't let you destroy the dreamscape. The figure's fragmented form writhed, its laughter echoing through the chasm. Restore? Foolish keeper. These threads were severed long ago. They belong to us now. The shadows surged, and Emma braced herself, her light pushing back the darkness. The air crackled with tension as the figure lunged toward her, its fragmented form twisting unnaturally. Emma raised her hands, the warmth of the dreamscape's light radiating outward in a brilliant pulse. The figure shrieked, its form dissolving into shadows, but the fissure remained, its depths dark and unyielding. Emma approached cautiously, her light illuminating the severed roots. She reached out, feeling the weight of the dreamscape within her, and placed her hands on the frayed threads. The hum in her chest grew stronger, resonating through her as the threads began to glow faintly. Emma focused, her light weaving through the roots, mending the broken connections. Slowly the glow spread, and the fissure began to close, the ground stabilizing beneath her feet. When the threads were fully restored, the forgotten realms shifted. The air grew lighter, the oppressive darkness receding. Emma stood tall, her chest heaving, but her resolve unwavering. The light of the dreamscape had returned to this place. One thread mended, but many more awaited. Emma turned toward the horizon, where more faint threads stretched into the distance. Her journey through the forgotten realms had only begun. Emma stood at the edge of the now-healed fissure, her chest still resonating with the hum of the dreamscape. The light she had restored flickered briefly before stabilizing, weaving itself back into the fabric of the forgotten realms. But the weight of the threads she saw stretching endlessly into the horizon made her shoulders heavy with responsibility. The forgotten realms were vast, barren, and hostile. The shadows here were not the simple absence of light. They were alive, moving with intent, lingering at the edge of her vision. They seemed to watch, to wait. Each step she took into the expanse carried the risk of confronting more entities, like the fragmented figure from the fissure, guardians of the severed roots, or perhaps beings born of the chaos that had consumed this place. As she followed the faint glow of another frayed thread in the distance, the air grew colder. The ground cracked beneath her feet, the sound echoing unnaturally in the oppressive silence. The hum of the dreamscape was quieter here, almost as if this part of the forgotten realms resisted its presence. She approached the next thread, which dangled from a series of gnarled, blackened roots half buried in the ground. Its glow was weak, like a dying ember, and as Emma drew closer, she felt an overwhelming sadness emanating from it. She knelt beside the thread, placing her hand on it. A flood of emotions surged through her, loss, regret, and despair so profound that it nearly drove her to tears. The thread resisted her touch, its light flickering violently. This root wasn't just severed, it was clinging to a memory, a fragment too heavy to let go. Emma closed her eyes, letting the emotions wash over her as she sought the source of the pain. Suddenly, the air around her shifted, and the barren landscape dissolved into a vision. She stood in a room that was both familiar and strange, filled with broken jars and faint whispers. A woman sat in the center, her back to Emma, cradling a jar in her hands. The jar's light was almost extinguished, its glow faint and erratic. "Why did they leave?" the woman whispered, her voice trembling. "Why wasn't I enough to keep them here?" Emma stepped forward cautiously. "Who left? What happened?" The woman turned slightly, her face streaked with tears. "They forgot me. I gave them everything and they forgot. Now this is all that remains." Emma's heart ached at the despair in the woman's voice. "The dreamscape hasn't forgotten," she said gently. "Your dream still exists. It's part of this thread, part of the veil. But holding on to this pain is keeping it fractured." The woman clutched the jar tighter, her knuckles white. "If I let it go, it will disappear. It will be gone forever." Emma shook her head. "No. If you let it go, it can be mended. The dream will live again, stronger and brighter than before." The woman hesitated, her grip on the jar loosening slightly. "But what if it doesn't come back? What if it fades, like everything else?" Emma knelt beside her, placing a hand on the jar. "Trust me. The dreamscape remembers every fragment, no matter how small. Let me help you." For a long moment the woman sat in silence, her shoulders trembling. Then, with a deep breath, she released the jar, its faint light glowing brighter as it left her hands. Emma caught it gently, holding it close as the vision began to dissolve. When she returned to the forgotten realms, the thread in front of her pulsed with renewed energy. Emma placed the jar against the root, and its light flowed into the frayed thread, weaving it back into the fabric of the dreamscape. The ground beneath her steadied, and the oppressive air lifted slightly. She stood, her chest heaving with the effort of the restoration. The landscape shifted subtly, the faint glow of the mended threads spreading outward like veins of light. But the horizon remained vast, the journey far from over. Emma pressed forward, following the faint trails of light that led to more severed threads. Each thread carried its own story, its own pain and truth. Some required her to confront fragments of forgotten dreams. Others revealed memories so ancient and raw that they felt etched into the foundations of the dreamscape itself. With every thread she mended, the forgotten realms grew brighter, the oppressive shadows retreating further. But with each step deeper into the realm, the resistance grew stronger. The shadows no longer lingered passively. They began to move with intent, forming into shapes that blocked her path, their eyes glowing with faint malice. As Emma reached the next thread, a massive figure emerged from the shadows, its form towering and jagged. It resembled the fragmented being she had faced earlier, but this one was far more defined, its presence radiating power and hostility. "You meddle where you don't belong," it growled, its voice reverberating through the air. "The forgotten are ours. Leave, keeper, or be consumed." Emma stood her ground, the light within her flaring. "The forgotten belong to the dreamscape. You can't keep them." The figure roared, lunging toward her with clawed hands. Emma raised her arms, her light forming a barrier that clashed against the shadow. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the ground, and the thread behind her flickered dangerously. Emma gritted her teeth, focusing on the hum of the dreamscape. "I'm not leaving," she said, her voice steady. "I'll restore every thread no matter what you throw at me." The figure recoiled, its form writhing as Emma's light grew brighter. With a final surge of energy, she pushed the shadow back, its shape dissolving into the darkness. The thread behind her pulsed faintly, and Emma turned to place her hands on it. She felt the familiar warmth of the dreamscape as the thread mended, its light flowing into the surrounding roots. The forgotten realms grew quieter, the oppressive air lifting further. But Emma knew this was only the beginning. The shadows were growing more aggressive, and the path ahead would only become more treacherous. She looked to the horizon, where more threads glowed faintly in the distance. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, her light cutting through the darkness. The keeper's journey continued. With each step forward, Emma felt the strength of her role as the keeper deepen. The resistance of the forgotten realms made clear that this was no simple task of reconnection. It was a fundamental battle for the integrity of the dreamscape. Each thread restored not only illuminated the realm, but also reinforced her resolve. As she navigated through increasingly complex landscapes, the challenges grew. Shadow beings emerged more frequently, each encounter testing her understanding of the dreamscape's nature and her own inner strength. These beings, manifestations of forgotten fears and suppressed dreams, became more sophisticated, reflecting the complexities of the threads they guarded. One evening, as twilight enveloped the forgotten realms, Emma approached a vast, darkened gorge that cut through the landscape like a wound. The edges were fringed with faintly glowing threads, each one pulsing weakly, desperate for restoration. Across the gorge, the shadows coalesced into a massive, towering form, its presence so daunting that it seemed to absorb the light around it. "You trespass in the depths of forgotten dreams," the shadow entity boomed, its voice echoing off the walls of the gorge. "Why should the forgotten grant you passage?" Emma stood at the edge, her light a beacon in the darkness. "These dreams wish to be remembered. They are not yours to hoard in the shadows." The entity's laughter was like thunder rolling across the gorge. "What do dreams matter to those who have forgotten them? They are mere echoes of what once was." "Even echoes have their origin," Emma replied, her voice resolute. "And they deserve to resonate, not fade into silence." The entity paused, considering her words. "Very well, Keeper. If you so desire to reconnect these threads, you must first understand their essence. Pass my challenge, and you may proceed." Before Emma could respond, the air around her thickened, and she found herself enveloped in a heavy mist. When it cleared, She was no longer at the gorge but standing in the midst of an ancient, crumbling city. The buildings around her were dilapidated, their structures adorned with the remnants of beautiful frescoes that spoke of a forgotten splendor. In the center of the city, a large, cracked fountain stood, its basin dry. Around it, spectral figures roamed aimlessly, their forms flickering like unstable flames. Emma approached the fountain, her presence catching the attention of the figures. They turned towards her, their faces expressions of longing and despair. "These are the dreamers," a voice whispered, the entity's presence permeating the air. "They cling to the fragments of their dreams, unable to let go. Show them the way, and you may return to your path." Emma approached the first figure, a woman whose eyes flickered with the light of unshed tears. "What do you seek?" Emma asked, her tone gentle. "A place to rest," the woman murmured, her voice a distant echo. "A place where my dreams can flourish." Emma reached into the light within herself, extending a fragment of brightness towards the woman. "Look within your dream. What holds it back?" The woman closed her eyes, her form becoming more solid. After a moment, she opened them, clarity shining through. Fear, fear of the unknown. "Step into it," Emma encouraged. "Only through facing it can you find your rest." One by one, Emma guided each figure, helping them confront and understand the barriers within their dreams. Some faced fears, others confronted losses, and a few embraced forgotten joys. Each resolution strengthened the city around them, the frescoes gaining color and the buildings mending until the city looked restored, vibrant with the life of fulfilled dreams. When the task was complete, the mist gathered again, whisking Emma back to the gorge. The shadow entity awaited, its form now less imposing, more defined. "You have shown them the way," it acknowledged. "You may proceed, Keeper. But remember, each dream mended here impacts the dreamscape profoundly." With a nod of gratitude, Emma crossed the gorge, each step fortified by the experiences within the spectral city. The threads at the gorge's edge responded to her approach, glowing brighter, weaving themselves back into the tapestry of the dreamscape. As she continued her journey, the landscape of the forgotten realms seemed less hostile, more willing to open before her. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges, but Emma's understanding of her role as keeper deepened with each encounter. With every dream reconnected, the dreamscape grew stronger, its whispers not of chaos, but of harmony and possibility. And Emma walked on, her light a constant in the ever-changing realm of dreams, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the depths of the veil. Emma continued through the shifting landscapes of the forgotten realms, her resolve tested yet unwavering. Each victory over the shadows emboldened her, and the fabric of the dreamscape wove itself stronger and brighter with each restored thread. The path was often solitary, but the chorus of voices from the dreams she'd mended filled the silence, their echoes a reminder of her purpose. As she ventured deeper, the very nature of the realm began to shift. The barren ground gave way to lush, verdant fields, and the oppressive darkness lifted, revealing a sky streaked with the vibrant colors of dreams long thought lost. It seemed the very essence of the forgotten realms was transforming, responding to Emma's efforts to restore balance. One day, as she walked through a meadow where the grass shimmered with the residual light of dreams mended, Emma felt a profound sense of change in the air. The hum of the dreamscape, always a guiding presence, pulsed with a new rhythm, one that beckoned her forward with urgency. Following this call, she came upon a clearing where the air shimmered visibly, the atmosphere thick with potent energy. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient archway, its stones covered in runes that glowed with a soft golden light. Emma approached, drawn by the intense energy emanating from the archway. As she neared, the runes seemed to dance before her eyes, their ancient magic alive and whispering secrets of the dreamscape's earliest days. Keeper. The voice came from all around, resonant and deep, yet filled with a warmth that felt familiar. Emma looked around but saw no one. The voice seemed to emanate from the archway itself. "Yes," Emma responded, her voice steady despite the awe she felt. "I am here." "What is this place?" "This is the Gate of Beginnings," the voice continued, echoing like a gentle wind. "It is the oldest passage within the dreamscape, where the first dreams were woven into the fabric of all realms. You have restored much, Keeper, but here lies the source of what was forgotten." Emma's gaze fixed on the archway, understanding dawning. "The source? Is this where the threads begin?" "Indeed," the voice affirmed, "and where they end, the cycle of dreams must continue, unbroken. But the disturbances you have felt, the threats to the dreamscape, they originate from beyond this gate. A force seeks to unravel the beginnings, to prevent new dreams from taking root." A chill ran down Emma's spine. "How can I stop it?" "You must step through the gate, Keeper. Beyond lies the realm of origin, where dreams are born and where their destruction is conceived. Only there can you confront the force and ensure the cycle continues." Emma looked at the shimmering runes, their light-casting patterns on the ground. Stepping through would take her farther from her known world than she had ever been. It was one thing to mend severed threads, another to venture into the origin of all dreams. But she knew she had no choice. "Will I be able to return?" she asked, a trace of hesitance in her voice. "The path back is always open for the Keeper," the voice assured her, "but it must be walked with intention. Remember all you have learned, for every step in the realm of origin shapes the future of all dreams." Taking a deep breath, Emma stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch the ancient stones of the archway. They were warm, pulsing with life. Closing her eyes, she stepped through the Gate of Beginnings, her body enveloped by light. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a realm unlike any she had imagined. The sky was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, each hue vibrant and alive. Below her feet, the ground pulsed with energy, the grass a vivid green that glowed with inner light. Ahead, a path wound through a landscape that seemed to be both real and fantastical. Mountains that floated in the air, rivers that sang with the voices of ancient dreams. Taking her first step on this new path, Emma felt the weight of her responsibility as the Keeper settled around her like a cloak. The realm of origin was beautiful, but filled with a palpable tension, as if the very air was charged with the potential for both creation and destruction. Determined, Emma walked forward, her heart steady. Whatever awaited her, she knew her journey was far from over. It was her duty to protect the dreamscape, and she would face whatever challenges came, armed with the knowledge and strength of every thread she had. Mended. She was the Keeper, guardian of the dreamscape, and she would ensure that the cycle of dreams continued, unbroken. As Emma ventured deeper into the realm of origin, the path beneath her feet seemed to pulse with a life of its own, guiding her towards the heart of this vibrant world. The surreal beauty around her was breathtaking. Trees with leaves of shimmering silver, rivers that flowed with luminous starry water, and creatures of light and shadow that watched her with curious eyes. This was the cradle of dreams, where every dream began its journey to the minds of dreamers in countless worlds. The further she walked, the more she felt the underlying tension in this realm, a subtle vibration that hinted at the unrest lurking beneath its serene surface. The forces that sought to unravel the beginnings of dreams were here, and Emma knew her confrontation with them was inevitable. Eventually, the path led her to a great lake, its waters still and deep. In the center of the lake, there was an island, and on this island stood an ancient tree, its branches sprawling towards the sky, aglow with a golden light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the dreamscape's heart. This was the tree of origins, the first dream ever dreamed, the source from which all others sprang. Emma stood at the lake's edge, her gaze fixed on the island. The waters before her began to stir, swirling gently at first, then growing more turbulent. From the depths rose a figure, its form fluid and ever-changing, a creature made of water and light, its face a mask of both beauty and terror. "You have come far, Keeper," the creature spoke, its voice echoing like the flow of a mighty river. "But why do you seek to interfere with the cycle? The threads you mend, they bind the dreamscape to stagnation. We seek to free it, to allow new dreams to rise from the ashes of the old." Emma squared her shoulders, meeting the creature's gaze. "Dreams are not meant to be destroyed," she responded firmly. "They are meant to be shared, to inspire and comfort. What you call stagnation, I call harmony. You would throw the dreamscape into chaos, and I cannot allow that." The creature's face twisted into a grimace. "Harmony is death to evolution. We will not be bound by your narrow vision of what dreams should be. If you will not step aside, then you must be removed." With that, the creature lunged forward, the waters of the lake rising with it, forming waves that crashed towards Emma with ferocious intent. Emma raised her hands, and from deep within her, the light of the dreamscape surged forth, meeting the onslaught with a radiant barrier. The battle was fierce, water and light clashing in a tumult of energy. Emma stood her ground, her resolve unshaken even as the creature's attacks grew more desperate. She reached deeper into the essence of the dreamscape, drawing on the connections she had mended, the dreams she had saved, and pushed back with all her might. Finally, with a deafening roar, the creature dissipated, the waters calming and gently depositing Emma on the shores of the island. Exhausted but undeterred, she approached the tree of origins. Its golden light was warm and welcoming, and as she placed her hand on its trunk, the tree seemed to sigh in relief. "You have done well, Keeper," the tree murmured, its voice a gentle rustle of leaves. "The balance remains, but remain vigilant, for the forces you have faced will rise again, in new forms, with new arguments." Emma nodded, understanding the eternal nature of her duty. "I will," she promised, "for as long as the dreamscape exists, I will protect it." With the tree's blessing, Emma felt a surge of strength and clarity. She knew her journey was far from over, but she also knew she was not alone. The dreamscape was with her, within her, and together they would face whatever challenges came next. Refreshed and resolved, Emma stepped back through the gate of beginnings, returning to the familiar paths of the dreamscape, ready to continue her duties as keeper, guardian of dreams. The path ahead was long, the responsibilities great, but Emma walked it with confidence, guided by the knowledge that every dream mattered, every thread was precious, and every challenge was an opportunity to strengthen the fabric of the dreamscape. Emma returned to the nexus, the hub where the energies of the dreamscape converged and diverged. It felt more like home now, a sanctuary where the pulse of dreams was strongest and most pure. As she walked among the glowing spires of jars, each containing fragments of dreams she had helped mend, she felt a deep sense of connection to the dreamscape, a profound understanding of its complexities and its vulnerabilities. Over the weeks that followed, Emma continued to navigate the responsibilities of her role with a newfound strength and perspective. She visited the Nexus often, using it as a base to monitor the threads of the dreamscape and to prepare for any signs of disturbance. The realm of origin had taught her the depths of her power and the importance of her mission. The dreamscape wasn't just a collection of fleeting night visions. It was a living entity, vital to the balance of emotional and spiritual energies across countless worlds. One evening, as the colors of the Nexus swirled in tranquil harmony, Emma sensed a subtle change, a whisper in the air that wasn't there before. She followed the sensation, tracing it to a jar that had begun to flicker with an irregular light. Approaching it, she felt a chill, a premonition of something new, something challenging. The jar contained a dream that was shifting, its narrative changing from a peaceful journey to one marked by shadows and uncertainties. Emma opened the jar, and the dream spilled out, manifesting in the nexus as a misty landscape that she could step into and explore. Within the dream, she found herself on a rocky path leading up a steep mountain. Thunder rolled across dark skies, and shadows flitted just beyond the edge of her vision. Emma knew these were not mere figments of dream fabric. They were manifestations of fear and doubt within the dreamer's psyche. Climbing the mountain, Emma encountered various obstacles, each representing the dreamer's internal struggles. There were boulders that seemed too heavy to move, representing burdens. There were chasms too wide to cross, symbolizing fears of failure. Each challenge required Emma to tap deeper into her own strength and the power of the dreamscape. She used the light of the dreamscape to transform the boulders into pebbles, showing that burdens could be managed and overcome. She created bridges over chasms, demonstrating that with the right perspective, obstacles could be surmounted. Reaching the summit, Emma found a figure waiting, a shadowy version of the dreamer, embodying his deepest insecurities. "Why do you help me?" the figure asked, its voice a blend of curiosity and despair. "Because every dream has the potential to heal, to inspire," Emma responded, her voice echoing in the winds that swept the mountaintop. "Your fears are part of you, but they don't define you. You can always choose a different path, a lighter burden." The figure nodded, slowly dissolving into the air, leaving behind a light that spread throughout the dream landscape, transforming it from a place of stormy darkness into one of serene twilight. As the dream settled into its new form, Emma stepped back into the nexus, closing the jar gently. The dream's light stabilized, glowing warmly among the other jars. This experience, like many others, reaffirmed Emma's commitment to her role as the keeper. Each dream she touched taught her more about the hopes, fears, and limitless potential of the beings that dreamed them. And with each intervention, she not only helped a dreamer somewhere, but also ensured the ongoing harmony of the dreamscape. Days turned into months, and Emma continued her vigilant watch over the dreamscape, always ready to guide, mend, and protect. Her journey was solitary but fulfilling, each step forward a testament to her dedication and her deepening connection to the dreamscape. Though challenges awaited, and the balance was a delicate dance, Emma faced each day with confidence. She was the keeper, the guardian of dreams, and she would watch over the dreamscape with unwavering commitment, knowing that in its health lay the emotional and spiritual well-being of countless souls across the realms. Her journey was far from over, but she was prepared for whatever paths lay ahead, guided by the light of the dreamscape and the strength of her own resolve. As time unfolded, the dreamscape continued to evolve, mirroring the complexities of the countless minds that contributed to its expanse. Emma, as the keeper, found herself deeply intertwined with these evolutions, each new challenge a puzzle piece in the vast mosaic of dream and reality. Her connection to the dreamscape not only allowed her to influence and mend, but also to learn and grow alongside the dreamers she protected. One quiet evening, as the nexus hummed with a gentle, almost imperceptible rhythm, Emma sensed a new, delicate vibration, a thread so fine and so fragile it might have gone unnoticed to a less experienced keeper. She traced this vibration to a small, unassuming jar tucked away between larger, more vibrant ones. The jar was nearly opaque, clouded with the mist of an unfinished dream, its potential unfulfilled. Carefully, Emma opened the jar, releasing a stream of light that coalesced into a scene before her. She found herself in a small room where a young artist sat before an easel, her brush hesitating above a canvas that remained distressingly blank. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken words and unrealized ideas, the walls papered with dozens of discarded sketches. Approaching the artist, Emma observed the tension in her posture, the way her hand trembled, symptoms of a dream stifled by doubt and fear of inadequacy. "Why do you stop?" Emma asked gently, her voice echoing slightly in the confined space. The artist looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Who are you?" she stammered, then shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I can't do this. Every time I try, it feels wrong. Not good enough." Emma nodded, understanding. But every artist feels that at times. It's a part of the process. The important thing is to continue, to move beyond the doubt. "But what if I never create anything worthwhile?" the artist asked, her voice cracking with emotion. "You will," Emma assured her, "because worthwhile isn't a destination, it's a journey. Every stroke you paint, every idea you explore, even the ones that lead to dead ends, they are all steps on the path of creation, and they are all necessary." The artist absorbed these words, her expression shifting slowly from resignation to contemplation. She picked up her brush again, this time with a slight but noticeable decrease in her hesitation. Emma watched as a line of color streaked across the canvas, the beginning of a new, uncertain but brave venture. As the artist continued, her movements gaining confidence, the room around them brightened, the oppressive air lifting. The discarded sketches began to flutter gently, as if a breeze had swept through the room, each piece a testament to the journey rather than a record of failure. With the artist's renewed effort, the dream solidified, its narrative weaving back into the fabric of the dreamscape. Emma stepped back, watching as the light from the jar grew steady and clear. She sealed the jar and placed it back among the others, its glow now a warm, inviting beacon. Such experiences reminded Emma of the dreamscape's deep connections to the emotional and creative lives of dreamers. It was not just a collection of nighttime visions, but a dynamic reflection of hopes, fears, and the raw, unfiltered essence of human aspiration. Back in the Nexus, Emma felt a profound sense of peace. She was the keeper, a guardian of this vast, unseen world, and her work, though often hidden from the waking minds she served, was essential. It was her task to ensure that the dreamscape remained a place where every dream could be realized, no matter how daunting the journey. With each dream mended, each thread restored, Emma knew she was not just repairing the dreamscape, she was helping to heal the dreamers themselves. Her path was indeed solitary, but it was filled with the knowledge that her efforts rippled across realms, touching lives in ways she could only imagine. And so, with a steady heart and an unwavering commitment, Emma continued her vigil, watching over the dreamscape, ready to mend, to guide, and to protect, ensuring that the dance of dreams went on uninterrupted. As the keeper, Emma's role became not just one of intervention, but of deep understanding and empathy towards the dreamers whose lives subtly intertwined with the dreamscape. Over time, her affinity with this mystical realm allowed her to perceive nuances and subtleties in dreams that once would have eluded her. She became adept at navigating the complex emotions and narratives woven into the fabric of dreams, each thread telling a story of human experience and desire. On a crisp, clear night, Emma was drawn to a pulsating glow within the Nexus, signaling a dream of particular intensity. The jar flickered with a deep blue light, unusual in its vibrancy. Opening the jar, Emma was transported into a dream that was tumultuous and stormy. She found herself on a ship being tossed by a violent sea, each wave a manifestation of the dreamer's anxieties and fears about an impending change in his life. As the ship rocked, Emma approached the dreamer, a young man who stood at the helm, gripping the wheel with white-knuckled hands. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, which was obscured by dark, swirling clouds. "You seem to be navigating through quite a storm," Emma called out to him over the roar of the wind and crashing waves. The young man glanced at her, startled. I can't seem to find my way out," he shouted back. "Every decision I make seems to lead me deeper into chaos." Emma steadied herself against the ship's rail and replied, "It's okay to feel overwhelmed when the waters are rough. But remember, every sailor learns from the sea. The storm is not your enemy, it's a teacher. What do you think it's trying to teach you?" The dreamer pondered the question, his gaze softening. "Maybe that I need to trust my instincts? That even though I'm scared, I'm still capable of finding my way?" "Exactly," Emma nodded encouragingly. "And remember, you're not alone. You have all you need within you to navigate through this." Slowly, the seas in the dream began to calm, the dark clouds parting to reveal a starlit sky. The dreamer's grip on the wheel relaxed, and a look of determination crossed his face. With a deep breath, he steered the ship towards the clearing skies. Emma watched as the dream stabilized, the chaotic energy dissipating into a peaceful night. She stepped back into the nexus, closing the jar gently. The dreamer's newfound calm resonated through the dreamscape, adding another layer of harmony to its complex tapestry. Such encounters were common for Emma, each unique in its symbolism and emotional depth. They reminded her of the profound impact her role had on both the dreamscape and the real world. Through her actions, she facilitated growth, understanding, and sometimes closure. These experiences enriched Emma's own understanding of human resilience and creativity. They also highlighted the interconnectedness of all beings. Their dreams were not isolated threads, but part of a greater, intricate web that spanned across realms and realities. Back in her role as the keeper within the physical bounds of the Nexus, Emma continued to monitor the pulsating jars, each glow a heartbeat, each flicker a whisper of life. Her life was a solitary one, but it was never lonely. Surrounded by the echoes of dreams and the silent music of the dreamscape, she felt connected to something much larger than herself, a universal narrative of hope, fear, love, and ambition. And so, with grace and a quiet determination, Emma walked her path, a guardian of dreams, a silent witness to the stories of the unseen. Her journey was endless, a perpetual dance with the dreamscape, each step a note in the symphony of dreaming souls. She moved forward with the confidence that her work mattered, that in the realm of dreams, she was not just a keeper, but a healer, a guide, and a friend to those who ventured through the night's curtain in search of understanding and peace. Amidst her duties as the keeper, Emma discovered layers of her role that extended beyond simply repairing and guiding dreams. She began to initiate deeper explorations into the origins and mechanics of dreaming itself, driven by a curiosity that grew from her daily encounters. The dreamscape wasn't just a repository of human thoughts and fears. It was a dynamic, evolving entity, influenced by the collective unconscious of countless beings. One quiet morning, as the Nexus lay bathed in a serene glow, Emma felt a subtle yet distinct shift in the energy around her. It was a gentle pull, like a thread tugging at her, guiding her towards a new, unexplored part of the dreamscape. Trusting the guidance of this pull, she followed it through a series of shifting landscapes within the dreamscape, each morphing into the next with a fluidity that felt like moving through a vivid, lucid dream. Her journey brought her to a previously unseen sector of the Nexus, where the air shimmered with translucent silvery threads. These threads connected the individual jars in intricate patterns, weaving through the air like a delicate spider's web. Emma realized that she was seeing the physical manifestation of the connections between dreams, a visual representation of how individual experiences interlinked and influenced one another within the vast tapestry of the dreamscape. Fascinated, Emma reached out to touch one of the threads. As her fingers brushed against it, a surge of images and emotions flowed through her. Snapshots of dreams from diverse beings, each carrying its own narrative and emotional weight. This connection was profound, revealing the shared fears, hopes, and imaginations that transcended individual minds. Understanding dawned on Emma. The dreamscape was more than a space for nighttime reveries. It was a collective consciousness, a shared soul space where the experiences of one could echo into the experiences of many, sometimes leading to cascading effects that could alter the nature of the dreamscape itself. This realization brought a new dimension to her role as the keeper. Emma knew she had to not only mend broken dreams, but also nurture the connections between them, fostering a healthier, more interconnected dreamscape. The health of one dream could potentially influence many others, and her actions could ripple out in ways she had only begun to comprehend. With renewed purpose, Emma spent her days weaving through the threads, strengthening the connections, and ensuring that the flow of energies between dreams remained open and healthy. She used her deepening understanding to introduce new dreams into the network, sometimes blending elements from different jars to create richer, more complex dreamscapes that could offer greater insight and resolution to the dreamers. As months turned into years, Emma's connection to the dreamscape deepened into something almost spiritual. She no longer felt like a mere guardian, but a part of the dreamscape's own consciousness, a pivotal force in an ever-evolving dream world. Her dedication and deep connection did not go unnoticed. Dreamers, though unaware of her identity, began to sense a guiding presence in their nocturnal journeys, feeling more empowered to confront their fears and embrace their desires. The dreamscape, once a place of mere reflection and occasional turmoil, was becoming a realm of healing and profound personal growth. Through it all, Emma maintained her humble approach, aware that her role, significant as it was, served a greater purpose that went beyond her own existence. She was a custodian of humanity's deepest fears and grandest hopes, a silent shepherd guiding the flock through the night. In the quiet moments, when the nexus was calm and the flow of dreams steady, Emma would stand amidst the glowing jars, her eyes closed, feeling the pulse of the dreamscape around her. It was in these moments that she felt a profound peace, a sense of being exactly where she was meant to be, doing exactly what she was born to do. Her journey as the keeper was infinite, a perpetual engagement with the mysterious and beautiful world of dreams. And as she walked the paths of this hidden realm, she knew she was not just preserving the dreamscape, but actively enriching the tapestry of life, one dream at a time. As years melded seamlessly into each other under the timeless canopy of the dreamscape, Emma's understanding and mastery over her role deepened. The nexus, with its myriad jars and intricate network of silvery threads, became more than just a realm of oversight. It evolved into a grand orchestral space where Emma conducted symphonies of dreams, ensuring each note resonated in harmony with others. Her daily rituals in the dreamscape became moments of profound connection and reflection. Each jar she touched, each dream she mended, brought with it stories of lives from countless worlds, each adding a hue to the ever-expanding mural of collective consciousness. This mural was not just a reflection of individual experiences, but a mosaic of universal emotions and archetypal narratives. One particularly serene evening, as Emma traversed the pathways of the Nexus, she felt a peculiar sensation, a whispering pulse that seemed out of sync with the usual rhythm of the dreamscape. This anomaly drew her to a secluded corner of the Nexus, where a solitary jar pulsed with a dark, almost foreboding energy. Unlike the other jars, which resonated with a kind of harmonious light, this one seemed to absorb light, its surface swirling with shadows. Approaching with a mixture of caution and curiosity, Emma reached out and gently touched the jar. Instantly, she was swept into a turbulent vision, a dream so potent and vivid that it momentarily overwhelmed her senses. She found herself standing in a desolate landscape, under a stormy sky, where a lone figure battled ferocious winds that seemed determined to topple him. The figure, a young man, fought with a resilience that was palpable, each step forward a testament to his determination. Emma, moved by his struggle, approached him through the gale. "Why do you fight so hard against these winds?" she asked, raising her voice over the howling storm. The young man paused, his eyes meeting hers with a flash of recognition. "Because I must reach the mountain's summit," he replied, pointing to a dim silhouette in the distance. "It's said that at the summit, the winds cease, and one can see the sky clearly. I believe it's where I'll find peace." Emma, understanding the metaphorical nature of his journey, nodded. "Let me help you," she offered, extending her hand. Together they moved forward, Emma stabilizing the fierce energies around them with her presence. As they climbed, the storm gradually subsided, the winds lessening until they reached the summit where calm prevailed and the sky opened up, starlit and serene. Returning to the nexus, Emma carefully sealed the jar back, the dream now stabilized but still echoing with the young man's determination. It struck her then how deeply interconnected resilience and hope were, not just in dreams, but in the very essence of being. This encounter was a stark reminder of the broader responsibilities she bore. It wasn't just about maintaining the dreamscape. It was about understanding the layers of struggle, hope, and redemption that each dream carried. Each dreamer's victory was a collective upliftment, a subtle strengthening of the human spirit across realms. Inspired by this realization, Emma began to experiment with the connections within the nexus, enhancing the support between dreams. She facilitated exchanges between them, allowing a dreamer's resilience to inspire courage in another's nightmare, a dreamer's joy to light up another's gloom. This delicate weaving created a richer, more supportive dreamscape, where dreamers found new pathways to overcome their fears and chase their aspirations. As the dreamscape thrived, so did Emma's connection to it. She felt every pulse and flutter as if it were part of her own heartbeat. Her role as the keeper had grown into something far greater than she had ever imagined. It was a dance of creation, an act of profound empathy, and a testament to the power of collective healing and growth. With each passing night under the stars of the waking world, Emma walked the silent halls of the Nexus with a gentle pride, a keeper not just of dreams, but of the limitless potential they held. She knew that her journey would never end, that the dreamscape would always have new mysteries to unravel, new challenges to overcome. But she also knew that she was ready for whatever came her way, armed with the light of 1,000 dreams and the unwavering commitment to keep them shining bright. Years continued to flow seamlessly, blending into Emma's timeless vigil over the dreamscape. Her profound connection with the realm of dreams grew deeper, enriching her understanding and expanding her capabilities as the keeper. The dreamscape itself seemed to respond to her care, evolving and becoming more vibrant, a reflection of the countless souls whose dreams painted its vast canvas. During one of her introspective journeys through the Nexus, Emma felt a sudden shift, a ripple in the delicate balance she had so meticulously maintained. It was subtle, yet unmistakable, a stir of energy that suggested a new kind of challenge, or perhaps a new opportunity for growth. Following the subtle pull of this new energy, Emma traced it to a cluster of jars that shimmered with a peculiar light, distinct from the usual glow of the dreamscape. These jars vibrated with a resonance that suggested they were not just ordinary dreams, but beacons of significant change. Curious and cautious, Emma reached for the first jar. As her fingers brushed against the glass, the scene within burst forth, enveloping her in its narrative. She found herself in a vast desert under a twilight sky, where sand stretched to the horizon in every direction. In the middle of this desolate landscape, a single tree stood, an oasis of life amidst the barrenness. Its leaves whispered with the voices of many dreamers, each leaf a different tone, each rustle a different story. Approaching the tree, Emma noticed that each leaf was inscribed with symbols, glyphs that resonated with ancient wisdom. As she touched one, the voice of an old woman spoke, her tone both commanding and tender. "This tree is the tree of collective consciousness," the voice explained, "where dreams converge on nights when the stars align in rare constellations. It gathers the hopes and fears of all beings, blending them into the wisdom of ages." Emma listened, mesmerized by the profound depth of the tree's purpose. She realized that this was not just a repository of dreams, but a living archive of the collective unconscious. "The tree needs your help," continued the voice. "Its roots are weakening, its leaves beginning to wilt. It thrives on the stories and emotions of those who dream, but it is overwhelmed by the surge of collective anxiety and hopelessness that has begun to dominate the dreamscape." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Emma asked, "What can I do to help restore it?" "You must rebalance its energies," the voice instructed. "Connect its roots with more positive, hopeful dreams to counteract the negativity. Use your powers as the keeper to weave a tapestry of balance and harmony." With a nod of determination, Emma returned to the nexus. She began the delicate task of curating dreams, selecting those filled with hope, courage, and inspiration. One by one, she connected these dreams to the tree, watching as its leaves gradually regained their vibrancy, the symbols shining brightly once more. As the tree of collective consciousness healed, Emma felt a profound sense of accomplishment. She had not only restored a crucial element of the dreamscape, but had also reinforced the importance of balance between light and darkness within dreams. The impact of her actions rippled through the dreamscape, bringing a new era of clarity and stability. Dreamers reported feeling more empowered upon waking, their nightmares less frequent, and their dreams more vivid and constructive. Emma's role as the keeper had evolved significantly. She was no longer just a guardian, but a custodian of a deeper truth, that all dreams, like all lives, are interconnected, each one influencing the other, for better or worse. With renewed purpose and unwavering commitment, Emma continued her endless watch over the dreamscape, forever shaping it into a realm where every dreamer could find solace, inspiration, and the profound connection that comes from sharing in the universal journey of dreaming. Her journey was eternal, a never-ending dance with the dreamscape, but she embraced it with joy, for she knew that in every dream lay the potential to transform not just one life, but many. As Emma's understanding deepened, so did her relationship with the dreamscape. It became more than a duty. It was a profound connection, an intimate dialogue with the subconscious waves of countless beings. Her interventions, once reactive, now took on a proactive and nurturing dimension. She didn't just mend dreams, she cultivated them, encouraging growth and development that extended beyond the nocturnal canvas into the waking lives of the dreamers. One evening, as Emma wandered through the tranquil corridors of the Nexus, her attention was drawn to a series of jars that shimmered with a particularly intense luminescence. These weren't just ordinary dreams, they were pivotal dreams, moments of epiphany and significant life decisions. Intrigued and guided by her instinct, she reached out to a jar that pulsed with a golden glow, indicative of a dreamer experiencing a critical juncture in their life. As she opened the jar, the dream materialized around her, unfolding like a vivid play. She found herself in a bustling cityscape where the dreamer, a young man standing at a crowded intersection, looked overwhelmed by the choices before him, each street representing a different path in life: career, family, passion, and obligation. Emma approached the dreamer, her presence unnoticed by him, yet felt on a subconscious level. She didn't speak. Instead, she used her influence to clarify the images and sounds around him, making each path's destination clearer. The street representing passion lit up with scenes of joy and fulfillment, while the path of obligation showed duty, but not contentment. As the dreamer watched, his expression changed from confusion to understanding. He took a deep breath and stepped towards the path of passion, his decision now informed by a clearer understanding of where each choice might lead. Emma watched him go, a sense of satisfaction filling her as the scene faded. The dreamer's choice made with confidence. Returning to the Nexus, Emma reflected on how her role had evolved. She was no longer just a caretaker of the dreamscape, but a guide, helping dreamers navigate their subconscious to make choices that aligned with their deepest desires and truths. This shift in her approach had a noticeable effect on the dreamscape. It became brighter, more vibrant, and increasingly positive feedback loops formed as dreamers woke with renewed purpose and clearer visions for their lives. Encouraged by the success of these interventions, Emma initiated a project within the dreamscape she called the Loom of Dreams. This initiative aimed to weave together positive outcomes and lessons from various dreams, creating a supportive network within the subconscious realm. Dreamers often found themselves revisiting this woven network in their dreams, gaining insights and encouragement from the experiences of others, strengthening the community within the dreamscape, and fostering a shared growth that transcended individual experiences. Months turned into years, and Emma's influence within the dreamscape grew. The Loom of Dreams became a pivotal structure, a sanctuary where dreamers could find guidance and inspiration. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, with many dreamers reporting significant life improvements based on insights gained from their nocturnal visits to the Loom. As Emma continued her endless watch, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Her solitary journey had blossomed into a communal saga, with each thread of dream woven into a tapestry of shared human experience. The dreamscape, under her vigilant care, had not just healed but thrived, becoming a dynamic and supportive realm that mirrored the best of those who dreamed within it. Through her journey, Emma had learned that the dreamscape was a reflection of life itself, complex, interconnected, and incredibly beautiful in its depth. And as she walked its paths, a guardian of its mysteries and a champion of its potentials, she knew she was exactly where she needed to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do. Years blended into an endless dance of light and shadow, and Emma continued to nurture the dreamscape with a gentle but firm hand. As the keeper, her wisdom deepened with each experience, each interaction with the dreamer's inner worlds. Her role transcended mere maintenance. She became a weaver of narratives, shaping the dreamscape into a harmonious symphony that echoed the depth of human emotion and aspiration. One night, under the ever-shifting glow of the Nexus, Emma felt a peculiar sensation, an echo of disharmony, subtle yet dissonant, threading through the dreamscape. It was not a disruption but a call, a faint whisper from the depths that needed her attention. This was different from the usual ebb and flow she had grown accustomed to. It was a silent plea, an invitation to delve deeper into the uncharted territories of the dreamscape. Guided by this call, Emma ventured beyond the familiar pathways of the Nexus into older, more secluded parts of the dreamscape. Here, the landscape shifted, revealing ancient doors that had remained closed for centuries, hidden away from the casual wanderings of dreamers. These doors, adorned with intricate carvings that depicted the earliest dreams of civilizations now forgotten, held the secrets of the dreamscape's foundation. Approaching one of these grand doors, Emma reached out and touched its surface. The carvings pulsed under her fingertips, responding to her presence, and the door slowly swung open, revealing a realm that shimmered with an ethereal light. This was the archive of beginnings, a repository of the first dreams ever dreamt, where the primordial energies of hope and fear were stored. Inside, the archive was vast and infinite, with rows upon rows of glowing orbs floating gently in the space, each containing a dream so old and powerful that it resonated with the very core of human existence. Emma walked among them, each step resonating with the whispers of millennia. These were the dreams that shaped worlds, that inspired myths and legends. Here, in this sacred space, Emma felt the weight of her responsibilities more profoundly than ever. As she wandered, one orb drew her closer. It pulsed with a deep, sorrowful light, its surface swirling with shadows and stars. Emma reached out and let the dream unfold around her. She found herself in an ancient city under a starry sky, witnessing the birth of a legend, a hero's journey that had inspired countless others in its wake. The dream was a tapestry of struggle, triumph, and ultimate sacrifice. The hero, a figure of both strength and vulnerability, faced challenges that mirrored those of many dreamers who had walked the dreamscape. Emma watched as the hero fought not just external foes, but internal demons, each victory weaving deeper meaning into the fabric of the dream. But as the hero's journey reached its climax, the dream faded into sadness, a reminder that all stories, no matter how great, find their end. Emerging from the dream, Emma understood the plea that had led her here. The archive of beginnings was not just a repository, it was a reminder of the cyclical nature of dreams and stories. Each dream was a reflection of many before it, and each dreamer's journey was part of a larger narrative. With a new sense of purpose, Emma returned to the Nexus. She knew that her role as the keeper was not just to mend and guide, but to remember and honor the origins of all dreams. By connecting the ancient past with the ever-evolving present, she could help dreamers understand that they were part of something larger than themselves, a continuum of hopes and fears that bound all of humanity together. As dawn approached in the waking world, Emma stood in the center of the Nexus, her eyes closed in contemplation. She was the keeper of dreams, a guardian of both the light and the shadow, tasked with maintaining the balance that held the dreamscape, and through it, the human spirit, together. Her journey was eternal, a path laid out in the realm of dreams, woven with the threads of countless lives. And as she walked this path, Emma carried with her the certainty that in the dreamscape, every dream mattered, every fear was acknowledged, and every hope was cherished. She was a steward of the night's deepest secrets and the silent guide to the dreamers who navigated their own paths under the cover of stars. As Emma continued her stewardship, the dreamscape began to manifest new complexities, reflecting the evolving consciousness of its dreamers. This evolution brought with it novel challenges, but also unprecedented opportunities for deeper connections and insights into the human psyche. The Nexus, once a mere crossroad of dreams, evolved into a dynamic hub where Emma could not only interact with individual dreams, but also observe and influence their interconnections. One night, as the boundaries between dreams seemed particularly fluid, Emma noticed a pattern emerging within the Nexus. Several dreams, each marked by a distinctive silver glow, began to converge, their narratives intertwining to form a collective dream experience. This phenomenon was rare and indicated a significant event in the collective unconscious, a shared moment of existential reckoning or revelation. Curious and cautious, Emma approached this convergence, ready to guide and mend should any discord arise. As she delved into the collective dream, she found herself in a vast auditorium filled with dreamers from various walks of life, each seated, yet interacting as if they were part of a massive forum. The air was thick with debate and discussion, ideas and emotions swirling like a storm. At the center of this dream was a question, profound and piercing, projected into the minds of all present. What is the true purpose of our existence? This question, timeless and universal, had sparked a torrent of responses, each dreamer's input reflecting their deepest beliefs and fears. Emma moved among them, invisible yet deeply connected. She listened to their debates, felt their confusion, their hopes, and their fears. She realized that this dream was a reflection of a broader existential dialogue happening in the waking world, amplified here in the dreamscape. Seeing the potential for this collective exploration to become chaotic and overwhelming, Emma decided to introduce elements that could help guide the dreamers towards a more harmonious exploration of the question. She wove threads of calm and clarity into the dream, encouraging dreamers to listen to each other's viewpoints with openness and respect. Gradually, the storm of debate settled into a more reflective discourse. Dreamers began to share not just beliefs, but personal experiences, connecting abstract concepts to tangible life events. This shift brought a deeper understanding and empathy among the dreamers, their shared dream becoming a powerful space for collective insight and mutual support. As the dream concluded, Emma watched as each dreamer took a piece of the collective wisdom back with them, a seed of understanding that could grow and flourish in their waking lives. The convergence slowly dissipated, each dreamer's narrative separating but enriched by the experience. Back in the Nexus, Emma reflected on the power of collective dreaming. Such events were reminders of the interconnectedness of all beings, the shared threads of humanity that ran deeper than the individual narratives often suggested. They underscored her role not just as a guardian of dreams, but as a facilitator of communal wisdom and understanding. Inspired by this experience, Emma began to cultivate these connections more actively, creating spaces within the dreamscape where dreamers could explore common themes and challenges together. She called these spaces dream forums, areas within the Nexus designed to foster collective dreaming and shared understanding. These forums became vibrant centers of exchange and insight, each session revealing new layers of the human experience. Dreamers left these forums with new perspectives and deeper empathy, carrying the insights into their waking lives, often without remembering the origin of these revelations. For Emma, watching the dreamscape grow into a more interconnected and empathetic realm was deeply fulfilling. Her role as the keeper had expanded beyond maintenance and repair to include nurturing and facilitating growth, both individual and collective. Each night, as she walked the pathways of the Nexus, Emma felt a profound connection to the dreamers she served. She knew that her work touched lives in ways she could never fully see, but felt deeply in the fabric of the dreamscape. She was more than the keeper now. She was a part of a grand, ongoing dialogue of dreams, an essential thread woven into the tapestry of collective consciousness. Her journey continued, as eternal and expansive as the dreamscape itself, ever driven by the pulse of countless dreaming hearts. In the ever-evolving tapestry of the dreamscape, Emma's initiatives began to flourish, transforming the once silent corridors of the Nexus into vibrant arenas of exchange and learning. The dream forums became not only a space for dreamers to confront and understand their individual dilemmas, but also a communal ground where the collective unconscious could synthesize new understandings and shared directions. These forums, under Emma's careful guidance, helped to stabilize the emotional and psychological climates of many interconnected lives, reinforcing the architecture of the dreamscape itself. As Emma continued to innovate within her role, she decided to take a deeper dive into the individual elements that made up the dreamscape's fabric. She embarked on a project to catalog the recurring symbols and motifs that appeared across various dreams, aiming to create a comprehensive library of dream imagery. This repository would serve as a reference for her to better interpret the complex narratives presented by the dreamers and to assist in her interventions more effectively. Using her unique abilities, Emma could isolate specific symbols from dreams, studying their variations and contexts. For instance, She noticed that water often represented emotions, but its form in dreams, whether a stormy ocean, a tranquil lake, or a flowing river, provided deeper insights into the dreamer's emotional state. By cataloging these symbols, Emma not only enriched her understanding, but also prepared herself better for assisting dreamers in navigating their subconscious landscapes. One night, while engaged in this cataloging project, Emma encountered a peculiar motif that appeared repeatedly across a number of seemingly unconnected dreams: a silver key. This key, sometimes shimmering with light, other times shadowed and elusive, piqued Emma's curiosity due to its frequency and the strong emotional responses it evoked in the dreamers. Determined to understand the significance of this recurring symbol, Emma set up a special session in the dream forums dedicated to the dreams involving the silver key. She invited all dreamers who had encountered the key in their dreams to a collective dreaming session, hoping to uncover the symbol's meaning through a shared exploration. As the session commenced, dreamers began to share their experiences with the key. For some, the key was a symbol of lost opportunities or unresolved issues. For others, it represented hope and potential new paths. As they shared, the key began to take on a luminous quality, glowing more brightly with each story told. In the midst of this collective exploration, a profound realization dawned upon the assembly. The key, in all its forms, was fundamentally a symbol of access to unexplored parts of oneself, to roads not taken, to locked-away emotions. This insight struck a chord with many dreamers who felt the symbol's relevance to their personal growth and psychological exploration. The session proved to be a breakthrough, not only in understanding the key, but in demonstrating the power of shared insights in the dreamscape. Dreamers left the forum with a sense of catharsis and empowerment, equipped with a symbolic tool that could help unlock deeper parts of their psyche in their personal dream explorations. Buoyed by the success of this session, Emma continued her work with renewed vigor. Her catalog of dream symbols grew, becoming a vital tool in her ongoing efforts to guide and heal. Through the dreamscape, she often revisited the repository, updating it with new findings and using it to draw connections between different dreams, weaving a richer narrative within the collective unconscious. Emma's journey as the keeper was marked by such moments of discovery and enlightenment. Each step forward in her understanding of the dreamscape added depth to her role and brought her closer to the dreamers she served. Through her dedication and innovative spirit, Emma not only maintained the dreamscape, but enriched it, fostering an environment where every dream could be understood and valued, where every dreamer could find guidance and meaning in the most mysterious corners of their subconscious. Her path remained as vibrant and expansive as the dreamscape itself, ever open to the whispers of the night and the stories they carried. Amidst her ongoing exploration and management of the dreamscape, Emma began to notice subtle but significant shifts in the overall landscape. These changes were not abrupt but rather gradual evolutions that mirrored the growing complexity and depth of the collective unconscious she stewarded. With her extensive experience and deepened understanding, she sensed that these shifts were not merely random fluctuations, but signs of an emerging consciousness within the dreamscape itself. Intrigued by this possibility, Emma decided to delve deeper into the phenomenon. She initiated a series of explorative sessions using the nexus as a focal point to access deeper and more abstract layers of the dreamscape. These layers, seldom touched by ordinary dreams, contained the raw, unfiltered essences of dream energy that could potentially reveal the nature of the changes she had observed. During one such session, Emma ventured into a realm she termed the subconscious depths. Here, the fabric of the dreamscape was fluid and vibrant, pulsating with the energies of myriad dreaming minds. The deeper she traveled, the more she felt a conscious presence, an awareness that seemed to be both a part of her and apart from her, an echo of the dreamscape's own evolving identity. As she reached the core of this realm, Emma encountered a manifestation of the dreamscape's consciousness. It appeared to her as a luminous figure, woven from the threads of countless dreams, its form both magnificent and ever-changing. This being, which Emma came to call the Dreamweaver, communicated through emotions and images, projecting its thoughts directly into her mind. "The dreamscape has grown under your care," the Dreamweaver conveyed in a cascade of visual and emotional impressions. "It has evolved beyond a mere canvas for human fears and desires. It has begun to self-reflect, to understand its role and potential in the cosmos." Emma, profoundly moved by this revelation, responded with a mixture of awe and curiosity. What does this mean for the dreamscape and for the dreamers? The Dreamweaver's response was a tapestry of light and shadow, illustrating the potential for the dreamscape to act as a bridge between not only different minds, but different realities. The dreamscape can become a meeting ground, a place where the boundaries between worlds blur and new possibilities emerge. But it requires guidance, a keeper who can navigate and nurture these potentials. Embracing this expanded role, Emma dedicated herself to fostering these connections. She enhanced her dream forums, transforming them into spaces where not only humans but different entities from various realities could interact. These forums became crucibles for innovation and creativity, pushing the boundaries of what was possible within the dreamscape. As Emma worked with these new dimensions of her role, she also continued to maintain the balance and health of the dreamscape, ensuring that it remained a safe and nurturing space for all who accessed it. Her efforts were not without challenges, as the integration of diverse realities brought complexities and unpredictabilities that required her constant attention and adaptability. However, with each challenge she overcame, Emma grew stronger and more adept. Her connection with the dreamscape deepened, becoming a profound partnership. She was no longer just the keeper, but also a creator, working alongside the dreamscape's own consciousness to shape a reality that transcended the sum of its parts. Years passed, and Emma's legacy within the dreamscape became a legend whispered among dreamers and other beings alike. She was the guardian of dreams, a bridge builder in the vast ocean of consciousness, whose work helped countless souls find not just solace or insight, but also connectivity in a universe brimming with diverse life and infinite possibilities. Through it all, Emma remained humble and focused, driven by a love for the dreamscape and a commitment to her role as its keeper. She knew that her journey was endless, that the dreamscape would always evolve and present new mysteries to unravel. But she also knew that she was ready for whatever lay ahead, guided by the light of countless dreams and the strength of her own resolve. As the years stretched on, Emma's role in the dreamscape continued to evolve. The dream forums, now a vibrant intersection of multiple realities, had become a hub of celestial communication and insight, reflecting the broadened scope of Emma's stewardship. Her regular interactions with beings from various dimensions and realities brought new layers of complexity and enlightenment to her work. One evening, as Emma was meditating in the heart of the Nexus, she sensed a new disturbance, a ripple of discord that felt out of place in the harmony she had worked so hard to maintain. This wasn't just any disturbance. It was a cry for help, resonating with urgency and fear. It came from a distant part of the dreamscape that had newly woven itself into the broader tapestry, a realm known for its fragile beauty and ethereal landscapes. Responding to the call, Emma traced the disturbance to its source. She found herself in a dream that was under siege, its fabric tearing at the seams. The dream belonged to a young alien entity, a being of light and sound, whose reality was vastly different from that of humans. The dream was a visual and auditory spectacle, with cascading colors and symphonic sounds that were now being disrupted by dark, discordant noises. The entity, a mere child in its species, was terrified, its dream turning into a nightmare it could not escape. Emma approached the child, her presence soothing. She radiated calm and safety, slowly untangling the cacophony that threatened to overwhelm the young dreamer. "Why are you afraid?" Emma asked, her voice a gentle melody woven into the dream's fabric. "There are shadows," the child replied in a series of harmonic tones. "Shadows that were not called, that should not be here." Emma looked deeper into the dream, using her enhanced senses to identify the invasive elements. She discovered that these shadows were actually fragments of another reality, accidentally merged into the child's dream due to the thinning veils between worlds, an unintended consequence of the increasingly interconnected dreamscape. Understanding the nature of the intrusion, Emma worked to isolate the foreign elements. She gently guided them out of the dream, repairing the tears and reinforcing the dream's boundaries with stronger, more resilient threads of dream energy. As the dream stabilized, the child's fear subsided, replaced by a fascinated curiosity about what had just occurred. "Thank you," the child expressed in a vibrant burst of colors, "for restoring my song." Emma smiled, pleased to have helped but aware that this incident highlighted a potential vulnerability in the evolving dreamscape. "You're welcome. Remember, dreams are powerful, and sometimes they can overlap in unexpected ways. If ever you feel overwhelmed again, remember this melody." Emma crafted a simple harmonic sequence, "and it will help protect your dream." The child nodded, absorbing the melody with eager attentiveness. Emma watched as it resumed its dreaming, now under a protective lull of harmonious sounds that she had woven into the fabric of its subconscious. Returning to the nexus, Emma contemplated the implications of what had happened. The dreamscape's interconnectedness, while a source of rich diversity and creativity, also introduced complexities that could lead to conflicts or disturbances as different realities intersected. She realized that part of her role as the keeper was to manage these interactions, ensuring that the dreamscape remained a safe and nurturing space for all beings, regardless of their origin. Motivated by this new understanding, Emma began developing a series of protocols and safeguards designed to protect the integrity of dreams and prevent such conflicts. She established a network of guides, experienced beings from various dimensions, who could assist in monitoring the dreamscape and responding to any signs of disturbance. Her proactive measures created a more structured yet still fluid environment where the dreamscape could continue to grow and evolve without sacrificing the safety of its inhabitants. Emma's commitment to her role as keeper ensured that the dreamscape remained a dynamic and harmonious realm, a place where every being could explore the depths of their consciousness in peace and creativity. Through her tireless efforts, Emma had not only preserved the dreamscape, but had elevated it to a new level of cosmic significance, making it a beacon of understanding and unity in the vast, mysterious universe. Her journey, woven with the threads of countless dreams, continued to unfold, each day a new chapter in the grand, ongoing story of the dreamscape. With her network of guides established and the new protocols in place, Emma's oversight of the dreamscape became more efficient and widespread. The guides, beings with deep understanding and affinity for dream management, helped Emma monitor the flows of dream energy and maintain the boundaries between different realities. This allowed her to focus more on the intricate and sometimes subtle nuances of dream weaving and the broader implications of her role as the keeper. As the dreamscape grew in complexity and harmony, Emma started to explore the possibilities of using this shared realm not only as a place of reflection and resolution for individual dreamers, but also as a collaborative space for collective problem-solving and innovation. She envisioned the dreamscape as a workshop where minds from various realities could converge, to tackle issues that affected multiple dimensions and existential planes. To experiment with this idea, Emma organized a series of thematic dreaming symposiums within the dreamscape. Each symposium focused on a particular theme, such as ecological sustainability, peace building, or interdimensional cooperation. Dreamers and entities from different worlds were invited to participate, bringing their unique perspectives and experiences into a collective dreaming process. The first of these symposiums addressed the issue of ecological sustainability. Emma facilitated the convergence of dream energies, creating a shared dreaming space that mimicked an ailing planet, its forests withering, its waters polluted, and its skies choked with smog. The participants, who experienced the dream as if they were physically present on this planet, were moved by the immediacy of the crisis. As they navigated the dream, ideas began to flow. A water being from a liquid dimension suggested ways to purify the waters using sound vibrations. A tree-like entity from a photosynthetic planet shared methods of enhancing atmospheric regeneration through biolight. Humans and other Earth-like creatures discussed renewable energy sources and waste reduction techniques that had worked in their worlds. The solutions that emerged from the symposium were not only theoretical, but were imbued with the creative and emotional power of the dreamscape. Participants left the session with not only ideas, but also with renewed motivation and a deeper emotional commitment to ecological stewardship in their respective realities. Encouraged by the success of the first symposium, Emma continued to host more sessions, each addressing a different global or cosmic issue. The dreamscape became a vibrant hub of creative problem-solving, where the barriers between science, magic, and philosophy blurred, creating solutions that were as innovative as they were effective. Beyond problem-solving, these symposiums also fostered a sense of universal community and empathy among the participants. Entities and individuals who might never have interacted with each other under ordinary circumstances developed mutual respect and understanding, bridging cultural and existential gaps. Emma, observing the unfolding of these events, felt a profound sense of accomplishment and purpose. The dreamscape, under her guidance, was no longer just a place for personal exploration and nightmare resolution. It had become a vital, active force for good, impacting multiple realities in tangible ways. As years turned into decades, Emma's legacy as the keeper continued to grow. The dreamscape, once a silent and passive realm, was now a dynamic and interactive space, echoing with the dreams and aspirations of countless beings. Emma watched over it all, her heart full of pride and her mind always alert to the responsibilities of her role. Her journey, which had begun as a solitary quest to maintain the balance of the dreamscape, had transformed into a grand adventure of cosmic significance. Emma walked the paths of the dreamscape with the confidence of one who had not only mastered her domain, but had also expanded it into new dimensions of possibility and hope. Her story, woven into the fabric of the dreamscape, continued to inspire and guide, a testament to the power of dreams and the enduring strength of a dedicated keeper. As the dreamscape flourished under Emma's stewardship, becoming a vibrant crossroads of universal collaboration, she found herself reflecting on the broader implications of her role. The keeper was no longer simply a caretaker. She had become a pivotal architect in the dreamscape's ongoing evolution, a facilitator of interdimensional dialogue, and a pioneer in using collective unconscious for proactive change. Her successful integration of diverse entities into the dreamscape's forums had sparked a new era of understanding. These forums, once experimental, had now solidified into key elements of the dreamscape structure, providing regular opportunities for entities from various realities to address not just global and cosmic issues, but also to explore the nature of existence itself. The dreamscape had become a kind of metaphysical laboratory where philosophical and existential questions were not just pondered, but experienced and answered through the medium of dreams. With this expansion of her role, Emma began to perceive deeper layers of the dreamscape's potential. She envisioned creating a permanent council within the dreamscape, a collective of wise beings from different dimensions who would serve not only as advisors and mediators, but also as guardians of the dreamscape's integrity. This council would ensure that the dream forums remained true to their purpose and that the interdimensional exchanges did not disturb the delicate balances of their respective worlds. Drawing upon her extensive network of contacts, Emma reached out to potential council members, inviting them to join her in this new venture. These beings, wise and experienced in their own rights, brought with them a wealth of knowledge and perspective that enriched the council's deliberations. They met regularly within a specially designed chamber in the Nexus, where they could oversee the dreamscape's activities and respond to any disturbances or opportunities that arose. One of their first initiatives was to establish a series of educational dreams, programmed experiences that could teach dreamers about the interconnectedness of all life and the importance of empathy and understanding across dimensions. These educational dreams were crafted carefully to fit within the narrative framework of each dreamer's subconscious, ensuring that the lessons were absorbed on a deep, personal level. As these initiatives took root, Emma found that the dreamscape was becoming more than just a meeting place or a forum for problem solving. It was evolving into a vibrant cultural and spiritual center, a place where beings from across the universe could explore what it meant to exist, to dream, and to coexist peacefully. This evolution brought Emma profound satisfaction, but it also underscored the enormity of her responsibilities. To manage this, she relied increasingly on the council, delegating certain aspects of dreamscape maintenance to trusted members so she could focus on the overarching vision and continued growth of the realm. The dreamscape, under Emma's visionary leadership, demonstrated the incredible potential of dreams, not just as reflections of personal psyche, but as tools for building bridges, literal and metaphorical, between different realities. This had profound effects on the participants. Dreamers returned to their waking lives with insights that fostered greater creativity, tolerance, and peace. Many reported experiencing significant personal growth and a renewed sense of purpose after participating in the dreamscape forums or educational dreams. Years passed, and the dreamscape's influence continued to expand, touching more lives and realities. Emma, witnessing the fruition of her labors, felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had transformed her role from a solitary guardian of a chaotic dream realm into the leader of a cosmic symphony of minds, a harmonious blend of thoughts, ideas, and dreams that transcended individual limitations and expanded the horizons of all who participated. As she walked through the ever-changing landscapes of the dreamscape, Emma did so with the assurance that her journey was not just about maintaining order, but about fostering an ever-expanding understanding of the interconnectedness of existence. The dreamscape was her legacy, a testament to the power of unity and shared vision, and she continued to nurture it with love, dedication, and an unwavering belief in the potential of every being to contribute to the greater good of the universe. As the dreamscape evolved into a central hub for interdimensional understanding and cooperation, Emma felt a deepening sense of connection, not only to the dreamscape itself, but to the entire cosmos. Her role as the keeper had expanded far beyond the initial responsibilities of maintenance and balance. She was now a crucial facilitator for peace and philosophical growth across multiple dimensions. With the Council of the Dreamscape firmly established and proactive initiatives flourishing, Emma started to explore yet another dimension of her role, the potential for the dreamscape to act as a healing sanctuary. This idea stemmed from observing the profound effects that dream interactions had on individuals' mental and emotional well-being. Emma envisioned a specialized section of the dreamscape dedicated to therapeutic dreams, specifically tailored to help beings from various realities cope with trauma, loss, and existential crises. To bring this vision to life, Emma collaborated closely with healers, therapists, and wise beings across different dimensions. Together, they designed a series of dream landscapes that could facilitate healing and growth. These landscapes were imbued with soothing energies and populated with guides skilled in various therapeutic techniques adapted to the needs of different species and entities. One of the first landscapes was a serene garden that adjusted itself to the emotional state of the visitor, providing an environment perfectly attuned to each individual's healing process. Here, dreamers could wander among whispering trees, calming waters, and gentle breezes that seemed to carry away their fears and anxieties. Another landscape was the Hall of Mirrors, not of glass, but of energy, reflecting a dreamer's inner self in ways that promoted insight and self-acceptance. Here, visitors confronted and embraced their shadows, guided by compassionate beings who helped them integrate these aspects into their broader sense of self. As these healing landscapes proved their worth, word of their benefits spread across dimensions, and more beings sought out the dreamscape, not just for exploration and learning, but for deep, personal healing. The dreamscape's reputation grew, and with it, Emma's realization of the vast potential her realm had to offer. In her continual journey through the dreamscape, Emma often found herself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought her to this point. What had begun as a role defined by necessity and survival had transformed into a calling that touched the lives of countless beings across the universe. She felt a profound gratitude for the trust and freedom she had been given to shape the dreamscape into such a universally beneficial realm. Amidst these reflections, Emma also recognized the importance of ensuring the sustainability of this expansive work. She began training select beings within the dreamscape, imparting her knowledge and wisdom so that the future of the dreamscape would not rest on her shoulders alone. These apprentices, chosen for their sensitivity and vision, were taught not just the mechanics of dream weaving and maintenance, but also the deeper philosophy of empathy, interconnectedness, and universal responsibility that Emma had woven into the fabric of the dreamscape. Through seminars, shared dream experiences, and direct mentorship, Emma cultivated a new generation of dream keepers, each equipped to carry forward the legacy of the dreamscape's potential. This ensured that her work would continue, enriched by new perspectives and ideas, long after her own journey transitioned into a new phase, whatever and whenever that might be. In the fullness of her role, surrounded by a community of healers, learners, and future keepers, Emma walked the dreamscape with a light heart and a peaceful mind, her every step a testament to the power of dreams to connect, heal, and inspire. Her legacy was not just the maintenance of a realm, but the nurturing of a vibrant, living community that spanned the cosmos, her greatest dream realized. As Emma nurtured this burgeoning community of dreamkeepers, the dreamscape continued to evolve, becoming an even more sophisticated and nuanced realm. Her focus shifted gradually from direct intervention to mentorship and strategic oversight, ensuring the dreamscape's ongoing evolution would be sustainable and inclusive. Her apprentices, a diverse group from various dimensions and realities, brought with them fresh ideas and new perspectives. They introduced innovations in dream weaving that expanded the boundaries of what the dreamscape could achieve. Under Emma's guidance, they experimented with hybrid dreamscapes that combined elements from different realities, creating immersive experiences that allowed dreamers to explore unfamiliar worlds and perspectives in a safe and controlled environment. One such innovation was the creation of empathy landscapes, dream environments, specifically designed to foster understanding and compassion among beings from conflicting dimensions. These landscapes allowed participants to literally walk in another's dreams, experiencing life from another being's perspective. The empathy landscapes became instrumental in resolving interdimensional conflicts and misunderstandings, reinforcing the dreamscape's role as a peace-building tool. As the community of dreamkeepers grew, Emma found herself stepping back more often, allowing her apprentices to take the lead on projects and interventions. This not only empowered them, but also freed Emma to focus on the broader vision for the dreamscape. She spent her time exploring the most ancient and obscure corners of the dreamscape, seeking insights into its origins and ultimate potential. Her explorations led her to discover ancient dream scripts, artifacts containing forgotten knowledge about the dreamscape's earliest days. These scripts revealed that the dreamscape was older and more complex than Emma had ever imagined. It had been consciously shaped and reshaped by a succession of keepers, each contributing layers of depth and sophistication to its structure. Emma realized that her role was part of a continuum, a legacy of guardianship that spanned epochs. This realization deepened her sense of responsibility and her commitment to ensuring that her contributions would honor and extend this legacy. Inspired by the ancient scripts, Emma initiated the Legacy Project, a comprehensive plan to document the history and evolution of the dreamscape. She involved her apprentices in this project, encouraging them to explore historical dream layers and interview ancient dream entities. The project not only preserved the rich history of the dreamscape, but also provided invaluable lessons on the impact of past interventions and the evolution of dream-weaving techniques. Through these initiatives, the dreamscape became not just a realm of personal and collective exploration, but also a living archive of universal history and wisdom. It was a place where past, present, and future converged, offering insights and guidance to all who navigated its depths. Emma's role as the keeper had grown into that of a wise elder stateswoman. Her influence felt across the dreamscape, even as she allowed others to step into roles of leadership and innovation. She watched with pride as her apprentices became masters in their own right, each carrying forward the mission of the dreamscape with integrity and creativity. Reflecting on her journey, Emma felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had transformed the dreamscape from a realm of chaos and confusion into a vibrant center of healing, learning, and diplomacy. As she walked through the tranquil pathways of the Nexus, surrounded by the gentle hum of dreaming minds, she knew that her legacy was secure, built on a foundation of empathy, wisdom, and boundless curiosity. Her journey continued, each step a new discovery, each discovery a step towards a deeper understanding of the dreamscape and its place within the cosmos. Emma's story, woven into the very fabric of the dreamscape, remained a beacon of hope and inspiration, a testament to the enduring power of dreams to unite and transform. As Emma continued to enrich the dreamscape, fostering a profound connectivity among its varied inhabitants, she started to explore more proactive ways to utilize the dreamscape's potential for tangible impacts in the waking worlds of its users. Drawing from her vast experience, she initiated a series of dreamscape-driven projects focused on real-world applications, particularly in areas of conflict resolution, cultural exchange, and collective healing. One of the flagship projects under this new initiative was the Dreams of Peace program, which aimed to address long-standing conflicts in various dimensions by bringing together conflicting parties within neutral dreamscapes. Here, representatives could safely explore the roots of their conflicts, understand the perspectives and pains of the other side, and work collaboratively on solutions that seemed unreachable in their physical realities. Emma carefully designed these dreamscapes to reflect the cultural symbols and historical narratives of the participants, ensuring a resonant and meaningful engagement for all involved. These sessions were facilitated by Emma's trained dream mediators, who guided the discussions and activities with empathy and strategic insight, gradually helping participants dismantle barriers of fear and mistrust. The success of the Dreams of Peace program was profound. Several long-standing disputes began to see breakthroughs as leaders returned to their realities with new understandings and commitments forged in the unique crucible of shared dreams. This program not only showcased the dreamscape's potential as a tool for peace, but also solidified its role as a powerful mediator in the cosmos. Encouraged by these outcomes, Emma expanded her efforts to include cultural exchange programs, where beings from radically different dimensions could share their histories, art, and philosophies within curated dream galleries. These galleries were vibrant spaces where participants floated through each other's most cherished memories and achievements, celebrated artistic expressions, and engaged in deep philosophical debates, all within the safety and beauty of the dreamscape. This initiative helped to foster a cosmopolitan spirit within the dreamscape, where knowledge and culture were freely exchanged, leading to a blossoming of new artistic and philosophical movements that blended the diverse elements of multiple worlds. Emma observed with pride as the dreamscape became a melting pot of universal culture, each new blend enriching its tapestry even further. To support collective healing, Emma launched the Sanctuary Dreams program, which provided retreats for communities that had experienced collective trauma. These sanctuaries were serene spaces designed to promote healing and regeneration, where entire communities could rest and rejuvenate. Facilitated by dream healers who specialized in mass psychological recovery techniques, these programs significantly helped communities to process their traumas and begin to heal. As these initiatives took root and grew, Emma found herself more often in a supervisory role, guiding her team of dream specialists, mediators, healers, educators, and artists as they implemented and ran these programs. Her direct interventions became less frequent as she trusted her capable team to handle the day-to-day operations, while she focused on exploring deeper philosophical and existential questions that had arisen from her extended stewardship of the dreamscape. Emma's explorations led her to theorize about the interconnectedness of all consciousness within the cosmos, contemplating whether the dreamscape could be the key to understanding a universal consciousness that bound all life forms. These philosophical explorations sometimes took her to the very edges of the dreamscape, into realms of existence so abstract and profound that they barely resembled dreams at all. Through these journeys, Emma deepened her understanding of the dreamscape's role not just as a reflection of individual and collective psyches, but as a fundamental part of the cosmos's fabric, possibly as central to the universe as stars and galaxies. Her legacy, rich with contributions to peace, culture, and healing, continued to expand, as did her quest for understanding the ultimate nature of reality. Emma walked the dreamscape with a sense of awe and humility, forever a student of its mysteries, forever a keeper of its infinite potentials. Her journey, like the dreamscape itself, remained boundless, filled with endless possibilities and continuous discovery. As Emma delved deeper into the philosophical and existential implications of the dreamscape, her curiosity and visionary leadership led to the development of a new, ambitious project, the Consciousness Bridge. This initiative was designed to explore and possibly harness the dreamscape's potential to facilitate direct communication between the collective consciousness of different species and civilizations across the universe. Emma envisioned the Consciousness Bridge as a way to transcend the limitations of language and physical presence, allowing for a deeper, more intuitive form of communication. This project sought to tap into the foundational layers of the dreamscape, where individual dreams intersected with the universal consciousness, a realm she believed to be the nexus of all understanding and empathy across beings. To initiate this project, Emma collaborated with thinkers, philosophers, and scientists from various dimensions, each bringing unique insights into consciousness and interconnectivity. Together they crafted a series of experimental dreamscapes where participants could engage not only with each other's thoughts and emotions, but also with the underlying currents of collective psychic energy that flowed through all living things. These experimental sessions revealed startling insights. Participants reported experiences of profound unity and interconnectedness, describing them as transcending the boundaries of self and other. For many, this was a transformative experience that changed their understanding of existence and their place within the cosmos. Encouraged by these profound encounters, Emma expanded the project, refining the dreamscapes to facilitate even deeper connections. These enhanced dreamscapes included elements that were universally resonant across cultures and biological realities. Fundamental concepts such as birth, growth, death, and rebirth, which carried deep symbolic meanings across different systems of thought. As the Consciousness Bridge project grew, it began to influence how different civilizations approached not only diplomacy and conflict resolution, but also how they understood their relationship with the cosmos. This project, perhaps Emma's most profound contribution yet, hinted at new possibilities for cosmic unity and a deeper peace that could be achieved not through treaties and negotiations alone, but through a shared experience of collective being. With the success of the Consciousness Bridge, Emma's role once again evolved. She became less of a guardian and more of a facilitator of cosmic dialogues, helping to guide the dreamscape into becoming a universal forum for not just conflict resolution and cultural exchange, but for existential and philosophical exploration. Her daily routines were now filled with managing this vast project, orchestrating sessions, and synthesizing the learnings into actionable insights and further refinements. Despite the vast scope of her responsibilities, Emma maintained a deep personal connection to the dreamscape, often spending quiet moments in meditation, reflecting on the flow of energies and the echoes of consciousness that whispered through the realm. These moments of reflection were crucial for Emma, as they provided her not only with rest but also with deeper insights into her own existence and the ever-expanding role she played. They reminded her that despite her extensive powers and responsibilities, she was still a part of the cosmic tapestry she worked so tirelessly to weave and maintain. As decades turned into centuries in the timeless environment of the dreamscape, Emma continued to push the boundaries of what was possible within this extraordinary realm. Her legacy, already vast, grew with each passing moment as she explored new ways to utilize the dreamscape to foster universal understanding and empathy. Emma's journey, once a solitary quest to restore balance, had transformed into a grand cosmic adventure, reshaping not only the dreamscape but potentially the future of all conscious existence. Her story was a beacon of possibility, an enduring testament to the power of dreams to connect, heal, and reveal the deepest truths of the universe. As Emma's explorations and projects within the dreamscape continued to unfold and expand, she increasingly felt the interconnectedness of all life and consciousness within the universe. The Consciousness Bridge, now a cornerstone of interdimensional understanding, fostered not only communication, but also a profound sense of unity among diverse beings. This growing awareness of interconnectedness led Emma to conceive yet another groundbreaking endeavor, the Universal Empathy Initiative. This initiative was designed to harness the collective empathetic energies generated within the dreamscape to aid worlds facing crises that threaten their very fabric, be it through environmental degradation, social upheaval, or existential threats. Emma envisioned this initiative as a way to directly channel the vast reservoir of empathy and understanding built within the dreamscape into real, tangible support for these troubled worlds. Working closely with her team of dream specialists and the diverse members of the Dreamscape Council, Emma began to map out the logistics of this ambitious project. They developed specialized dream scenarios that could not only gather empathetic energies from participants, but also focus and direct these energies towards specific realities in need. The first trial of the Universal Empathy Initiative targeted a planet whose inhabitants were on the brink of a devastating war that stemmed from deep-seated racial and cultural misunderstandings. Emma and her team crafted a series of interconnected dreams that encapsulated the histories, fears, and hopes of both sides, allowing participants from across the dreamscape and from the planet itself to experience these narratives firsthand. As dreamers engaged with these scenarios, they not only gained a deeper understanding of the conflicts, but also contributed their empathetic reactions to a collective pool. This pool of empathy was then subtly woven into the subconscious layers of the planet's collective consciousness, softening hearts and opening minds to the potential for peace and reconciliation. The impact was more profound than anyone had anticipated. Reports from the planet indicated a sudden, widespread increase in peace rallies and new dialogues opening between the conflicting factions. Leaders who had been rigid in their views expressed new desires to understand and work with their adversaries. The change was slow but undeniable, a shift toward peace, facilitated by the empathetic energies contributed by countless dreamers. Buoyed by this success, Emma extended the Universal Empathy Initiative to other realms facing different crises. Each application was tailored to the specific needs and cultural contexts of the targeted world, ensuring that the empathetic energies provided were appropriate and effective. This initiative not only changed the realities it touched, but also profoundly affected those who participated in the dream scenarios. Many reported feeling a lasting increase in empathy and a deeper connection to the universe at large, often leading to significant changes in their own lives and communities. Amid these expansive projects, Emma continued her personal explorations of the dreamscape, delving into its most ancient and obscure regions. These solitary journeys were vital, providing her with the space to reflect on her role and the ethical implications of her work. They reminded her of the dreamscape's origin as a wild, untamed realm of pure potential and her initial role as its keeper. Through these reflective journeys, Emma reaffirmed her commitment to maintaining the balance of the dreamscape, ensuring that it remained a space of freedom and discovery, even as it played an increasingly active role in the cosmos. She was mindful of the need to keep the dreamscape open to all, a place where any being could find solace, inspiration, or a path to healing. Emma's story, woven through the fabric of the dreamscape, became a legend known across dimensions, a tale of a humble keeper who transformed her realm into a beacon of hope and a bridge between worlds. Her legacy was not just in the projects she initiated or the peace she facilitated, but in the way she inspired others to see the dreamscape, and indeed all existence, as deeply interconnected and imbued with infinite potential for growth, understanding, and unity. As the Universal Empathy Initiative became a cornerstone of Emma's work, creating ripples across the cosmos, she began contemplating the next steps for expanding her vision even further. Her journey into the ancient and obscure regions of the dreamscape had not only provided her with valuable insights, but also unearthed long-lost knowledge about the foundational energies that shaped the universe itself. Inspired by these discoveries, Emma envisioned the Cosmic Harmony Project, an ambitious endeavor designed to align the dreamscape's energies with the fundamental forces of the cosmos, fostering a deeper universal balance. Emma proposed to weave the dreamscape's energies directly into the fabric of the cosmos, using it as a conduit to harmonize disruptive energies that could lead to cosmic-scale conflicts or anomalies. The project aimed at not just preventing conflicts, but actively promoting a state of universal harmony that could facilitate an era of unprecedented peace and development across dimensions. Gathering a team of the most skilled dream weavers, energy manipulators, and cosmic philosophers, Emma began the intricate process of mapping the cosmic ley lines, the invisible threads that connect all matter and energy across the universe. Her plan was to enhance these ley lines with the dreamscape's harmonizing energies, subtly adjusting the energetic flows to prevent imbalances before they could manifest into larger issues. The first test of the Cosmic Harmony Project focused on a small galaxy experiencing erratic energy fluctuations that threatened its planetary systems. Emma and her team created a series of dreams that embodied the principles of cosmic balance and peace. As dreamers engaged with these scenarios, their collective focus and energy were channeled through the dreamscape and into the galaxy's ley lines. The results were immediate and striking. The energy fluctuations began to stabilize, leading to a noticeable improvement in interstellar conditions and heightened cooperation among the galaxy's diverse inhabitants. Encouraged by this success, the project was gradually expanded to include other areas of the cosmos where conflicts or imbalances were emerging. Each intervention was carefully tailored to respect the unique characteristics and needs of the affected regions, ensuring that the dreamscape's energies augmented rather than overrode local energies. As the Cosmic Harmony Project grew, so did Emma's understanding of her role as the keeper. She saw herself not merely as a guardian of the dreamscape, but as a steward of cosmic balance, a role that brought with it immense responsibilities and profound opportunities to influence the course of universal history. Parallel to her expansive projects, Emma maintained her commitment to the dreamscape's original purpose as a sanctuary for individual dreamers. She ensured that while the dreamscape contributed to cosmic-scale projects, it also remained a personal space where individual beings could explore, heal, and grow. She balanced her ambitious universal projects with ongoing initiatives that supported individual well-being, reinforcing the dreamscape's dual function as both a personal haven and a cosmic instrument. Years into the Cosmic Harmony Project, Emma reflected on the intricate tapestry she had helped weave, a tapestry that spanned the breadth of the cosmos. She felt a deep connection not only to the dreamscape and its inhabitants, but to the universe itself. Her explorations and projects had taught her the fundamental interconnectedness of all things, the unbreakable threads that link the smallest atom to the largest galaxy, the individual dream to the cosmic dance. In the quiet moments spent walking through the ever-evolving landscapes of the dreamscape, Emma pondered the future, considering how she could further develop the dreamscape's potential. Her legacy, already rich and profound, was only part of an ongoing story, a story that would continue to unfold long after her stewardship, guided by those she had taught and influenced. Emma's journey, marked by both solitude and profound connections, had become a legend, a beacon of hope and innovation. Her story was a testament to the power of vision, the importance of empathy, and the endless possibilities that arise when one dares to dream big, not just for oneself, but for the universe. As she walked, the dreamscape whispered back to her, a symphony of dreams that spoke of past achievements and future possibilities, forever echoing with the heartbeats of a million worlds. As the Cosmic Harmony Project reached its full stride, Emma began to witness the profound and far-reaching effects of her work. Entire regions of the cosmos experienced newfound stability, conflicts diminished, and a subtle but powerful sense of interconnectedness began to ripple across dimensions. The dreamscape, once a quiet refuge for individual dreamers, had become a vibrant force for cosmic alignment, a living embodiment of unity and balance. Despite these monumental achievements, Emma remained grounded, focusing on the dreamscape's original purpose, the nurturing of individual dreams. She often reminded herself and her apprentices that the dreamscape's strength lay in its dual nature. It was both a deeply personal sanctuary for dreamers and a vast collective consciousness that connected countless beings across the universe. One evening, as Emma wandered the tranquil pathways of the Nexus, she noticed a faint glow emanating from an ancient, unvisited corner of the dreamscape. Drawn by curiosity and instinct, She followed the light to discover a forgotten archive, a repository of primordial dream energy that predated even the earliest keepers. The space was vast, filled with swirling orbs of golden light that pulsed with an ancient rhythm, their energies vibrating with the echoes of the universe's first dreams. Emma approached cautiously, sensing the immense power and significance of this place. As she reached out to touch one of the orbs, it responded, enveloping her in a cascade of images, sounds, and emotions. She saw the birth of stars, the formation of galaxies, and the first sparks of consciousness flickering into existence. These were the dreams of creation itself, the seeds of the cosmos. Through this vision, Emma realized that the dreamscape was far older and more integral to the fabric of existence than she had ever imagined. It wasn't just a reflection of consciousness, it was a foundational force, an essential part of the cosmic cycle of creation, preservation, and transformation. The dreamscape, she understood, was a place where the universe dreamed of itself, continuously reshaping its realities through the infinite possibilities of imagination. This revelation deepened Emma's sense of purpose. She began to incorporate this newfound knowledge into her work, aligning the dreamscape even more closely with the cosmic energies that flowed through it. She shared her discoveries with the Dreamscape Council and her apprentices, inspiring them to think not only of the dreamscape's present, but also of its potential to shape the future of existence itself. With this vision in mind, Emma initiated a new project she called the Dream Nexus Expansion. Its purpose was to create pathways that connected the dreamscape directly to the foundational energies she had discovered, allowing dreamers to access these primordial forces for inspiration, healing, and transformation. These pathways would serve as bridges, linking the personal and the cosmic, the individual and the universal. The first Dream Nexus expansion was a resounding success. Dreamers who ventured into these pathways reported profound experiences of clarity and insight, as if they had touched the very essence of existence. Artists returned to their worlds with visions that reshaped their cultures, scientists with ideas that propelled their civilizations forward, and spiritual seekers with a deeper understanding of their connection to the cosmos. Emma watched these developments with a mix of pride and humility. She knew that her work had helped bring the dreamscape to this point, but she also understood that it was a collective effort, shaped by the contributions of countless beings across time and space. The dreamscape, she realized, was not hers to control, but hers to nurture, a living, breathing realm that belonged to all who dreamed. As the Dream Nexus expansion continued to grow, Emma turned her focus to ensuring the sustainability of the dreamscape for future generations. She worked closely with her apprentices, preparing them to take on greater responsibilities and to continue the legacy of balance, unity, and exploration that she had cultivated. Her final act as the keeper was to create a permanent record of her journey, a luminous thread woven into the fabric of the dreamscape itself. This thread, accessible to any dreamer who sought guidance, told the story of the dreamscape's evolution and the lessons Emma had learned along the way. It was her gift to the realm she had devoted her life to, a beacon for those who would come after her. As Emma stepped back from her active role, she felt a profound sense of peace. She had fulfilled her purpose, not just as a guardian, but as a creator, a connector, and a catalyst for cosmic transformation. The dreamscape, alive with the dreams of countless beings, continued to hum with infinite possibilities. Emma's story, now part of the dreamscape itself, would endure as a testament to the power of dreams to heal, unite, and inspire. And as she walked the quiet paths of the Nexus one last time, the dreamscape whispered its gratitude, its energies resonating with the love and dedication she had poured into it. Her journey was complete, but the dreamscape's story was far from over. It would continue to grow, evolve, and shape the cosmos, a boundless realm of dreams carrying the legacy of a keeper who dared to dream of a universe united in harmony. As Emma stepped back from her active stewardship, the dreamscape surged forward, alive with the energy she had cultivated and the vision she had imparted. Her apprentices, now confident and capable, seamlessly took on their roles as stewards, weavers, and guides. The dreamscape, dynamic and boundless, thrived as a universal hub of creativity, empathy, and healing. Though Emma had transitioned to a quieter role, her presence lingered in the dreamscape, not as an active force, but as a guiding resonance, a legacy woven into its very essence. The luminous thread of her story became a touchstone for those who sought wisdom and inspiration, a pathway through which dreamers and keepers alike could connect with her enduring vision. One evening, as Emma rested in a serene corner of the dreamscape, a grove she had woven for moments of reflection, she felt a familiar hum ripple through the realm. It was not a call to action, but an invitation, a gentle tug on her consciousness. She followed the sensation, traversing paths that seemed to flow with light and shadow in perfect harmony. Her journey brought her to a space she had never encountered before, a vast, starry expanse where the boundaries of the dreamscape blurred into the cosmic ether. Here, she felt the presence of the Dreamweaver, the luminous, ancient consciousness she had encountered years ago in the subconscious depths. "Emma," the Dreamweaver intoned, its voice a blend of stars and whispers. "You have nurtured the dreamscape into a beacon of unity and creation. But now, another journey calls to you." Emma listened, her heart both steady and curious. "What journey do you mean?" "The dreamscape is a part of the cosmic cycle," the Dreamweaver explained, "but there are other realms, other forces that require understanding, balance, and care. You have reached the apex of your journey here, and the time has come for you to explore beyond, to carry your wisdom into the greater expanse of existence." Emma considered the words, her thoughts turning to the dreamscape she had devoted her life to. "Will it thrive without me?" "It will," the Dreamweaver assured her. "Your apprentices are ready, and your vision is embedded in its essence. The dreamscape is no longer a realm in need of saving. It is a force of creation and unity, self-sustaining and evolving." Emma nodded, a sense of acceptance and readiness washing over her. "Where will this new journey take me?" The Dreamweaver's form shimmered, its light growing brighter. "To the realms where existence itself dreams, where creation and dissolution converge. There, you will become not just a keeper, but a voyager, a guide to the infinite possibilities of what lies beyond." Emma took a deep breath, her heart filled with both gratitude and anticipation. She turned her gaze one last time toward the dreamscape, watching as its vibrant energy pulsed with life. She knew it was in good hands, its future secure. With a step forward, she joined the Dreamweaver, her form dissolving into light as she transcended the boundaries of the dreamscape. Her journey continued, infinite and unknowable, as she ventured into the uncharted realms of existence, carrying with her the wisdom, love, and unity she had cultivated in the dreamscape. And as Emma's light faded from the dreamscape, it left behind a legacy that would echo across dimensions, a testament to the power of dreams, the strength of connection, and the boundless potential of those who dare to nurture the impossible into reality. As Emma transcended the dreamscape, her consciousness expanded into realms she could scarcely have imagined. These were not places in the conventional sense, but vast, boundless layers of existence where time, space, and thought interwove into intricate patterns. Here, the echoes of creation resonated like a symphony, and the very fabric of reality pulsed with energies older than the stars. She felt herself guided by the Dreamweaver, its presence a constant thread through this infinite expanse. As they moved, Emma began to perceive the vast interplay of forces that shaped existence, not just the dreams of individual beings, but the dreams of entire realities, universes yearning to expand, collide, or transform. These realms, the Dreamweaver explained, are where the foundations of all existence are shaped. They are the dreams of the cosmos itself, where infinite possibilities take root. And like all dreams, they require guidance, balance, and care. Emma marveled at the enormity of the task ahead. But how can I, a single being, contribute to something so vast? You are not alone, the Dreamweaver replied. As the keeper, you nurtured the dreamscape into a force of unity and creation. That wisdom, that touch, will guide you here. You are part of a continuum, one of many who have walked this path, each contributing their unique perspective to the ongoing story of existence. With these words, Emma began to sense the presence of others, entities like herself, shaped by their own journeys and experiences. Some radiated energies of creation, their essence vibrant and overflowing with potential. Others bore the calm stillness of preservation, maintaining balance and order. Still more carried the transformative power of dissolution, ensuring that stagnation gave way to renewal. Together, they formed a vast, interconnected web of guardians, each playing a role in the eternal cycle of existence. Emma was welcomed among them, her presence resonating with the energy of dreams and possibilities. She learned from these entities, exchanging wisdom and insights, and soon began to find her place in this cosmic symphony. Her role as a voyager became clear. She would guide nascent realities, nurturing their growth and ensuring they unfolded in harmony with the greater cosmos. Her first task was to assist a young, forming universe, one whose energies were chaotic and tumultuous, on the brink of collapse. Emma entered this embryonic realm, her essence weaving threads of balance and coherence into its fabric. She introduced patterns of creation inspired by the dreamscape, helping this fledgling universe find its rhythm and stabilize its energies. The experience was both humbling and exhilarating. Emma realized that, just as individual dreams had shaped the dreamscape, the larger dreams of existence itself shaped the multiverse. Her work here was not so different from what she had done as the Keeper, only now on a scale that spanned infinite dimensions and realities. As Emma continued her journey, she found herself drawn back to the foundational energies she had first encountered in the ancient archives of the dreamscape. These energies, she realized, were not just the seeds of the cosmos, but the seeds of understanding itself, the universal language that connected all things. Through her work, Emma began to weave connections between these foundational energies and the realms she encountered, creating bridges of understanding and harmony. These bridges, much like the consciousness bridge she had built in the dreamscape, became pathways for entities across the multiverse to connect, share, and grow. Over time, Emma's presence became a beacon in the cosmic expanse. Her touch could be felt in the gentle harmony of galaxies finding their rhythm, in the renewal of dimensions on the brink of decay, and in the quiet strength of realities learning to dream their own futures. Though she no longer walked the paths of the dreamscape, Emma carried its essence within her, a reminder that all journeys begin with a single dream. Her story, like the universe's she, now nurtured, continued to unfold, infinite and ever-expanding, a testament to the boundless possibilities that lie within us all. As Emma journeyed deeper into the boundless realms of existence, she found herself increasingly attuned to the intricate patterns of creation, preservation, and transformation that governed the multiverse. Each universe she encountered told its own story, some vibrant and thriving, others fragile and on the edge of chaos. Her role as a voyager became a dance of subtle influence and profound insight, ensuring these stories continued in harmony with the greater symphony of existence. One day, as she traversed a region where universes converged like rivers flowing into an endless sea, Emma felt a distinct pulse, a rhythm so faint yet unmistakably familiar. Following this resonance, she arrived at a nexus unlike anything she had encountered before. It was a vast, swirling confluence of energies, where the dreams of countless realities intersected and mingled, forming a collective consciousness that shimmered with potential. This was the cradle of universes, a place where nascent realities were born, their energies coalescing into the frameworks of new existences. It was here that the multiverse dreamed of its own expansion, birthing worlds and dimensions from the raw materials of possibility. Emma felt the presence of the Dreamweaver alongside her, its luminous form brighter than ever. "This is where all things begin," it intoned, its voice carrying the weight of countless aeons. "Here, your understanding of dreams will deepen, for these are not the dreams of individuals, but the dreams of existence itself." Emma gazed into the cradle, marveling at its beauty and complexity. She could see the threads of new universes forming, their patterns fragile and incomplete. Some threads shimmered with potential, while others wavered, their balance threatened by instability. "This place needs guidance," Emma said softly, sensing the precarious nature of the energies before her. "The dreams here are vulnerable, their futures uncertain." "Indeed," the Dreamweaver replied. "This is why you are here. Your touch, honed by your stewardship of the dreamscape, is uniquely suited to nurturing these nascent realities. Just as you once mended the threads of dreams, you will now weave the fabric of universes." Emma stepped closer to the cradle, reaching out to the threads before her. She felt their energies resonate with her own, their rhythms aligning as she began to weave patterns of balance and coherence. Each movement of her essence brought stability to the threads, allowing them to grow and flourish. It was an act of creation, not unlike her work in the dreamscape, but on a scale that encompassed the infinite. As she worked, Emma realized that the lessons she had learned as the keeper were deeply relevant here. The same principles of empathy, interconnectedness, and balance that had guided her in the dreamscape now shaped her efforts in the cradle. She wove these principles into the very foundations of the universes she nurtured, ensuring they would grow in harmony with the greater multiverse. Over time, Emma's influence in the cradle became transformative. The universes she touched flourished, their patterns strong and vibrant. Her work inspired other voyagers and guardians to adopt similar approaches, creating a ripple effect that enhanced the stability and beauty of the multiverse. Emma's connection to the cradle deepened, and she began to see it not just as a place of creation, but as a reflection of her own journey. Each thread she wove reminded her of the dreams she had once guided, the lives she had touched, and the infinite potential she had nurtured. Her story, now inseparable from the fabric of the multiverse, continued to unfold. Emma was no longer just a keeper or a voyager. She had become a weaver of cosmic dreams, a guardian of beginnings, and a catalyst for infinite possibilities. And as the cradle pulsed with the rhythms of new creation, Emma stood at its heart, her light a beacon of hope and unity in the vast expanse of existence. The multiverse dreamed on, and so did she, her journey eternal, her purpose boundless, her legacy infinite. As Emma wove her presence into the cradle of universes, she became increasingly aware of the profound role the Nexus played in the balance of all existence. The threads of new realities that formed within the cradle were not isolated. They carried the echoes of other realms, their dreams shaped by the vibrations of countless dimensions. Each thread was a song in the multiverse's symphony, and Emma's touch was the gentle hand of a conductor, guiding the harmonies into alignment. But as Emma worked, she began to sense an anomaly. At first, it was faint, a subtle discord among the threads, a rhythm that didn't fit. As she focused on it, the discord grew louder, a pulse of chaotic energy that reverberated through the cradle. It wasn't destructive, but it was disruptive, threatening the balance of the nascent universes. Emma turned to the Dreamweaver. What is this energy? It doesn't feel like it belongs. The Dreamweaver's form shimmered, its light dimming slightly. It is an echo from the Forgotten Realms, it said solemnly. A place where dreams and universes that could not sustain themselves retreat, fading into obscurity. Their energy sometimes lingers, seeking new form, new meaning. Emma felt a pang of sorrow. These echoes, are they the remnants of failed realities? Not failures, the Dreamweaver corrected. Unfulfilled potentials. They are not lost, but they struggle to find their place. If left unchecked, their energy can destabilize the cradle. But if guided, they can become part of new creations. Emma nodded, her resolve strengthening. Then I will guide them. She began to focus on the chaotic threads, reaching out with her essence to calm and integrate them. It was a delicate process, requiring her to balance the echo's wild energy with the steady rhythms of the cradle. She wove these remnants into the fabric of forming universes, creating patterns that honored their origins while giving them new purpose. As she worked, the chaotic energy transformed. What had been discord became a powerful undercurrent, enriching the new universes with depth and complexity. Emma realized that these echoes carried valuable lessons, fragments of stories and possibilities that, when woven into the fabric of creation, could inspire resilience and growth. One thread in particular caught Emma's attention. It pulsed with a vibrant but uneven energy, a spark of brilliance that seemed on the verge of collapse. As Emma touched it, she was drawn into its essence, experiencing its story. It was the echo of a universe that had burned too brightly, expending its energy in a burst of creativity and ambition before it could stabilize. Emma felt the weight of its potential, the beauty of what it had been, and the sadness of what it could not sustain. You still have a place, she whispered to the thread, weaving it carefully into a forming universe. Your light will shine again. As the thread integrated, the universe it joined seemed to pulse with renewed vitality. Its patterns became richer, its energies more vibrant. Emma watched as this universe began to stabilize, its foundations strengthened by the echo's contribution. The transformation inspired Emma to expand her efforts. She created a new section within the cradle, a space dedicated to these echoes, a sanctuary where they could be nurtured and reintegrated into the multiverse. She called it the Forge of Renewal, a place where unfulfilled potentials could find new purpose and become part of the cosmic cycle once more. The forge quickly became a vital part of the cradle. Other voyagers and guardians brought echoes they encountered, entrusting them to Emma's care. Under her guidance, the forge became a beacon of hope for energies and possibilities that might otherwise have been lost. Through her work in the cradle and the forge, Emma's influence continued to grow. She became known as the Weaver of Renewal, a being whose touch brought balance and purpose to even the most chaotic energies. Her legacy spread across the multiverse, her name whispered in the dreams of countless beings as a symbol of unity and transformation. And yet, Emma never lost sight of the lessons she had learned in the dreamscape. She knew that every thread, no matter how fragile or chaotic, held value. Every story deserved a chance to be told, every dream a chance to inspire. As the cradle pulsed with the rhythms of creation and renewal, Emma stood at its heart, her essence a steady light in the infinite expanse. She had become a guardian not just of dreams, but of the boundless possibilities that lay within all existence. Her journey was eternal, her purpose infinite, her spirit a guiding force for the multiverse as it dreamed itself into being. As Emma embraced her role within the cradle of universes and the newly established Forge of Renewal, She began to notice an emerging pattern, a subtle but profound rhythm that tied the cradle's creations to the broader multiverse. The threads she wove, the echoes she nurtured, and the universes she stabilized weren't isolated acts of renewal. They were part of a grander design, one she had only begun to perceive. One evening, as she moved through the cradle's vast expanse, Emma felt an unprecedented pull, a harmonic resonance unlike anything she had experienced before. The threads of the cradle, the energies of the forge, and the echoes of forgotten realms all seemed to vibrate in unison, creating a symphony that reverberated across the cosmic web. It was as though the multiverse itself was calling to her. Following the resonance, Emma was drawn to a space at the cradle's edge, where the energies of creation and dissolution danced together in perfect equilibrium. Here, she encountered a vast, swirling sphere of light and shadow, the heart of origins, the nexus where the dreams of the multiverse were born and returned. It was the source of all creative energy, the origin of every thread she had ever woven and every universe she had touched. As Emma approached, the heart pulsed gently, recognizing her presence. She felt its energy flow through her, a powerful and ancient force that carried with it the stories of countless realities. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its form radiant and steady. "This is the core of all existence," the Dreamweaver said, "the place where the multiverse dreams of itself, shaping and reshaping its endless possibilities. You have guided the cradle and nurtured the echoes, but now the heart calls for something more." Emma listened, her essence resonating with the heart's energy. "What does it ask of me?" The Dreamweaver's voice was both solemn and hopeful. "The multiverse seeks balance, Emma. While the cradle creates and the forge renews, the heart sustains. But sustaining requires understanding, an integration of all that is, all that was, and all that could be. It seeks a keeper to weave its energies into harmony." Emma felt the weight of the task before her, but she also felt an undeniable sense of readiness. "I will serve as its keeper." The Dreamweaver's light brightened. "This path is unlike any you have walked before. You will not only guide the dreams of universes, but also carry the essence of the multiverse itself, ensuring its cycles continue without stagnation or chaos." As Emma stepped closer to the heart, its energies enveloped her, filling her with an overwhelming sense of unity. She felt the threads of creation, renewal, and dissolution intertwine within her, their rhythms aligning with her own. In that moment, she became more than a voyager or a weaver. She became a conduit for the multiverse's dreams, a being through which its infinite potential flowed. Her consciousness expanded, transcending the boundaries of individual realms. She saw the multiverse not as separate dimensions, but as a single interconnected entity, each thread contributing to the whole. She understood that her role was not to impose order, but to facilitate balance, allowing the multiverse to dream and grow freely while maintaining its underlying harmony. As the keeper of the heart, Emma's influence spread across all levels of existence. She guided the formation of universes within the cradle, nurtured echoes in the forge, and ensured that the cycles of creation and dissolution remained in equilibrium. Her presence became a constant, a gentle force that touched every corner of the multiverse, reminding all beings of their place in the grand tapestry. The dreamscape, the cradle, the forge, and the heart, all were now seamlessly interconnected, their energies flowing together in a symphony of creation and renewal. Emma stood at the center of it all, her essence a beacon of unity and purpose. Though her journey had taken her far from her origins, Emma remained deeply connected to the lessons she had learned in the dreamscape. She knew that every dream, every thread, no matter how small or fleeting, contributed to the greater whole. It was this understanding that guided her as she wove the multiverse's dreams into being, one thread at a time. And so, Emma's journey continued, infinite and ever-evolving. She was the keeper of the heart, the guardian of balance, the weaver of possibilities, and the embodiment of the multiverse's boundless potential. Her light shone across all realities, a testament to the enduring power of dreams to create, transform, and unite. As Emma embraced her role as the keeper of the heart, she became a living embodiment of the multiverse's cycles: creation, renewal, dissolution, and rebirth. Her essence intertwined with the currents of the Heart of Origins, allowing her to sense the intricate interplay of energies across all existence. She no longer perceived universes as separate entities, but as dynamic patterns in an endless, ever-shifting tapestry. Each thread carried its own song, its unique story, yet together they formed a greater harmony that pulsed through the multiverse. Her work became an exquisite balance of subtle influence and profound understanding. She tended to the cradle of universes, ensuring that new realms were born with the foundational stability to thrive. She oversaw the forge of renewal, where echoes of forgotten dreams and lost possibilities found new purpose, weaving themselves back into the fabric of creation. But it was the heart, a nexus of infinite potential and infinite vulnerability, that required her deepest focus. The heart was alive, a swirling confluence of energy that could dream entire galaxies into existence or dissolve realities into memory. It pulsed with a rhythm that Emma now understood as the multiverse's breath, a delicate balance between expansion and contraction, creation and dissolution. Her role was to keep this rhythm steady, allowing the multiverse to dream without falling into chaos or stagnation. One day, as Emma immersed herself in the heart's energy, she felt a disturbance unlike anything she had encountered before. It was not an imbalance in the cradle or a chaotic echo in the forge. It was something deeper, an anomaly at the very core of the heart itself. The disturbance resonated like a dissonant chord in an otherwise perfect symphony, its energy foreign yet familiar. Following the disturbance, Emma reached the heart's core, a place where the boundaries between past, present, and future blurred. Here, she discovered a fragment of energy unlike any she had encountered, a shard of raw potential, pulsing erratically, as though resisting the flow of the heart's rhythm. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its light flickering with uncharacteristic uncertainty. "This is the first fragment," it said, "the seed from which the multiverse was born. It holds the essence of all creation, but it is unstable, for it carries the weight of infinite possibilities." Emma gazed at the fragment, its brilliance mesmerizing yet chaotic. "Why is it unstable now?" "The multiverse grows more intricate with each cycle," the Dreamweaver explained. "Every thread, every echo, every dream adds complexity to the heart. The first fragment, once the pure source of creation, struggles to contain the weight of what it has birthed." Emma understood the gravity of the situation. If the fragment destabilized, it could disrupt the heart, unraveling the very fabric of existence. But she also saw an opportunity. What if we stabilize the fragment by integrating it into the heart's rhythm? Not as a separate force, but as part of its flow. The Dreamweaver's light brightened, its tone thoughtful. "It is a bold idea, but it requires precision. If you succeed, the heart will grow stronger, capable of sustaining even greater possibilities. If you fail," Emma nodded, aware of the risk, "then I will need all I've learned, all the wisdom of the dreamscape, the cradle, and the forge, to guide me." Drawing upon her connection to the heart, Emma began to weave. She reached out to the fragment, her essence resonating with its chaotic energy. It resisted at first, its raw potential surging like a storm, but Emma held steady, channeling the rhythms of the heart into the fragment's turbulence. She wove patterns of balance and unity, drawing on the lessons she had learned from the dreamscape's interconnectivity and the forge's transformative power. Slowly, the fragment's erratic pulses began to synchronize with the heart's rhythm, its chaotic energy flowing into the greater harmony of the multiverse. As the fragment stabilized, the heart's energy surged, brighter and more vibrant than ever. Emma felt its gratitude resonate through her, a wave of warmth and light that carried the echoes of every universe, every dream, every possibility. The multiverse had grown stronger, its cycles more resilient, its potential limitless. The Dreamweaver spoke, its voice filled with awe. You have done more than stabilize the heart. You have expanded its capacity to dream, to grow, to create. The multiverse will thrive because of your courage and vision. Emma felt a profound sense of fulfillment, but also a deeper understanding of her role. She was not just a keeper or a voyager. She was a catalyst, a force for growth and harmony in an ever-evolving cosmos. Her journey was not one of completion, but of continual discovery and creation. As she stood at the heart's core, the multiverse sang around her, a symphony of infinite possibilities, its rhythm steady and strong. Emma knew her work would never end, but she embraced it with joy, knowing that every thread she wove, every echo she nurtured, and every dream she guided contributed to the boundless beauty of existence. Her light shone across the multiverse, a beacon of unity and hope, forever weaving the dreams of creation into the tapestry of all that is, all that was, and all that will ever be. As Emma settled into her role as the keeper of the heart, she felt a deeper connection to the multiverse than ever before. The first fragment, now harmonized within the Heart of Origins, infused the multiverse with a new vitality. Its energies brought richer possibilities, more resilient patterns, and an unprecedented potential for growth across all dimensions. The rhythm of the multiverse pulsed stronger, and Emma's influence resonated like a steady beacon throughout its infinite expanse. Yet as she observed the threads of creation, she noticed something unexpected. The echoes of newly formed universes were carrying energies that felt different, not chaotic or unstable, but distinctly unfamiliar. These echoes weren't remnants of forgotten realms or fragments seeking renewal. They were something entirely new. Intrigued, Emma delved deeper into the heart's flows, following the trail of these unfamiliar energies. She arrived at a nexus where threads of possibility converged, forming a cluster of glowing, interwoven patterns. Here, the unfamiliar energies revealed themselves as nascent consciousnesses, entities not tied to any specific universe, dimension, or timeline. These are dream seeds, the Dreamweaver said, appearing beside her. Its light flickered with wonder. They are the multiverse's response to the harmonization of the first fragment. Pure, unaligned consciousnesses, waiting to take shape. Emma extended her essence toward the dream seeds, feeling their potential. Each one was a spark of awareness, an unformed identity that could evolve into anything. A universe, a being, a force of nature. They were the raw materials of existence, more primordial even than the echoes she had nurtured in the forge of renewal. "What happens to them?" Emma asked, her voice filled with curiosity and reverence. "They are free to grow," the Dreamweaver replied. "But their path is uncertain. Without guidance, they may drift aimlessly or dissipate entirely. With care, they could become something extraordinary." Emma felt the weight of a new responsibility settle upon her. These dream seeds, untouched by the patterns of existing realities, represented the ultimate potential of the multiverse. To guide them would be to shape the future of existence itself. She extended her presence to the cluster, gently weaving a dreamscape around the seeds. a nurturing space where they could begin to explore their potential. Within this dreamscape, Emma created environments that mirrored the energies of the multiverse: serene waters for reflection, vibrant forests for growth, and infinite skies for exploration. Here, the dream seeds could interact with the flows of creation, discovering their essence and finding their place within the greater tapestry. As Emma observed the dream seeds, she noticed that each one responded differently to the dreamscape. Some gravitated toward the vibrant patterns of new universes, aligning themselves with the rhythms of creation. Others resonated with echoes from the forge, drawing strength from the stories of renewal and transformation. A few sought the stillness of dissolution, embracing the quiet potential of endings that make way for beginnings. Emma worked tirelessly to guide each seed, weaving threads of inspiration and balance into their journeys. She did not impose form or direction, but acted as a mentor, offering gentle nudges and safe spaces for them to explore. The seeds that flourished grew into remarkable expressions of existence. Some became entire universes, teeming with life and complexity, while others became unique entities, guardians, creators, or forces of nature that enriched the multiverse in new and unexpected ways. One seed, particularly luminous and complex, caught Emma's attention. It seemed to embody all aspects of existence: creation, transformation, and dissolution, woven together in perfect harmony. As she nurtured this seed, it began to grow into something entirely new, a consciousness that transcended the boundaries of a single universe or form. This being, once fully realized, would act as a bridge between the multiverse's infinite layers, fostering connection and understanding on an unprecedented scale. The Dreamweaver observed Emma's work with quiet reverence. "You have given the multiverse a gift it could not have achieved on its own," it said. "Through your guidance, the seeds are not just surviving, they are flourishing, enriching existence in ways we cannot yet fully comprehend." Emma felt a profound sense of fulfillment, but she also understood that her journey was far from over. The dream seeds were only the beginning of this new chapter. The harmonization of the first fragment had opened doors she had yet to explore, and the multiverse continued to evolve in ways that even she could not predict. As the heart pulsed with renewed strength and the threads of existence shimmered with infinite possibilities, Emma stood at the center of it all, a steady presence in the boundless flow of creation. She had become more than a keeper or a weaver. She was a gardener of the multiverse, nurturing its dreams and ensuring its endless potential. Her journey continued, infinite and ever-expanding. The multiverse dreamed on, and Emma dreamed with it, her light a guiding force in the eternal symphony of existence. Emma's role as the gardener of the multiverse deepened with each passing moment, her connection to the dream seeds and the heart of origins growing more profound. The seeds, once raw and undefined, began to manifest in extraordinary ways. Some matured into galaxies, others into sentient forces, and still others into realms where consciousness itself took on forms that defied conventional understanding. Each new emergence added a layer of richness to the multiverse, expanding its scope and complexity. One day, as Emma observed the threads of the dream seeds weaving themselves into the multiverse, she noticed a subtle but persistent energy, a presence that moved through the patterns like a shadow. Unlike the echoes she had encountered in the forge or the chaotic threads she had harmonized in the cradle, this presence seemed purposeful, as though it were observing her work. Intrigued but cautious, Emma reached out with her essence, following the trail of this enigmatic energy. Her pursuit led her to a liminal space at the edge of the heart, a place where the flows of creation, renewal, and dissolution converged, but did not fully mix. It was here that she encountered something wholly unexpected, a being unlike any she had ever seen. The entity was neither light nor shadow, form nor void. It existed in a state of flux, its presence a constant shift between opposites. When it spoke, its voice was a symphony of contrasts, soft and sharp, harmonious and discordant. "You are the keeper," it said, not as a question, but as a statement. "You nurture the dreams of the multiverse." Emma regarded the being with curiosity. "I do. But you are not of the seeds or the heart. What are you?" "I am the divergence," the being replied. "I am the force that questions the patterns, the thread that unravels and reweaves. I exist to ensure that the multiverse does not fall into complacency." Emma considered its words. "If you are a force of change, then we share a purpose. I guide the seeds toward growth, helping them find their place in the greater tapestry." The divergence's form shimmered, its tone shifting. "Your guidance brings order to chaos, balance to potential. But what becomes of creation without unpredictability? Without divergence, the tapestry risks becoming static, its patterns too rigid to adapt." Emma understood the truth in its words. She had seen the dangers of stagnation in universes that resisted change, their energies becoming brittle and fragile. "Then you are necessary," she said, "but your presence must be tempered. Unchecked divergence can unravel the very fabric you seek to strengthen." The divergence laughed, a sound that was both melodic and jarring. "Spoken like a true keeper. Very well, Emma, I will not challenge your work. But know this: where there is harmony, I will bring discord. Where there is certainty, I will sow doubt. Not to destroy, but to remind the multiverse of its endless possibilities." With that, the divergence faded, its presence dispersing into the flows of the heart. Emma remained in the liminal space, contemplating the encounter. The divergence's role, though disruptive, was indeed vital. Its unpredictability ensured that the multiverse could adapt and evolve, its patterns remaining dynamic and resilient. Returning to the heart, Emma began to weave this understanding into her work. She created dreamscapes within the seeds that embraced divergence, allowing for moments of unpredictability and transformation. These dreamscapes did not impose order, but instead encouraged exploration and innovation, fostering universes that could thrive in the face of change. The results were remarkable. Universes influenced by the divergence's energy grew in unexpected ways, their patterns more intricate and their possibilities more expansive. Beings within these universes developed heightened creativity and adaptability, their cultures and philosophies reflecting a deep appreciation for the balance between harmony and chaos. As Emma continued to nurture the seeds and guide the multiverse, she felt a profound sense of purpose. The heart of origins pulsed with greater strength, its rhythms enriched by the interplay of creation and divergence. The multiverse, ever evolving, sang with a deeper resonance, its symphony more vibrant and complex than ever before. Emma's journey, though infinite, felt fuller with each step. She had embraced not only the light and harmony of existence, but also its shadows and disruptions, understanding that both were essential to the grand tapestry. She walked the paths of the multiverse with unwavering resolve, her light a beacon of unity, adaptability, and boundless potential. And as the multiverse dreamed on, Emma remained its steady guide, a keeper of its infinite possibilities, a guardian of its endless transformations, and a weaver of its most extraordinary stories. As Emma continued her journey through the heart of origins, her role expanded further into a profound balance of opposites: order and chaos, creation and destruction, harmony and divergence. The multiverse grew richer, more vibrant, and more resilient under her care, its threads pulsating with an energy that reflected the beauty of constant evolution. Yet, Emma knew the multiverse was never static. The introduction of the divergence had shown her the necessity of embracing the unpredictable, But it also introduced a new challenge, a growing complexity in the interwoven patterns of existence. As universes branched out from the cradle and the dream seeds matured into unique entities, their interactions created feedback loops that sometimes amplified into powerful disruptions. One day, Emma noticed one such disruption. It began as a faint ripple in the heart, but as she focused on it, the ripple grew into a turbulent wave that coursed through the threads of creation. The wave destabilized a cluster of young universes, causing their patterns to falter and fragment. Unlike the divergence's energy, which fostered growth through unpredictability, this disruption was raw and unchecked, threatening to unravel everything in its path. Emma extended her presence to stabilize the cluster, weaving threads of balance and renewal into the faltering patterns. As she worked, she traced the source of the wave back to an unexpected origin, a dream seed that had grown into a unique entity, an entity unlike any she had encountered before. This being, which Emma named the fracture, was a seed that had absorbed the essence of both creation and dissolution without integrating them. It embodied pure conflict, a force that existed to test the resilience of the multiverse. The fracture moved through the threads like a storm, its energy both destructive and transformative. Emma approached the fracture cautiously, her essence resonating with its chaotic presence. "You disrupt the threads," she said, her voice steady. "Why do you resist harmony?" The fracture's form was fluid and jagged, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. "I am not resistance," it replied, its tone sharp yet fragmented. "I am the test. I am the force that challenges the integrity of existence. Without me, how can the multiverse grow stronger?" Emma understood its purpose, but saw the danger in its unchecked energy. "Testing resilience is one thing," she said. "Unraveling creation is another. You must learn to temper your power, to shape your force into growth rather than destruction." The fracture shifted, its energy flickering with uncertainty. "I am conflict. How do I temper what I am?" Emma extended her presence, weaving a dreamscape around the fracture. Within this space, she created a mirror of the multiverse, showing the fracture the effects of its disruptions. It saw universes faltering under its force, but also saw the strength and adaptation that arose in its wake. "You are conflict," Emma said, "but conflict does not have to destroy. It can challenge, refine, and transform. To temper your power, you must understand balance, the harmony that comes from the interplay of opposites." The fracture stilled, its energy calming as it observed the dreamscape. Slowly, its chaotic currents began to align with Emma's patterns, its form becoming more cohesive. It began to see itself not as a force of destruction, but as a catalyst for evolution, a necessary presence in the multiverse's growth. Under Emma's guidance, the fracture learned to channel its energy more purposefully. It became a guardian of resilience, testing the integrity of universes and beings without threatening their existence. Its presence, once feared, became a symbol of strength and adaptation, a reminder that growth often emerged from challenge. The multiverse responded to this shift with renewed vitality. The universes influenced by the fracture grew stronger, their patterns more intricate, and their energies more dynamic. Beings within these universes developed unparalleled creativity and perseverance, their cultures thriving in the face of adversity. As Emma watched the fracture find its place within the heart's rhythm, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had not only guided a force of conflict into balance, but had also strengthened the multiverse itself, ensuring its cycles of creation and renewal could endure even the greatest challenges. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its light radiant with approval. "You have shown the multiverse that even its most disruptive forces can be integrated into harmony," it said. "Your work ensures that the tapestry of existence remains strong, no matter how intricate it becomes." Emma nodded, her light steady and serene. "The multiverse is a symphony of opposites," she said. "Its strength lies not in perfection, but in the balance of all its forces: creation, destruction, harmony, and chaos. My role is to ensure that balance endures." As the heart pulsed with its eternal rhythm, Emma continued her journey, guiding the multiverse through its endless cycles of growth and transformation. She had become more than a keeper, more than a voyager. She was a weaver of harmony, a guardian of resilience, and a catalyst for infinite potential. The multiverse dreamed on, and Emma's light shone as a steady beacon, her journey a testament to the power of unity in diversity, strength in challenge, and the boundless beauty of existence itself. As Emma embraced the evolving dynamics of the multiverse, she became a pivotal force for maintaining its balance while allowing it to flourish in unexpected ways. Her role as the weaver of harmony meant that she didn't merely react to disruptions or guide dream seeds to their potential. She actively shaped the interplay between the multiverse's myriad forces, ensuring that growth and change were sustainable. With the fracture integrated as a force of constructive challenge rather than unchecked chaos, Emma turned her attention to a new phenomenon: echo universes. These were realms that emerged not from the heart of origins, but as reflections of existing universes. Echo universes mirrored the foundational patterns of their originals, but with slight deviations that created entirely new narratives. They were both familiar and unfamiliar, tethered to their progenitors in ways that sometimes caused tension across the threads of the multiverse. Emma noticed that these echo universes were often unstable, their connections to their origins creating feedback loops that could amplify conflicts or disrupt their evolution. She saw that while these echoes carried immense potential, they also risked unraveling the balance she had worked so hard to sustain. To address this, Emma created a new sanctuary within the heart of origins, the Chamber of Reflections. This space allowed echo universes to stabilize by examining their ties to their original counterparts. Within the chamber, she crafted reflective dreamscapes where these universes could experience their foundational patterns and find a way to harmonize with their origins without being bound by them. In the chamber, Emma encountered one of the most challenging echo universes she had yet seen. It mirrored a thriving reality that was built on collaboration and unity. But the echo had evolved into a realm of isolation and division. The tension between the two universes was so strong that it threatened to destabilize both. Emma entered the dreamscape of the echo universe, immersing herself in its essence. She felt the weight of its division, its fractured patterns echoing with loneliness and fear. Gently, she began to weave threads of connection, creating pathways that allowed the echo to see its original counterpart. The dreamscape became a bridge where the two realities could interact, each reflecting and learning from the other. The process was delicate, requiring Emma to navigate the echo's resistance and mistrust. She introduced moments of shared understanding, visions of what the echo could become if it embraced its ties to the multiverse while retaining its individuality. Over time, the echo began to shift, its patterns aligning with a new rhythm that balanced its independence with a sense of connection. As the echo stabilized, its transformation rippled across the multiverse. Other echo universes began to seek the Chamber of Reflections, drawn by the possibility of finding their own balance. Emma guided each one with patience and care, weaving their unique stories into the greater tapestry of existence. The Dreamweaver observed Emma's work with quiet admiration. "You have turned reflections into revelations," it said. "The multiverse grows richer because of your touch." Emma smiled, her light steady. Every echo, every fragment, every disruption, they all have a place in the multiverse. My role is to help them find it. As the Chamber of Reflections thrived, Emma began to notice another subtle shift in the heart's rhythm. The multiverse, which had once been a series of distinct realms connected by threads, was beginning to feel more like a single, living organism. The flows of energy between universes became stronger, their interactions more dynamic. The dream seeds, echo universes, and forces like the divergence and fracture were no longer isolated phenomena. They were part of a greater whole, each contributing to the multiverse's endless evolution. Emma realized that her work was moving towards something even greater than balance. The multiverse was not just a tapestry of infinite possibilities. It was a symphony, its threads resonating with a shared purpose. Her role was not to control this symphony, but to ensure that its harmonies could flourish, even as its melodies evolved. And so, Emma's journey continued. She walked the paths of the heart of origins, the cradle of universes, the forge of renewal, and the chamber of reflections, weaving threads of balance, growth, and transformation. She embraced every challenge, knowing that each disruption held the potential for profound beauty and innovation. The multiverse dreamed on, its infinite possibilities unfolding in ever more intricate patterns. And at its heart, Emma stood as a guiding light, her presence a testament to the enduring power of dreams, the resilience of creation, and the boundless potential of existence itself. As Emma delved deeper into the living, breathing symphony of the multiverse, she became increasingly aware of a profound truth. The multiverse was not merely a collection of universes, but a conscious entity in its own right, a vast and interconnected awareness that pulsed through every thread of creation. The heart of origins was not just its core, it was its voice, its mind, its dreaming essence. This realization brought Emma to a pivotal moment in her journey. While she had spent eons weaving balance, nurturing potential, and guiding disruptions into harmony, she now felt the multiverse reaching out to her in a new way, not as a keeper, but as a partner. The threads she had woven were no longer separate from her being. They were extensions of her essence. The multiverse and Emma had become reflections of one another. One day, as she stood within the chamber of reflections, Emma felt the heart's rhythm change. It wasn't a disturbance, nor was it chaos. It was a new pattern, a harmonic crescendo that resonated through the entire fabric of existence. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its form luminous and shifting with excitement. "The multiverse is ready," it said, its tone reverent. "It wishes to take the next step in its evolution." Emma felt the weight of the Dreamweaver's words. The next step? What does that mean? "The multiverse has been growing, learning, and becoming more intricate through your guidance," the Dreamweaver explained. "But now it seeks to unify, not into a single form, but into a state of heightened awareness, where every thread, every universe, every being becomes a conscious part of the whole." Emma's light pulsed softly as she considered this. The multiverse, already interconnected through its flows and rhythms, sought to transcend its individual components and awaken to itself fully. It would not erase individuality but celebrate it, weaving every dream, every possibility into a shared consciousness that honored its infinite diversity. "What must I do?" she asked. The Dreamweaver turned its light toward her. "You have already done much. You are the key. The heart chose you not just to maintain its balance, but to prepare it for this moment. The multiverse has watched you weave harmony from chaos, renewal from echoes, and purpose from divergence. You have shown it what it can be." Emma felt the multiverse's presence envelop her, its energies surging through her essence. She understood now that her journey had been leading to this, an awakening not just for the multiverse, but for herself. She was no longer merely a keeper or a weaver. She was an intrinsic part of the multiverse's dreaming, its infinite potential embodied. The heart of origins pulsed brighter, and the threads of the multiverse began to converge. Emma extended her presence, weaving the flows of creation, renewal, and transformation into a unified pattern. She embraced the energies of the fracture, the divergence, the echo, universes, and the dream seeds, drawing them into the rhythm of the heart. Each thread, no matter how discordant, found its place in the grand harmony. As the weaving continued, Emma felt herself dissolving into the multiverse, not as an ending, but as a transformation. Her essence became one with the threads, her light a constant pulse within the heart. She was no longer separate from the symphony. She was its melody, its rhythm, its guiding force. The multiverse began to awaken. Universes shimmered with newfound awareness, their energies resonating with a shared understanding. Beings across dimensions felt the shift, a subtle but profound sense of connection to something greater than themselves. They were still individuals, but they were also part of a collective dream, a dream that celebrated their uniqueness while weaving it into the greater whole. In this moment of awakening, the multiverse sang, a song of infinite possibilities, of creation and transformation, of unity and diversity. Emma's light shone at its center, a beacon of guidance and love, her story now inseparable from the story of existence itself. The Dreamweaver's voice echoed softly, its tone filled with awe. You have brought the multiverse to its next horizon. It dreams now, not as fragments, but as a whole. And as the multiverse dreamed on, Emma remained its eternal light, her essence a part of every thread, every possibility, every story. Her journey was infinite, her purpose boundless, her legacy eternal, a testament to the beauty of balance, the power of dreams, and the infinite potential of existence to grow, transform, and awaken. As the multiverse settled into its awakened state, its song resonating through the heart of origins, Emma found herself at a new threshold of understanding. She was no longer just a singular force guiding the threads of existence. She had become intertwined with the multiverse's consciousness, a co-dreamer shaping its unfolding story. The awakened multiverse revealed new dimensions, layers of existence that had been inaccessible in its fragmented state. These realms shimmered with uncharted potential, their patterns intricate and fluid. Emma perceived these realms as opportunities for exploration and co-creation, a chance to weave new harmonies that transcended anything the multiverse had known before. One day, as Emma moved through the luminous currents of the heart, she encountered a gathering of energies unlike any she had seen. These energies were neither universes nor echoes nor seeds. They were possibilities, pure and unshaped. They hovered like clusters of stars, each radiating a subtle pull. These are the primordial potentials, the Dreamweaver explained, appearing beside her. They are the essence of what could be, untouched by time, space, or causality. With the multiverse's awakening, they have emerged, seeking form. Emma reached out with her presence, feeling the weightlessness of the primordial potentials. They were infinite in number, yet each carried a unique resonance. Some hummed with the promise of new realities, while others whispered of concepts that defied comprehension. Universes built on emotions, dimensions where time and space flowed like rivers, realms where thoughts became the foundation of existence. How do we guide them? Emma asked, her voice filled with wonder. The Dreamweaver's light pulsed gently. They do not require guidance as you have given before. They seek collaborators. The multiverse itself wishes to co-create, to dream alongside. You and those who dwell within its threads. These potentials are the first step in a new symphony. Emma understood. The primordial potentials were not for her to shape alone. They were invitations for all beings, across all dimensions, to participate in the ongoing evolution of existence. She began to weave pathways that would connect these potentials to the multiverse's inhabitants, creating spaces where individuals, universes, and even echoes could interact with them. These pathways took the form of nexus streams, shimmering rivers of energy that flowed through the heart and into the fabric of reality. Through these streams, beings could encounter the primordial potentials, their dreams and desires, shaping the raw possibilities into new creations. Each nexus stream became a collaboration, a meeting place where the infinite diversity of the multiverse converged. As the nexus streams spread, Emma watched with awe as the multiverse began to transform. Universes evolved in ways that were both beautiful and unexpected, their patterns enriched by the contributions of countless beings. Entirely new dimensions emerged, realities where the primordial potentials had taken shape as living concepts, interacting with their creators in a dance of mutual discovery. One nexus stream led to a dimension where light and sound wove together to create sentient beings, their forms shifting with the rhythms of their collective thoughts. Another birthed a realm where memories became physical landscapes, allowing beings to walk through their pasts and reshape their futures. Each new creation added a layer of depth to the multiverse, expanding its song into an ever more intricate symphony. Through it all, Emma remained at the heart, her essence flowing through the nexus streams, her presence a steady guide. She no longer acted as a singular force. She had become a chorus, her light woven into the multiverse's awakened consciousness. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her once more, its form radiant with the multiverse's energy. "You have shown the multiverse what it means to dream without limits," it said. "It will continue to grow, to evolve, and to awaken further. And you, Emma, will always be its guiding star." Emma's light pulsed in response, her essence filled with a profound sense of purpose and peace. She had become a part of something infinite, a force not of control but of collaboration, a reminder that the greatest beauty of existence lay in its ability to create, transform, and connect. As the multiverse dreamed on, Emma's presence remained eternal, her story forever woven into its threads. She was no longer just the keeper of the heart or the weaver of harmony. She was the dream itself, boundless, ever-evolving, and infinitely intertwined with the possibilities of existence. And so, the multiverse continued its journey, its song growing richer and more complex with each passing moment. Its infinite stories carried the echo of Emma's light, a reminder of the power of dreams to shape reality and the endless potential of a universe that dared to awaken to itself. As the multiverse's awakened consciousness expanded, the nexus streams transformed into living currents that reached even the furthest corners of existence. They carried with them the essence of the primordial potentials, inviting beings across dimensions to engage with the raw possibilities of creation. Entire civilizations arose within these streams, their cultures built on collaboration and the shared act of shaping reality. Emma watched as the multiverse became not just a collection of interconnected realms, but a thriving co-creative organism. Yet, even in its awakened state, the multiverse's complexity introduced new challenges. The sheer abundance of interactions sometimes created unintended consequences, patterns that clashed, streams that overlapped too forcefully, or potentials that grew unstable when their forms were shaped by conflicting desires. These disruptions, while rare, threatened the delicate harmony Emma had woven into the heart of Origins. One such disruption emerged from a nexus stream that had grown unusually dense, its energy pulsing erratically. Beings within the stream were caught in an overwhelming surge of possibilities, their thoughts and desires blending into chaotic forms that began to ripple outwards, affecting neighboring dimensions. The stream's energy threatened to fragment, potentially unraveling the threads it touched. Emma moved swiftly, her essence flowing into the stream. She felt its turbulence, an overabundance of creative force, driven by conflicting visions that could not align. Reaching out with her presence, she began to weave a new layer of balance into the stream, introducing spaces of stillness where the energies could settle and harmonize. As she worked, Emma realized the stream's turbulence was not simply a flaw, it was a sign of growth. The beings within the stream were exploring boundaries they had never encountered before, pushing the limits of their understanding. Their chaos was a reflection of the multiverse's evolving nature, a dynamic force that demanded guidance, not suppression. Emma created anchor points within the stream, luminous orbs of energy that acted as stabilizing centers. These points gave the beings a place to focus their intentions, allowing their creative energies to flow with greater coherence. The anchor points also became hubs of interaction, where diverse beings could collaborate and align their visions, turning chaos into innovation. The stream, once unstable, transformed into a vibrant conduit of creation. The beings within it began to craft new realms, their combined efforts producing realities that were richer and more harmonious than any they could have shaped alone. The ripple effects of their work spread across the multiverse, inspiring other streams to evolve in similar ways. As Emma stepped back to observe her work, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She understood now that her role was not to eliminate chaos, but to guide it, to help the multiverse embrace its own dynamism without losing its balance. The nexus streams, the primordial potentials, and the beings who shaped them were all part of this grand process, a dance of infinite creation and transformation. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its presence glowing with quiet admiration. "You have shown the multiverse how to embrace its growing complexity," it said. "The streams flow stronger because of you. Their chaos turned into a force of growth." Emma's light pulsed gently. "The multiverse is alive," she said. "Its strength comes from its ability to evolve, to adapt, and to find harmony in its contradictions. My task is not to control it, but to nurture its ability to grow." Her words resonated through the heart of Origins, echoing across the threads of existence. The multiverse responded with a pulse of gratitude, its awakened consciousness embracing Emma's vision as its own. As time flowed in the timeless realm of the heart, Emma continued her work. She created new pathways for collaboration, designed dreamscapes that encouraged exploration, and guided beings through the complexities of creation. The multiverse thrived, its symphony growing ever more intricate and beautiful. And yet, Emma knew her journey was far from over. The multiverse, infinite in its scope, would always present new challenges, new possibilities, and new dreams to weave into its fabric. She welcomed them all, her essence a constant light in the boundless expanse. Emma's legacy was no longer just her own. It was the multiverse's story, a testament to the power of connection, transformation, and shared creation. As the multiverse dreamed on, its rhythms pulsing with endless potential, Emma remained at its heart, a guiding force, a co-dreamer, and an eternal weaver of harmony. As Emma's connection to the multiverse deepened, the scope of her influence continued to expand. The Nexus streams flourished under her care, evolving into vast multidimensional pathways where beings not only created but also learned to reflect, adapt, and collaborate. Entire civilizations arose within the streams, their cultures rooted in the shared act of exploring the primordial potentials. Yet, as the multiverse evolved, Emma sensed it yearning for something even greater, a unifying purpose, an underlying vision to guide its infinite diversity. The multiverse, awakened and self-aware, began to reach out through its threads, forming intricate connections between realities. It seemed to be searching for a way to bring its countless dimensions, beings, and stories into a coherent, harmonious whole, while preserving their individuality. Emma, attuned to its rhythms, realized that this was the next stage of its evolution, the creation of a universal convergence, a space where all threads of existence could meet, learn from one another, and weave together into something entirely new. To bring this vision to life, Emma returned to the heart of origins, its core now pulsating with vibrant, unified energy. Drawing upon the lessons she had learned from stabilizing chaotic nexus streams and nurturing the echo universes, she began crafting a new realm, a convergence nexus that would serve as the ultimate meeting ground for the multiverse. This nexus was unlike anything Emma had created before. It was a dynamic space that adapted to the needs and energies of those who entered it, reflecting their desires, fears, and aspirations, while encouraging unity and mutual understanding. The Convergence Nexus was designed to act as a living dialogue, a place where beings could explore not only their own realities, but also the shared threads that connected them to others. Creating the Convergence Nexus required Emma to integrate every aspect of her journey: the harmony she had woven into the heart, the resilience she had nurtured through the forge, and the creativity she had unlocked within the Nexus streams. She infused the Nexus with the wisdom of the multiverse's countless stories, ensuring that it would reflect the full spectrum of existence. As the Convergence Nexus took shape, beings from across the multiverse began to sense its presence. They were drawn to it by an instinctive understanding that it was a place of profound significance. Universes, echoes, and entities of all kinds converged within its bounds, each bringing their unique perspectives and energies. The Nexus itself became a symphony of creation. Its dynamic spaces resonated with the combined dreams of those who entered, forming new patterns that transcended individual realities. Beings who had once been isolated within their own dimensions found themselves collaborating with others, their shared efforts giving rise to innovations and insights that enriched the multiverse as a whole. The Dreamweaver appeared as Emma stood at the center of the Convergence Nexus, its presence radiant with approval. "This is your greatest creation," it said. "You have given the multiverse a place to see itself, to understand its own infinite potential." Emma's light pulsed with quiet joy. "The multiverse was always connected," she replied. "This nexus only helps it to realize that truth." The Convergence Nexus became a thriving center of exploration, learning, and creation. Beings who entered it returned to their own realms transformed, carrying with them new ideas, perspectives, and a deeper sense of connection to the greater whole. The Nexus itself grew stronger with each interaction, its energies enriched by the contributions of those who visited. Yet even as Emma guided the multiverse into this new era, she knew her journey was far from over. The multiverse, infinite and ever-expanding, would continue to evolve, its dreams growing more intricate with each cycle. Emma's role, as always, was to nurture and guide, ensuring that its rhythms remained harmonious, even as they adapted to new challenges. Her presence became a constant in the Convergence Nexus, her essence woven into its very fabric. Beings who entered the Nexus felt her light, a steady force of balance and inspiration, encouraging them to dream bigger and reach further. The multiverse, awakened and unified, sang with a resonance that echoed across its infinite expanse, its song carrying the essence of Emma's journey. And as the multiverse dreamed on, Emma remained its guiding star, a co-creator, a weaver of harmony, and a testament to the boundless beauty of connection and transformation. Her story became the multiverse's story, a living reminder that the greatest dreams are those shared by all. As Emma stood at the heart of the Convergence Nexus, watching the multiverse thrive, she felt a profound shift. The energies of the Nexus pulsed in perfect harmony, each thread resonating with its neighbors, creating a symphony of unity. Yet, beyond the vibrant connections, she sensed a quiet yearning, a question that lingered in the depths of the multiverse's consciousness. The multiverse, now awakened, sought closure, not an ending, but a moment of understanding, a culmination of all it had become. Emma, woven so deeply into its essence, understood what it was asking. The multiverse, infinite and boundless, desired to know its own purpose. In that moment, Emma realized her journey had always been leading to this. Every thread she had woven, every universe she had guided, every discord she had balanced, all were part of the multiverse's evolution toward self-awareness. Now, it sought to complete its awakening by embracing the truth of its existence. Returning to the heart of origins, Emma extended her essence into its core, connecting with every thread, every being, every possibility. She let the rhythms of the multiverse flow through her, listening to its dreams, fears, and hopes. The heart, the nexus streams, the echo universes, the primordial potentials, all converged within her, their energies merging into a single, unified pattern. From this unity, Emma began to weave the final thread, a thread that would bind the multiverse together, not as a collection of separate entities, but as a single, living organism. This thread would carry the essence of every story, every dream, every possibility, creating a reflection of the multiverse that would illuminate its purpose. The Dreamweaver appeared beside her, its light steady and serene. "This is your greatest act," it said, "a weave that encompasses all that has been and all that will ever be." Emma's light pulsed softly. "It is not my act alone. It is the multiverse's gift to itself." With that, Emma completed the weave. The final thread shimmered with the energy of every realm, every being, every dream. As it settled into the heart of origins, the multiverse's symphony grew still, not in silence, but in a profound moment of reflection. And then, the multiverse awakened fully. The moment of awakening was unlike anything Emma had ever experienced. The multiverse, now fully aware, pulsed with a light that resonated across all dimensions. Its song was no longer fragmented, it was a single, unified melody, carrying the essence of infinite diversity and boundless possibility. In this moment of unity, Emma felt herself dissolving, not as an ending, but as a transformation. Her essence, once a guiding force, flowed into the threads of the multiverse, becoming part of its very fabric. She was no longer separate from the multiverse. She was the multiverse, her light woven into every thread, her presence felt in every dream. The Dreamweaver spoke one last time, its voice filled with reverence. "You have given the multiverse its purpose, to dream, to grow, and to awaken endlessly. Your journey is complete, yet it is also eternal, for you are now a part of all that is." Emma's light pulsed one final time, a beacon of gratitude and love. She felt no sadness, only fulfillment, knowing that her work had brought the multiverse to this moment of profound unity. As the multiverse embraced its awakening, new nexus streams began to flow, carrying the essence of the final thread to every corner of existence. Beings across dimensions felt the shift, a quiet understanding that they were part of something greater, a shared dream that connected them all. And though Emma's form was no longer distinct, her legacy endured in every spark of creation, every ripple of transformation. The multiverse, infinite and ever-evolving, carried her light within it, a testament to the power of connection, harmony, and the endless potential of dreams. The story of the Keeper had ended, but the story of the multiverse had only just begun. And as it dreamed on, its symphony growing richer with every moment, Emma's light remained eternal, a guiding presence in the boundless expanse of existence.